that. It's available both through our office and from research and the committee secretary. So there's a number of ways you can get it if you'd like it. And some of you have seen this one before. We've used it in a couple other committees with a couple modifications specific to you. First, KOMA, it provides that the policy of the state is that meetings for the conduct of governmental affairs and the transaction of governmental business should be open to the public. That's why you called this meeting to order and had this public meeting the way you did. It does apply to all meetings for the conduct of the affairs of and the transaction of business by all legislative and administrative bodies and agencies of the state and all of your political and taxing subdivisions. So this committee is definitely subject to KOMA, as are all of your other legislative committees. KOMA defines a meeting as a three-part definition. First, any gathering or assembly held in person or through the use of a telephone or any other medium for interactive communication. Second, by a majority of the membership of a body or agency that is subject to KOMA. And third, held for the purpose of discussing the business or affairs of the public body or agency. Meetings, of course, can be informal gatherings before or after a scheduled meeting. That's why we're always asking you to be vigilant about what you talk about when a majority of you are together. You can also have a series of person-to-person communications that can collectively become a majority of the membership, and if it has a common topic of discussion, those serial meetings, as we call them, can turn into a public meeting. That's why we're always cautioning you to be careful about who you're including on your email discussions and who you're including on your phone trees and that sort of thing, because we don't want a KOMA violation, because too many of you talked about the same common topic that was going to be up for a vote in the committee, and that became a public meeting through that series of communications. For purposes of your group, you have 14 voting members, so your majority is 8. So as long as 8 of you are not together talking about something, KOMA is not implicated. There may be some transparency issues or other issues you might want to consider, but KOMA is not a problem until there are 8 of you involved and you're discussing the business of the committee. Keep in mind that third requirement of KOMA, that it's the discussion of the affairs of the public body. So if a majority of you go out to lunch or dinner or just hanging out socially, as long as you're not talking about the business of the committee, we're not worried about KOMA, okay? Just be careful not to talk about what you're doing here. Finally, your KOMA requirements, you're supposed to make a reasonable effort to allow members of the public to attend and listen, and you're doing that, obviously, but you're not required to allow members of the public to speak. Often you do that, but it's not a requirement of KOMA. Notice of the date, time, and place must be given if a person asks for it. The legislature tends to go further than that and put out a public notice to everyone, but it's only required for those that actually request it. Members of the public need to be able to ascertain how each of you votes. So for example, when you're on WebEx only or phone only, that's why we often ask you for a roll call or some very specific way to know who voted and how, and that you very clearly state that a motion was made, seconded, and carried, that sort of thing. It's important for the KOMA requirements that those are easy to be tracked. Finally, recording devices shall not be prohibited, but they can be subject to reasonable rules related to orderly conduct. So the chairperson isn't going to say no cameras allowed, but they can restrict where the cameras are placed, when they might be used, et cetera, for the orderly conduct of the meeting. And the last thing I'll mention, just in passing, is that closed or executive meetings are allowed under a specific statutory process, and we tend to only get into those when it's really an issue that's necessary before the committee, and I don't think we have any of those, so I'll just mention that it's there, and if it ever does come up, please consult our office. There's a specific wording of the motion. It has to be recorded in the minutes. There's a procedure that we have to follow to properly go into an executive or closed meeting. That's it for KOMA. KORA, even more briefly, is the act that says our policy is that public records are to be open for inspection by any person unless otherwise provided in the act. You all know there are many exceptions to it, but in general, public records are those recorded information, regardless of form, characteristic, or location, that is made, maintained, or kept by, or is in possession of any public agency or any officer or employee of a public agency. So most of what you do here is a public record. We do note in the memo, and I'll note here, that does not include the records of an individual member of the legislature. So your individual notes and discussions with us and things like that are not public records. But the things that come out of your office publicly, the things we do in this committee, the things we hand out, all of those are public records, clearly. A public agency is defined as the state or any political or taxing subdivision of the state or any office, agency, instrumentality thereof. Obviously, it includes the legislature, and it includes this committee and any subcommittees, because you are a public agency under the definition. The third thing I'll note is that Each public agency is required to adopt procedures to be followed in requesting access to and obtaining copies of public records. So the legislature has a policy about how you get records from it. Our office has a policy about how you make an open records request. Legislative research does, post-audit does, et cetera. So depending on the document that you're looking for, there are different ways that you can get those open records. And of course, the legislature does a great job, we think, of putting most of that out there publicly available without having to make a public records request. But if you did need to make a request, you would follow the policies and procedures of the agency that you're asking for the document from. The last thing I'll note in the memo is the enforcement provisions. This is the carrot and the stick approach, right? So the stick, if you violate COMA or CORA, is that you can be individually liable for a $500 civil fine for each violation. An action can be brought against you by a private citizen, the Attorney General, or a county or district attorney if they perceive a violation of COMA or CORA. And violators can also be required to complete training so they become more familiar with the act that they violated and hopefully don't do it again. And again, most of that's done through the Attorney General's office, but it could be brought by someone else. That's your very quick, high-level overview of those two acts and the potential consequences to remind you to be vigilant. And also consult us, obviously. If at any time you have a concern about COMA or CORA, we're happy to help in any way we can. And I'll stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Jason. Are there questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you. Just for those that are listening in, I was voted as vice chair, but our chairman, Representative Jennings, is unable to be with us today physically. He was intending to Zoom in with us, and so I will just be acting as chair for today and tomorrow. At this time, we will invite Secretary of Corrections, Jeff Zmuda, up to the podium. I do want to extend again a thank you to you and your staff for the tour that we had yesterday morning in Lansing, and also a special thanks to Director Bauman for attending our afternoon session. There were some questions, unexpected questions that came up, and he was able to address those for us. So we certainly appreciate all that your staff does to help us with this process. So let's begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the comments about the staff, and thank you all that were able to participate in the tour yesterday at the Lansing Correctional Facility. We really appreciated having you there. And thanks for the opportunity to stand before you today and present information related to agency operations and issues that are impacting the organization. Accompanying me today, I'm going to introduce some of my leadership team who may be able to help me answer some of your questions as we move through this today. We have Hope Cooper, who is the Deputy Secretary of Juvenile and Adult Services. Margie Phelps, Executive Director of Programs and Risk Reduction. Joel Raby, Deputy Secretary of Facilities Management. Randy Bowman, Executive Director of Public Affairs. And Keith Bradshaw, who is our Executive Director of Contracts and Finance. Key subjects I'll be included in my presentation today are staffing challenges, capital projects, and our infrastructure, and then some updates on other initiatives or activities within the agency. So we are experiencing staffing shortages throughout the organization, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to retain and recruit staff. Our staffing issues are unlike any I've seen in my corrections career. Those challenges are pretty pronounced today, and I anticipate that they will be in the foreseeable future. We're not alone in those challenges. Job markets for all employers are as competitive as any of us have seen in recent memory. As an agency, we're charged with ensuring public safety through correctional services, both in the community and in the facility settings, and I'm concerned when we're unable to hire and retain the staff needed to supervise persons in the community and maintain safety in our facilities, deliver programs to persons on supervision and residing in facilities. Then we can have some issues and erode our effectiveness. Just some news headlines there for you. Again, profound work workforce shortages are common in corrections agencies throughout the country. That's certainly the case here in Kansas. Some statistics that we were able to pull regarding vacancies in some other states, some of them in the Midwest and others. Those staffing challenges are in agencies at a local, state, and federal level. So some of the aspects of the work in corrections has traditionally created challenges in attracting the right talent to our workforce. Some of that is the risk when supervising the most serious offenders in juvenile and criminal justice systems. 24/7, 365 operation, necessitating many of our employees work evenings, nights, weekends, holidays. And then the physical demands of direct contact service positions, exposure to potential acts of violence or other incidents that can present mental and emotional fatigue for staff that can translate into issues in life outside of work. So in addition to those traditional challenges, we're now facing some new challenges that may be further limiting the number of job candidates interested in working in corrections, which do not align with the requirements of the profession, including current views on justice, race, and bias, increased expectations of flexible work schedules and work-life balance, new expectations to work from home by many, and just diminishing overall numbers in a potential workforce that are out in the community. Some common strategies employed by correctional.
We're going to pause for a minute. We do have a question from
Oh,
Representative
I
Resman.
apologize.
That's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does DOC offer premium pay or night differential?
Madam Chair, Representative, we offer a shift differential, but we do not have a premium pay per se.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering, as you were speaking about the pay, and I have been, I received a letter about pay from one of your members. What do we compare to out in the bigger world as far as a job description or expectations? I'm trying to figure out, because I know different associations have had meetings that I've attended where in order to keep people right now, they've had to raise their pay a great deal, couple, $2 to $20 an hour. I mean, a lot. So what do we compare to in a workforce groups? Like nursing, childcare, what groups do we compare to? Do we know?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, I think the best alignment that we have with people that are outside the agency are just other criminal justice entities. Corrections, whether it's supervising folks out in the community or whether it's managing folks who are in an incarcerated setting, is a bit unique to what else might be going on there. So both in our supervision and in our facilities, we would compare to maybe county jails, county operations that are like community corrections that are supervising people out in the community, the federal probation and prison system, maybe again county jails, that type thing. I can't really draw. It's criminal justice, it's law enforcement, so perhaps there's somewhat of an alignment with patrol officer or deputy sheriff, but
highway patrol, that kind of thing. I'm just trying to get a feel for where we're going to have to go with pay increases, because I feel we're going to have to consider what other entities are doing, and I guess we're an entity of our own. But thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes, I have Representative Hoffman, and then I have Representative Owens with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary, and you may talk about this, I see increasing advertising and recruiting coming up. What are you constantly running? I assume that there's a certain amount of time that of training before you put them out into the field, so to say. But is that constant, or do you do it in every 6 months, or how's that work? And how are you doing the advertising and recruiting to bring people in?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, so it's constant right now. You're trying to capture people as quickly as you can if someone's got an interest. And there is an onboarding, a time frame for onboarding, and then a time frame for some basic training before people go into a uniform rank or in our parole. Of course, we have a number of other staff that are not in uniform, whether they're paying the bills or they're our HR staff onboarding, our program staff, and that's a challenge for us as well. But the onboarding and the getting them up to speed is not quite as lengthy as it is for those other more law enforcement positions. And we're using, our facilities are doing everything from commercials that are airing on television, radio, print, some digital, some Facebook, what have you. We're in the process of filling our recruiter position. And we're going to look to get more in the on the digital platforms more and try to be a little more effective in that manner.
So are you seeing that people are retiring, and you're just not able to recruit enough people to take over those retirements, or are you seeing those that maybe worked 1 or 2 years or even a few months decide, no, this is not what's for me, and quit? Which is a little both, or which is it mostly, I guess?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, it is both. We have a lot of people that have been in our agency for quite a number of years, 30 years, some 40 years is not uncommon. And they're getting of that age where it is time to retire. And then traditionally, we have a lot of turnover in that first 1 to 2 years. People come to corrections, not quite sure if it's for them. They try it, maybe it doesn't work out, and then they go. And then of late, there's a couple of different factors. Just what's going on in the workforce out in the community. A lot of our staff, particularly our non-uniform staff, again in those support positions, are just being offered much better pay, much better benefits that they quite frankly can't turn down. And so we're losing a lot of those folks. It's very difficult to fill and retain people in those positions. And then, I'll talk about it a little bit later. And then we have other government agencies that have upped their game and are making it tough for not only us but other folks supervising people out in the community to retain and recruit staff. So we're losing people and then having challenges getting people to come to us.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed yesterday that it seemed to me, of course, everybody seems to be looking younger anymore these days, but it seemed to me that most of the guards were probably in their late 20s, 30s. And so most of them probably haven't been there 30 years. Am I probably correct? Or?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative. Yeah, we have becoming a younger workforce.
Okay.
We're probably not hiring folks of my age all that much. We do. We certainly don't discriminate, but that's not typically who we're seeing applying and coming to us.
Representative Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, a couple of slides back, we saw the percentage vacancies, but I didn't see Kansas on there. Do you know what's our current percentage vacancy, and how many vacancies do we have in KDOC?
Madam Chair, Representative Owens, I think I have a slide a little bit later that if that's okay, that I can address our current number of vacancies, projected vacancies, and I think I have a percentage built into that.
Excellent. Thank you.
If I don't have a percentage, I'll call on Mr. Raby and he can help me.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this point? All right, we'll just go on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on this slide, there's some common strategies that have been traditionally employed by corrections agencies to address and mitigate staffing shortages. And again, as I've said, historically, we've always had some challenges with staffing. So All of those up there that you see on the slide, we've employed under the current circumstances, with the exception of that bullet, those bullets associated with improving compensation. I think we need to do something about that, but we're just not there yet with our ability to do something about that in-house.
Mr. Secretary, with regard to improving compensation, your comments just a few minutes ago to Representative Hoffman, you were saying that there was competition amongst agencies. So are you seeing that in Kansas? You are competing with what the pay is for other agencies?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the committee, we are. We see that in facilities particularly with county jails, raising their pay for staff and maybe their benefit package. And then out in the community, supervision, if you will. There's 3 entities that supervise people in the communities. There is KDOC that has the parole function. You have community corrections that supervises people on probation at a local level. And then you have OJA, or court services, that supervises people out in the community as well. And court services last year received funding to up their pay significantly and picked up 70 vacant positions, new positions. So it's a double whammy. Pretty significant pay increase, 70 immediate vacancies. They've been out beating the bush, and they've hired quite a number of folks from us, and I suspect from the folks in community corrections as well.
Thank you. I just thought it was important for us to know if there was a domino effect within our own state when we make changes to the budget. Thank you.
Oh, I have a question.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Secretary Zamuda, as I was leaving yesterday, I passed by, well, we all passed by Core Civic, and they were advertising $23 an hour. I was just curious as to what our court officers, I mean, the parole officers, or whatever they call your title for that position, what are we paying in comparison?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, Core Civic is offering that 23 something. Our starting salary for a correctional officer is $18.26, I believe. Have I got that right? Yep, $18.26.
Because I was thinking, I was like, wow, that's a stark difference from what we're paying.
Yes, yeah, that makes it.
And it wasn't even 2 miles away, was it?
It's not. That Lansing area is very competitive in the corrections space. You also have the federal penitentiary that's nearby, and the communities of Lansing and Leavenworth and whatnot are very supportive of corrections folks, and we're appreciative of that. But it's also very competitive. There's also a number of county jails in that area that are also in the mix, so it's very competitive.
Are you going to recommend us a wage increase today of $23? Just curious.
Madam Chair, Representative, I'm not making a recommendation today for a wage increase.
That's because we still have tomorrow. Right. Okay, let's continue.
Oh, okay. Let's see if I can.
Representative Carlin.
I don't want to continue too long on this, but I think this is the right time to make this point. What is our health care benefit? Is it the same that we get here at the state, or is it competitive with Core Civic, for example? Our benefit is great. What is for your people?
Madam Chair, Representative, I think our benefit package is better than some, and maybe not quite as robust as others. I do think we're somewhere in the middle. I don't know what Core Civic is offering today. I know years ago, typically states would offer a little bit better benefit package than Core Civic, but I don't know for sure what they're offering today.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the questions. So the impact is felt by our agency, and it's felt by juvenile and adult community corrections, other agencies throughout the state. The majority of staff working with Kansas juvenile offenders are employed by local community corrections agencies. They also work with a number of adult moderate and high risk to reoffend felony probationers. And they're out throughout the state and local. In-state competition for the folks that they need to supervise people in community corrections and that we need in parole and that court services needs is extremely high. Those recent pay increases, coupled with those 70 staff in court services, for staff who have essentially the same responsibilities as our parole staff and as community corrections, has really created some competitive imbalances. So a shortage of parole officers is currently reducing the supervision of persons on post-release supervision in our communities. Again, parole's embedded within the Kansas Department of Corrections. In FY 2021, we averaged 1.7 vacancies in parole per month. As of October 1st, that figure had increased to 4 per month. I believe that court services implementation came about in mid-June, that increase there. So with the number of staff that we've lost, and you figure caseloads, there's nearly 1,000 individuals to supervise with less staff due to the vacancies. Those additional people to supervise puts more stress on the staff that remain, can create more burnout, can create more people leaving, and it just becomes a domino effect or a snowball rolling down the hill. When we don't have officers that have the time to use behavior interventions that are clearly demonstrated to change behavior, community safety can be impacted. If we're not performing those interventions, those people under supervision can return to some old ways that are very undesirable. These vacancies can also lead to inefficiencies, and I think I've got the right office. I believe our Emporia office, we lost all the staff in that office. They were hired away from us recently, and so we have no one in the office, so now the staff from Topeka have to drive there to go meet with people under supervision. I believe it's about an hour drive or so. Go, drive, meet with them, and then come back. So it's not efficient, maybe not quite as effective. So
We do have a question from Representative Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You have to remind me, on that court services, was that a line item increase, or did they get the increase because they were lumped in with the increase that we gave the judicial branch?
Madam Chair, Representative, I don't know. I've not looked at that. I just know they got it and felt the impact.
I can't remember, but do you remember?
I think it would be best to have our revisers
Okay.
verify that for us. Oh, research? Okay. And so they will get back with us on
Okay,
that.
thank you, Madam Chair.
So as we have less staff to supervise essentially the same number of folks out in the community, it results in us having to modify some of our supervision practices. Those lower risk people, they get to a point where we're kind of banking that caseload and just not seeing them at all. We put them on an electronic reporting process, and they get very little of our time because we want to devote our time to a higher risk population. Today, given our number of vacancies, we are moving to seeing moderate risk offenders a little less often. So instead of seeing someone once a month in person or every two weeks, we'll alternate that. And now it's a virtual and an in-person, just to try to be as effective and as efficient as we can. There's some risk with that. They're still being supervised, they're still being monitored, but it's just not like it was previously. again, more issues in our workforce needs, and it's impacting our ability to provide the programming that is demonstrated to reduce risk and change behavior. Our staff shortages in our programs and risk reduction staff are impacting the ability to have enough capacity to meet the needs of our population. That, combined with the pandemic, and we've had to reduce numbers in groups and do some virtual work, but it's reduced our ability to provide those services to the numbers by about 1/3. That may have an impact down the road in terms of recidivism. The only employees that are in the juvenile justice system for the state work at the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex, which I believe the committee's planning on touring tomorrow, and I appreciate your willingness to come out there and see what's going on. We refer to it as KJ. Currently, we have 37 uniform vacancies. That's about 23.5% of the 157 uniform staff at KJ. Additionally, we have about 12 staff that are on extended leave, which that means they're not available to us. That bumps our vacancy up to about 31% in our uniform positions. Unlike the adult system where the Sentencing Commission has a process for providing projections in population, we don't have that on the juvenile side, but we stay in contact with the local community corrections folks, agencies, the courts, other stakeholders, and they indicate that we could probably will see an increase in the juvenile population in the coming months and year. So as that occurs, and with less staff to manage units, we shrink our footprint to manage facilities with a fewer number of staff. That means putting more juveniles or adults, depending on the facility, in the housing unit. Not overcrowding, but getting more full. During COVID, we reduced those populations to reduce spread of virus early on before we got into vaccination. Well, we're having to consolidate those to manage it. And as we consolidate the number of juveniles or youth on a tier, we see more behaviors for them, undesirable behaviors, which can lead to impeding their ability to return back to the community. In adult facilities, those shortages have already required modified facility operations. Additional modifications are likely. You'll see on the slide, currently have 405 uniform vacancies and 119 additional folks in uniform that are on extended leave and unable to fill a post. That puts us at about 520 down. And I don't see a percentage, but maybe Mr. Raby will have that for us here in a minute, Representative. In the past 12 months, we've seen a decline of about 25 per month. Staff at the El Dorado Correctional Facility and the facility you visited yesterday at Lansing are currently working 12-hour shifts. Mandatory work week is 48 hours, and many of them are working substantially more. They're volunteering or being required to work overtime. We've modified operations at facilities to restrict movement of the population, maybe, again, shrink that footprint, so we need less staff. We also have had partial lockdowns of the population at those facilities. And while those lockdowns are necessary, if they're too prolonged, that can create issues with the population acting out, maybe a safety issue for staff, and so we're concerned about that.
Senator Erickson has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. Going back to the juvenile, there's a statement that population projections indicate that you're going to need to expand that facility. Is there an estimated ratio that you use to make those projections?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator, We would not have to add any housing units to the facility. We would just have to expand into some of the housing units that we've shut down, if you will.
Okay, yes, Madam Chair, if I may.
Follow up.
So I'm trying to guess, how do you anticipate the population there? Yeah, I'm guessing there's an increase in that age range, and so you're anticipating more juveniles needing those services. Is that based on a ratio that how do you estimate that need?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator, so I hope I'm going to get your question right, and if I don't, you know, sometimes I'm a little slow on the uptick here. So we've seen our population increase a little bit over the past few months, and as I indicated earlier, we don't have a mechanism like we do on the adult side where the Sentencing Commission does their projections, and I know you had a presentation yesterday from Mr. Schultz. They're fantastic in their projections. They do a fantastic job. But we don't have that on the juvenile side. So what we rely on is what we see, what kind of the trend that we see coming in, and then we're talking to folks in community corrections, in the courts, and other stakeholders, and trying to get a sense of what's out there. And what we hear is you probably should expect that there's maybe more juveniles in the system out there in the community that might be coming our way. Don't know exactly what those numbers are. If those numbers reach a certain level and we're full in the existing housing units that we're operating, if those beds are full or nearing full, then we'll have to move and reopen closed housing units that are there at KJ today.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You bet. So these shortages, creating fatigue, frustration from the excessive hours, that creates more separations of employees, creates even more overtime, more fatigue, more frustration, and staff simply cannot get done the work that's required to get done. In our facilities, we have a number of non-uniform staff in our unit team ranks and others, but the unit team are our case managers. They help folks prepare for their eventual release. And many of them have a security background, started with us in security and maybe moved into unit team. And they're helping with escorts and handling of property. There's, in some instances, manning a post, taking a shift to help out. And very helpful. It's a team effort. We're all in it together, and I admire them and appreciate it so much. The downside of that is every hour that they're helping in a security function is one less hour they're able to spend on helping somebody, one of our residents, prepare for release. So that compounds some issues. So I mentioned we have 405 uniform vacancies today, and then we have those other folks that are on some extended leave. If our current rate of separations continues, we project we'll have 480 uniform vacancies by the end of the calendar year. So between now and the end of December, we're projecting we'll go from 405 vacancies to 480 in our uniform ranks. The saving grace for us during this has been the fact that our adult population is down. We were at a high of 10,100 adult residents in our facilities back in, I think, April of 19, and today we're in the 8,400 range. So that, again, has allowed us to shrink our footprint, which requires less staff to manage it. We've been able to shrink it by about 80 positions, pick up 80 positions by closing those housing units. So it's impacting other services to our population, and probably no surprise to members of the committee that folks working in the healthcare sector are in high demand and in short supply. Our medical contractor is Centurion, and they're really having some challenges in hiring and retaining a qualified workforce. They provide the direct care services to our population that's incarcerated. That population may go out to a local community provider or a hospital if it's beyond what our on-site services are able to do. So Centurion is spending a lot of effort trying to rethink how to do it, how to take care of that population. how to triage it better and make sure the services are being focused on those that most need it. And they're running a pilot that'll involve RNs and nurse practitioners, I believe, instead of having an RN be that screener and see that person, use a nurse practitioner for that role, initial role. Apparently there's more nurse practitioners out there than there are RNs. So we're gonna try a pilot and see if that helps us manage that, and we'll keep you posted on that. So I've talked quite a bit about uniform positions, and I've spent a little bit of time on positions out in the community, both for parole and community corrections and the challenges of that. For us, it's really all of our positions. It's just such a competitive market today, and with a shortage of workforce to boot, we're struggling in all of our disciplines in virtually all aspects to find people. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that, you know, it really does take our entire team. They all contribute to good public safety. That's our mission, public safety. Keep people incarcerated that need to be incarcerated, monitor people out in the community that need some help and assistance and to be held accountable, and then to prepare these people for their release so they'll be good citizens and not come back. And that takes not only that uniformed officer in a facility, not only that parole officer out in the community, but that takes HR helping us recruit and hire the right workforce. And it requires our folks in our fiscal group paying the bills, making sure that payroll is done, and our unit team folks that are delivering those programs and services to the population. If anybody, it's like being on a football team. If you can have a great quarterback, but if everybody else is not doing their job, snapping the ball right and blocking for them, it just doesn't happen. So it's a system-wide issue for us. So,
Sorry. Thank you so much. Ranking Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we're going to have a lot more discussion on all of this as we get into session, but I would be interested to know the percentages or the numbers of where we have historically been as far as vacancies, because we always have vacancies. So where we've been historically, but not only that, where we are as far as those that are what you would call support, I suppose, you know, the back office support, and where you are on the those that are the guards and that are actually with the, I mean, 2,000 less inmates, you know, is going to, we aren't going to need as many guards. Now, I don't think that's going to last. I mean, I think we're going to probably see that increase, but that would be an interesting for, I think, to see, because those back offices, yeah, a lot of those, it doesn't matter how many inmates you have to have that back office. So if you could get maybe something, and it doesn't have to be today, but, you know, something in the future for us to see those numbers.
yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, we'll get those numbers for you and get them back to the committee.
Representative Heiberger.
This is just a little bit of follow-up to that, but the person I talked to yesterday during our tour, when you showed us the empty wing at your facility, my understanding is that that freed up 2 positions is all. Is that accurate? Or 2, I guess for 12-hour shifts it'd be 4. Is that approximately accurate? I guess I'll make it a question. How many, closing that wing, how many positions did that save?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, I think traditionally, and I'm gonna turn and look at Secretary Raby, I think how we had been housing that facility was 2 officers in that pod. Is that correct? So normally we would have 2 officers in that pod. During our staff shortage, here the last few months, it's probably been 1 officer more often than not. That's all we've had staffing for. And if it's a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week position. For every position, you can figure about 5.3 staff. So in essence, closing 2 positions on that for that pod would be just about 11 employees to staff that facility 24/7, if that makes sense. Because you have a relief factor for days off and sick leave and vacation, and so it takes a little bit more than just 5 for each.
I'm seeing a signal from research that they have a response to the question, I believe, that was asked earlier by Representative Hoffman.
Yes, Madam Chair. The question was related to a pay increase at the judicial branch for court services officers. So the judicial branch did receive $10.8 million for pay increases for non-judge employees in FY 2022. They also received $1.9 million for pay increases for judges and justices, and $4.3 million and the addition of 70 FTE positions for additional court service officers in FY 2022.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it was due to the overall increase that we gave to judicial, not a line item for just the court services.
Madam Chair, Representative Hoffman, that is correct. That would
Okay.
have been part of that overall pay increase for the judicial branch.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing no further questions, you can continue.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and if I could just piggyback on one thing that Merle said. So not only is it the pay increase, but it's 70 brand new positions. So the combination of both has really had an impact. Thank you. So I can't underestimate or overstate that fewer staff to perform the required work exhausts them, leading to increased number of vacancies. It erodes our ability to satisfy our public safety obligation. Can lead to undesirable outcomes with our incarcerated population as well as those that we're supervising out in the community. And experience matters in most everything we do in life. When that employee that's been with us 3, 5, 10 years leaves for what might be a better opportunity, when that experience walks out the door, normally that person that you hire to replace them doesn't come with that experience. They rarely do. The more that someone's in a job, much like an athlete or a musician, the more that someone's in a position, the more they practice it, the more they work at it, the better they get. So retaining qualified, talented, and experienced people is really important. And again, compensating them for their value and being competitive in the current job market, I believe is important, not only for us, but also for the folks that are in community corrections and doing similar work out in the community as us in parole.
Mr. Secretary, I seem to remember a few years ago when I was on this committee that it was a time right after there had been a takeover of a prison in Nebraska. And when the committee was meeting, they had just come out with a report of what they thought were the causes for that takeover. And it seems, if my memory serves me correctly, they cited inexperienced staff, understaff, and the staff that were working had been working excessive overtime. So historically, you came to Kansas with experience in the corrections industry. So are there any other factors other than inexperience, understaffing, and overworking staff that exist that also contribute to risk within a facility?
Well, Madam Chair, members of the committee, those would certainly be a big three. You know, there's a number of other factors that are mostly could be attributed to the population and how you manage the population. But in terms of our staff, who they are and what they are, those would be three major contributing factors.
And I think that really, it's not just an issue of potential for increased crime in communities, but it's the safety and security within our facilities that I would imagine is kind of an overriding concern that you have.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the committee, it absolutely is. Last Friday, I was at the El Dorado Correctional Facility for the day. Met with the leaders and managers there for a while to hear how things were going and what concerns they had, and then walked the facility and visited with as many staff as I could. And staff are tired. They're stressed. Some are concerned for their safety because maybe we don't have as many staff in a housing unit as you would like to have and should have. And so that's concerning for us. It's a constant thought and initiation of action on our part to mitigate the risk to the degree we can. When our staffing levels get to a certain point, we'll go to a modified lockdown of the population or lockdown that controls that element of risk a bit. Again, as I stated earlier, if you lock our population down for too long, it presents other safety concerns. So I am concerned about the safety of the staff. I would also tell you, those folks I visited with El Dorado, as tired as they are and as stressed as they are by that fatigue, I'm just so proud of them and their approach to it. They're very committed, very dedicated. I didn't have one person I encountered complain about the circumstances. They understand, and they just look for us to find a way forward. Very proud of the staff that we have, not only at El Dorado. That's going on to varying degrees throughout the system. We don't have one facility that doesn't have significant staffing challenges today. They're just more pronounced at about half of them.
I have a question.
Representative Finney.
Secretary Zamuda, I don't know if I'm the only one, but when you're talking about lockdown, I'm trying to imagine what a lockdown look like in a prison because they're already locked down. So how do you lock down the lockdown?
Yes. Madam Chair, Representative, thank you. I should have clarified that. So not everybody is secured in their cell 24 hours a day. The highest risk folks are certainly secured most of the day. They'll get out for a little bit of recreation. They'll get out for some showers, maybe to go to medical. That's the highest risk. And you don't see them out of their cell a lot because when they come out, it's labor intensive, they're high risk, they're a threat to each other, they're a threat to staff, and so they don't get out a lot. They've demonstrated through their past behavior. But a vast majority of our population is out of their cell at a certain amount of time throughout the day. Of course, the lower risk you are in the lower custody, the more you're out of your cell and you're going to your programming or you're going to school or you're working in an industry's job or you're going to food service for your meal or you're going to visiting and you're moving about. And again, that's restricted as you go a little bit higher. When we talk about a lockdown, a full lockdown of a facility is where you just lock it down. You've had an incident or you have something going on and you lock everybody down and you're just trying to sort out what kind of a problem you have and figure out your way forward. Those don't happen very often. They'll happen if you have a serious incident more typically. But what we're already seeing a little bit in our facilities today, and I would anticipate we're going to see more of, is a partial or a modified lockdown situation where we don't have quite enough staff to operate the facility and to provide all those services. So we're maybe locking down a unit, or we're locking it down for a day or days, or we're locking it down for a shift because we don't have enough people. So instead of maybe going to recreation that day, they won't go to recreation. They'll just have to stay in their cell that day, and then maybe they get to go the next day or 2 or 3 days later. We have quite a bit of modified lockdown going on at the El Dorado Correctional Facility today, where our staffing pattern is most severe, most of concern, and then behind that is Lansing. We've been able to manage at our other facilities without modified lockdown at this point. But if staffing levels continue to drop and the problem becomes more of a challenge, we may see more of that in some of our other facilities. I hope that provides an explanation. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about buildings and infrastructure. So as you saw at the old those of you that were able to participate yesterday, you saw the old Lansing facility, which has a great history, great tradition, some great architecture, but it's an older facility, and it was a challenge trying to implement modern correctional practices in that old age facility. We have a number of older facilities in our corrections system. And over time, because of their age and maybe not enough resources to properly maintain them, their condition has eroded. So, I'm ahead of myself. This is a regional, I'm sorry, I'm ahead of myself. This is a slide on the regional study for juvenile corrections. I apologize. So last year, the legislature asked for, and we moved ahead on a request to study regional sites for juvenile youthful offenders. Today, all the youthful offenders are at our KJ facility in Topeka that you're going to visit tomorrow, and a more modern trend in some states has been to build smaller regional facilities, maybe closer to home is the thought, of managing those kids back closer to home. So legislature asked for, appropriated some funding to do a study. That contract has been awarded to Clark and Emerson. That was awarded this month, and we expect a report on or before June of 2022, so we can have that before the legislature next year for consideration. I apologize for my confusion on that. Is there a question? So, we good? So this is a capital improvement project that I just want to make you aware of that we're going to pursue. And it is at the Topeka Correctional Facility where we house all of our adult female population. We're in the first step of some design and planning is underway. We've included in this year's capital improvement plan, and we're looking for it to help improve services for our female population, including medical, behavioral health, visitation, and create a one entry point. I know we have a number of new members of the committee, but if those who were on the committee 2 years ago, if you remember when we toured the facility, we went on an entrance that was kind of to the north side of the facility, and that facility is really kind of split in two. There's an entrance over here and an entrance over here, and that's really unlike anything else we have in the system. So we want to get one entrance. That'll improve some efficiencies with staffing those entrances and improve accountability and security. And we also want to eliminate the duplicate points of entry and really get that back to being one facility. It's a little bit isolated today with both sides. And then additionally, we have some issues with the medical and behavioral health facilities at the facility today. Initially, when that medical was built, it was designed to support an overall bed capacity of 450 residents. Today, the capacity is 948 at Topeka, so it's over doubled. The infirmary has no approved isolation rooms for health issues, negative air type things, no private infirmary rooms for residents under medical care. There's only one crisis or suicide watch room for residents in need of continual observation. There's not enough exam rooms, and there's limited space for the medical personnel. So to address those needs, as part of this project, we're proposing the construction of a new behavioral health and medical unit, and that would be situated between both of the current compounds to allow for that creation of one compound. We'll also address in the project a visitation area for families. The current visiting area is not adequate. That one centralized check-in and control center, and then space for admission of new residents and the discharge of residents that are going out.
Mr. Secretary, how does that proposed capital improvement project, how would that dovetail with the study from the previous slide? Because one of the things that was requested was that consideration of repurposing the KJ. So, and one of the things that was talked about because of the overcrowding in the women's facility was perhaps repurposing it for that. So how would the two dovetail, or do we not really know? I'm just a little curious if we move forward, though as long as we have females there in that facility, these changes are needed, but how would that work with the study that's going on?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the committee, that's a great question. The answer is I don't know. You know, we don't yet know what that study is going to come back on the regional juvenile survey and what the cost might be for that, or if that's the right approach. And certainly that's going to be something that I believe will make its way back before this committee when it's completed, and then maybe perhaps the full body. So not knowing what's coming with that, and regardless of it, let's just assume for the sake of discussion that regional units were built. We would have a facility in Topeka that could be repurposed for something. Whether DOC would repurpose it or maybe another agency might repurpose it, I don't know. We haven't gotten that far. We certainly could have some women there. Again, it becomes a little bit of you've got a divided kind of operation and compound. Not that it couldn't be done, but it's a little less efficient and effective. And then we will still have some needs regardless going forward at the Topeka Correctional Facility. The medical infirmary and the behavioral health area just isn't adequate today. It might look different from what I've covered here, but we're going to move forward and get something ready and teed up, and then we'll see what happens with the juvenile piece and go from there.
So I guess, Mr. Secretary, I'm a little curious. So the RFP for Clark and Emerson, did it include giving information with regard to repurposing?
Let me ask.
Okay.
My staff told me it did, Madam Chair.
Okay, so that could be that they provide several options of how it could be repurposed.
Right.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Let me give you an update on two projects that have been in the works for a little while. Were funded by the legislature. I've presented on these before the committee before, but they're moving forward. So we have two projects that are going to help us with some specialized beds in the agency. One is at the Lansing Correctional Facility, again, which you visited yesterday. And it's in the Old East unit, which is kind of up on the hill there. And a project at the Winfield Correctional Facility. It's taking a little bit longer to get the design work done on these projects. Again, they're going to be serving some specialized populations. The Lansing facility is going to be about 200 beds, and that's going to be for substance abuse treatment for adult males. And the facility at Winfield, which is a facility that we've received from the Veterans Affairs group. That is going to be a unit for our geriatric, cognitive care unit for that population. And then we're going to have an element of that, a small element of that is also going to be substance abuse for population. And that's about 241 beds. Bid specifications for the Lansing project have been submitted. We anticipate a bid release anytime in the next 21 days, and we anticipate award of a contract by the end of the calendar year or early 2022. On the Winfield project, again, bid specifications, we've submitted those. We think we'll have bid requests released in the next 3 weeks. And we anticipate award of the contract by the end of this calendar year or the first of next. A couple things that may impact our timeline on getting these units up and running. Our supply chain challenges with steel, electrical components. We're told that some steel is about 40 weeks for delivery, and some electrical components are 30 weeks out. So I don't know quite what the impact will be on those projects for that. And then on the Winfield project, we anticipate occupancy in Winfield in October of 2022. We're going to continue to utilize the old kitchen and dining facilities as they are today until the new dining room and food service room or first service area are completed. That'll be 2 to 4 months after that. Once the project is fully completed, that dining hall and kitchen are completed, we'll be able to no longer rely upon the veterans home there where the meals come from today. That was something that the Veterans Home Administration had asked that we do, and we agree. Trucking those meals all up the hill was just not very efficient and effective. So we're really pleased. That's going to help that facility a lot and help the Veterans Home. Quickly, here's some photos of the Funston and Triplett buildings at Winfield that'll be repurposed again for that, about 241 beds for our geriatric population cognitive care and substance abuse treatment. This is an image of the X unit at Lansing. For those of you familiar with Lansing, we had some old minimum units up on the hill. Back in the day, they housed our women way back in the day, and most recently they were a minimum custody unit, but they were closed when we built the new facility. There's one unit there that was in much better shape than the others. The X unit, we're repurposing that, and again, that'll give us about 200 beds for substance abuse. Okay, jumped ahead to this slide a little quick. Conditions assessment process. So again, we have those older facilities. They're in a state of disrepair to various degrees. So in order to best address the management, repair, and recovery, and potential replacement of certain aspects of those facilities, just thought it'd be best to get somebody with expertise in that to come in, do an assessment, give us a report, tell us here's where our greatest need is, and just prioritize it and triage it and give us some recommendations, some costs associated with that and whatnot. So that contract was awarded to Carter Global Lee. They're a national company that does that. We have a draft of the report. It's not finalized yet. I anticipate that's going to be finalized in the next month. And then we'll certainly make that report available to the Construction and Building Committee, who we testified before a week or so back, and we certainly make that available to this committee and anyone else that'd like to see it.
Yes, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary. So with the construction, those projects, so are you waiting to see if because of course they would need to have staff there. So are you waiting to see if you can hire more people before you move forward? That's one question. And then in those plans, or will you still have a place there where those individuals' families that are traveling in to visit inmates? I know years ago it used to be I don't know if it was an outside program or organization that actually, like if you came to visit there in the Lansing Correctional Facility and you didn't have the correct clothing attire on, there was a place where you could go and maybe get the right shirt or just some family services. Is that included in your plan? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator, I didn't know there were going to be multiple questions per person. You're throwing me out. So nobody warned me. Let me talk about the clothing, then I'll come back to the staffing. I hope we have that at all of our facilities. I can't say that definitively today, but if somebody shows up and they're not appropriately retired, I know in some, at least some instances, we'd provide somebody with a jacket or a pair of sweats, something if they're not properly clothed. Our objective is to, particularly with people that have traveled a long way, let's find a way to try to get them in and not turn them away, because we know how important that family connection is to that person's success upon return to the community. Keeping them connected is important. I can't say that happens in all instances, but that's the objective. And we would include that in these facilities. Back to your question about staffing. If we're moving forward on the projects, we'll put them out for bid. We'll see what those costs come back and how that aligns up with our budget. If we're able to proceed on the projects, and I'm hopeful that we will, then once they're completed, if our staffing isn't to a point where we're well-staffed and believe we can recruit and hire people to fill them, we would, again, shrink our footprint, close other units that maybe aren't as efficient or aren't, with a like population. So up on in that substance abuse treatment, those are going to be people that are getting pretty close to release. They should be within 1 to 2 years of release. We're getting in that programming and then helping them get out in the community. We would close a unit that's housing those type of residents today and just have that staffing there. Now, the added challenge might be if we're closing that unit at one of our other facilities and Lansing has to pick up the staff. But I think there's ways for us to make that so we were closing units at Lansing. So some preliminary findings in the assessment. They assessed 254 structures and over 3.6 million square feet of space. Those structures were built between 1860 and 2015. We did not have them assess the new facility at Lansing. That didn't seem to be much. Facilities were graded out in poor to fair condition, and much of the mechanical systems were in poor condition, well past their service life, and so need significant repairs. Again, they're going to give us a pretty in-depth report for each facility, all the buildings, and some estimated costs and maybe some recommendations for whether to repair or replace. So, some of the age and condition of facilities, a next step may be appropriate. The preliminary information from the vendor says we may want to assess whether some of those facilities, whether it's viable to repair them, whether it's cost effective, if you will. And so I anticipate them recommending to us that we look at least 2 or 3 facilities, get another vendor to give us a feasibility study on is this worth putting money into to repair, or should we seek to replace it, or just take it offline. Might be the best option. Again, I'd hope that we'd have that report today, that we could share it with you. We should have it in the next month, and we'll certainly make it available. For those of you that were able to participate in the tour yesterday, we talked a little bit about the career campus concept. We're promoting it at Lansing today, but really we'd like to take that concept and have it at every one of our adult and juvenile correctional facilities. We envision creating the right space to create a learning environment. You saw yesterday, we're really limited on space, and you saw when you get some of the right space, like we have for that welding program, that building was designed to house a welding training program, and that was good space. It was a little crowded in there, but it's well ventilated, it's well lit, it's a good environment for learning. When we have the right space, we think our population is more inspired to learn, and they get more out of it instead of using every nook and cranny to get it done. Last year, we appeared before this committee, and coming out of this committee and making it through the legislature was House Bill 2401 that gave us the authority to form a nonprofit for the purposes of raising funds through grants, private donations, corporations, what have you. We're appreciative that to build these campuses. So the bill was passed. We've developed the bylaws for that nonprofit. We've established a board, and now we're in the process of trying to identify the right individual to help us get on with the fundraising, which I'm told is an art more than a science. So we're gonna pursue that, and we're very, very grateful for the opportunity to pursue that funding stream.
Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Secretary. So, and you may plan to address this in your other presentation, but, we toured the women's correctional facility. And so, we were in small spaces there, and I know you're talking about the education and so forth, but didn't we ever address those small spaces that the condition of the women's facility, or do you plan that in the future?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, Senator, when you talk about those small spaces, are you talking where we had those women housed and we were a little overcrowded in there, and we had some bunks in the day room, right? Yes, that's been addressed. Our population is down considerably to include in our female population, so that allowed us to take those bunk beds out of that area and reduce that population. We're in a much better situation today. We still have space issues at Topeka Correctional Facility. I talked about that a little bit in that proposal, but our issue of overcrowding in the housing units is no longer there. And just to take a moment, I mentioned this yesterday a little bit. We know that when our population, through education and training and the opportunity to actually work in a job, when we line that up, whether it's a GED or some college course or a certified technical education, and then going to work in a prison industry job, when that happens, and they are able to get out in the community and obtain a job that pays a living wage, they are 1/3 less likely to return to prison in that 3-year window where you measure recidivism. That's moving the needle, 1/3. That's why we have such a heavy emphasis on the education and programming and getting them some work skills, so they can make a living when they get out and support themselves. Otherwise, they're prone to go back to some old behaviors that none of us want. We traditionally release about 6,000 folks a year. That was a little bit less this past year. I want to say it was down around 4,500 because we didn't have as many people and whatnot. And we see and read and hear about it, and I've talked about it a little bit here today. We hear about the workforce needs that are out here in Kansas communities. Those 4,500 or 6,000 that release from us, we want to help tie them to businesses in the community and be part of that workforce solution. I know traditionally people hiring folks who've been incarcerated has been a little bit hard for some folks to come to, but more and more we're seeing more and more people come to that from both the social aspect and just from the business aspect of it. So we believe that the education and training and programming of these folks is not only good for the resident, the person releasing. We believe it's good for our Kansas communities. Those that participated yesterday toured one of our vacant structures, many vacant structures, a big one at the old Lansing facility there. We have a number of obsolete buildings in various locations throughout the state that are no longer in use. It's not cost effective to renovate them. And with the passing of time, they just become more of a challenge for us. We have to do a certain amount of maintenance and care to them, or they just become a safety hazard. So we've got those buildings at Lansing. They're considered for surplus or demolition, and there's a number of housing units and a water treatment plant and what have you. At our facility, KJCC, the juvenile facility, 2 of the 5 housing units that were temporarily brought online back in 2008 and 10 are closed. We have an old administration building that's just sitting there vacant. And then there's a building that houses an indoor swimming pool that's no longer in use, and we need to address that. This is a photo of the front gate and entrance to the old Lansing Correctional Facility. This is an aerial shot of Lansing facility, and the areas shaded in yellow is the old facility that we toured yesterday. The white topped buildings to the right and that long gray one that are all to the right side, that is the new facility, portion of the new facility that we toured yesterday. And again, there's another 500-bed minimum custody facility that's within about a quarter mile of that we did not tour yesterday. This is the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex. It is the former Topeka Juvenile Correctional Facility. And again, it houses all of our juvenile youth. There's an aerial. Looks like we got a little bit of pixelation or something going on there. You can just see a little bit of yellow to the left. Those are the grounds that are obsolete and the buildings that we need to figure out what we're going to do with long term. And then the buildings to the far right of that photo are where the buildings that currently house and provide services to the youth that are there today are. We have a couple of buildings that are former honor camps that were closed some years ago. A legislative post-audit that was conducted in 2017 recommended that we do some demolition on those sites and restore the grounds to what they were. So nothing's been done on that. We haven't had the means to do that, so we're going to request about $625,000 we anticipate we'll need to raise both of those facilities. Some photos of those honor camps. There's one that's near El Dorado, and there's one that's near Toronto. Aerial photos of those honor camps with the buildings that need to come down, shaded in yellow. Talk just a little bit about appropriations for our capital improvements. We have what we call repair and rehabilitation projects, R&R, and they're funded out of the Correctional Institutions Building Fund. The current appropriation in that building fund is approximately $4.9 million. And in 1996, the legislature began funding the Correctional Institutions Building Fund at 10% of no more than $50 million transferred for the state gaming revenue fund. So roughly up to $5 million. That was in 1996. So there's been no adjustment in that appropriation since 96. and we've got some inflation. And when you figure inflation, according to the CPI inflation calculator, it would take about $8.6 million today to have the same purchasing power that 4.9 or 5 million had back in 1996. Additionally, since 1996, we've added 1,747,000 square feet of additional buildings that we have to maintain. That includes new facilities at Ellsworth, El Dorado, and Larned, and additional buildings at Hutchinson, Norton, Topeka, and Winfield. Again, as our aging facilities grow older, they present more maintenance challenges. 3.9 million, or the 4.9 million doesn't meet the need, and we're asking to increase that to 8.9. Many of you visited the Lansing Correctional Facility yesterday, and I'll go through this pretty quickly, but staff and residents have been living in that facility for about 18 months. Much improved conditions over the old facility. It really, during the time of COVID and helping manage spread of the virus, it was really a lifesaver for us and continues to be a good facility for us today. These are some photos of much of what you saw yesterday. There's a living unit. And then the photo on the left is an exterior of the new facility, and on the right is a photo of the stone wall and mural from the old facility. Very happy we have that facility online. Environment influences behavior. We talked about it a little bit yesterday in our tour. The number of incidents and acting out by our population has dropped pretty significantly since we moved into that new facility at Lansing. The new buildings provide us with a new reliable infrastructure and mechanical systems, improved lighting, improved ventilation, air handling systems. And when you compare 2019, which is just before we moved into those facilities, to today, we've seen the number of what we would deem as a serious incident decrease by about 12.5%. That's better for our residents. We're charged with their safety, and it's better for our staff. We're charged with their safety as well. Some other updates with what's going on in the agency. We have some obsolete information systems. This past year, a little longer than a year actually, we've worked on, we have 2 Athena projects. One is to replace a system that our juvenile folks work in and that our parole folks work in. And we deployed that in April of this year. It's cloud-based technology. We've worked with Microsoft on development and rollout of that. We've had some challenges in getting to that, and we experienced some challenges today. We're still not there. I think we learned some important lessons on the development and the rollout of that we can apply to Athena 2, but we still have work to do on Athena 1. It's not perfect, but it gets us out of those old antiquated systems that are no longer, there's nobody around that knows how to support those. And so it could leave us in a bad spot when the system goes down. So we have Athena 1 out there, still working on trying to get the bugs worked out of that. And then last year we were given a go-ahead to utilize a financing mechanism to move into Athena 2, which is replacement of our larger adult systems. And so we had a kickoff meeting on October 18th with Microsoft and our staff that are going to be working on the project, and we're moving forward on that. Really pleased with what we have going on with our private industry partners. We have a number of really exceptional partners statewide. Kind of the flip side of these workforce challenges in hiring staff for us is we have a number of people looking to our population saying, boy, that might be a workforce that we could tap into. So from July of 2020 to October of 2021, we've been able to increase the private industry jobs by nearly 35%. That's really exciting for us. If you recall that previous slide, when we get them that training, that education, and we get them in a private industry job, and they can go out and get a good paying job, they're 1/3 less likely to come back to us. It's a real big thing for us. Coming back to the tour of Topeka 2 years ago, those of you that were on that, you saw that we had limited opportunities, and you probably heard me talk about we did not have a lot of opportunities for our female population in private industry. Well, I'm pleased to say that we've upped that opportunity. About 25% of our female population at Topeka today are, at any given day, are in a private industry opportunity. We're excited about that. About 30% have that, 25% tap into that, and it can be as high as 30% at times. The number, we're close to 200 today, and we had about 63 a year ago, back in October of 19. Again, opportunities system-wide have increased by about 35%. We continue to receive inquiries from employers, and we'll just continue to pursue those whenever and wherever possible. Also pleased to say we're seeing greater success with our juvenile and adult populations. Again, the national standard for measuring recidivism, and recidivism is people that return to prison, is a 3-year window. So they release on this date. If they do not return within 3 years, the third 3-year anniversary of that date, they're deemed to have not recidivated and been successful. So in the last measuring cycle, people that were released in 2017 and did not come back in between then and 2020, we have over 72% of our juveniles that are being successful, and we have nearly 68% of our adults that were successful. Really pleased with that.
Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Secretary, do you think that success rate is partially due to the passage of Senate Bill 367, the community-based programs? So did you get any of your results from that? That, you know, because you said the atmosphere and the conditions of which one is in. So when people go back home, if they are still poor or struggling in that area, you know, they got to eat. And so they will go and do things, or they'll sell drugs to get money to, you know, pay bills even. So did you, was that part of your success in this story? Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator, I think it's all that. I think the reforms that occurred in the juvenile system for youth have certainly improved outcomes there. Our numbers are dramatically lower than they were prior to that reform. Of those coming to us for incarceration, if you will, to be held. And we know that the farther someone gets in the criminal justice system, the deeper they get in. If they make their way to incarceration, the harder it is for them to come out and be successful. So there's many less youth coming to incarceration. I also think there's more programming and rehabilitation opportunities for both the juveniles and adults today than there was. I know we've increased our capacity in the adult system to do that, and I believe there's, while still not enough, I believe there's more opportunities out in the community than maybe previously. Getting close here.
I'm sorry, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question on the adult and juvenile success rate. Similar to what Representative Owens asked earlier, do we have those statistics measured to other states of how we're doing? Would that be possible to get? Or do you have that information?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator, I don't have that information with me, but we could get you some examples of what it looks like for other states. Maybe there's even a report from Bureau of Justice Statistics or something that might be pretty comprehensive. We'll look for something and get it to the committee.
That'd be great. And I think historically, the committee has really focused on what's going on in Nebraska, Iowa, Oklahoma, those that are Arkansas, that kind of surround us.
The region.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll get that for you. This is just a snapshot of our population. Youth and adult populations in facilities today are lower than pre-pandemic. Again, the decline in the juvenile population began with implementation of House Bill 367 in 2015. That reduction in the adult population, having those numbers down again, has helped us in managing the pandemic and helped us during our current staffing crisis, or we'd be in much worse shape if our population was the same. And while the number of folks on parole is down a little bit, supervision out in the community is down a little bit, that number has reduced less than what we've seen in our facilities.
And Secretary, one of the questions that was asked yesterday, and I know that we were told that there would be an effort to get that information, but that was, as far as the racial makeup, we have that we received that yesterday as far as all of those that are incarcerated at this time. But the question that was asked by the committee member was, could we get that racial makeup of the individual different facilities? Because there was some concern also shared. We were told that Hispanics and Asian Americans were counted as a part of the white population, and not as far as population of those of color. And so there was a little, what was shared with us by Mr. Schultz was, he takes that information, at least his team of researchers take that information directly from the court dockets, but there was some concern that that really was a misrepresentation. Am I explaining that correctly? So if we could have some of that as far as representation of the different facilities, what that makeup is of the inmate population, and then I don't know, perhaps we'll have to find out from judiciary in some way, but it does seem like a misrepresentation of a particular population if folks of color are being identified as a part of the white population. It was something new. We had not, I can't remember that we'd heard that before in this committee, and so it was just interesting to us. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the committee, we'll get you those numbers and we'll break it down by facility, and I think we'll be able to break it down. So there's race, and then there's ethnicity, and what you might see is the Hispanic population reflected in the ethnicity, but we'll get it for you. We'll provide it, and if it's not what you need, let us know.
I don't think we got to the drug. Yeah.
Yeah. So one of our challenges is the introduction of illegal substances into our facilities, and it's always been an issue in corrections. But as time goes on, those in our population that are interested in that, whether it's using substances or benefiting financially from the introduction of those substances, they get more and more creative. And most recently on a national level, correctional systems have seen the introduction of K2 or SPICE soaked onto the written page, if you will, and coming in through the mail. That's happening in jails, that's happening in the federal system and many state systems. And so what a lot of systems have gone to is a process by where residents don't actually end up with the physical hard copy of U.S. mail that was mailed into them. Some systems are scanning it and providing it electronically. Some are copying it and providing the residents with a copy of that. It's important to mitigate the introduction of those chemicals, the health of our population, and the safety of our staff. When you encounter someone that's under the influence of this K2 or SPICE, it is both dangerous and frightening to see how that person reacts at times. So, and the sale of drugs and the collection of the debt associated with it creates violence in our facilities. We've had folks overdose. We've had deaths over the years, and some in this past year from overdosing on those substances. And so we just need to do something about it, similar to what's going on in other states. So we've initiated some mitigation efforts. We've done some increased in facility searches. That's a little bit challenging given our current staffing level, but where we can and when we can, we do that. We've increased recovery services for our population, awareness about what these chemicals can do, and for those that have an addiction, we not only have our staff that can help them through that, but we're training up some peer recovery coaches, some folks in the population that maybe have a background in that and can help walk them through it. And then we've just upped that communication. I've sent communication to our population, encouraged them not to participate in the dangers that exist for them and for our staff. We've gone to a process at one facility. We're running a pilot. It's at our Ellsworth facility where we're copying the mail, providing it to the resident. We have to handle legal mail or privileged mail a little bit differently, but we're handling that within the law, making sure that they get that we're not tampering with their access to courts and whatnot. So we're running that pilot. That's gone very well. We've also purchased an ion detection machine, which when you scan the paper on that machine, it can detect it. It's almost unnoticeable or is unnoticeable in many instances on this paper soak, so you need a machine to help tell you. And what they'll do is they'll just tear off a piece of the paper and eat it, and that's how they're getting high. So we're doing that. It's gone very well. I expect we're probably going to expand that to many, if not all, of our other facilities in the future.
Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary. I discussed this issue with Randy earlier this year. I understand the problem you're facing, and I would encourage you, if possible, if the ion machine really works, to focus on that. But in the absence of that, I'm really glad that you're giving photocopies rather than electronic copies. I think that just the physical mail seems like it's a really important psychological connection to family and friends. So,
yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, I agree with the physical hard copy. It's nice for them to have that. And what's disappointing is, a family member sends in maybe a homemade card or a card, and quite often those are the easiest pieces of mail to conceal an illegal substance. And so we're having to withhold that doesn't feel very good. But again, we're just having such a pronounced problem with it that we need to do something.
So is the ion detector something that could have those things be screened and allowed to go through?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, yeah, we're going to consider all that. We're going to finish running this pilot, and then we'll sit down and say, hey, can we adjust this? Is there something different we can do? And we're just not quite there yet. We'll do it in the least invasive manner possible is what we'd prefer to do and get to our objective of safety in those facilities. So you have a handout regarding the evidence-based programs fund. That's a reinvestment in the youth and juvenile justice, both in the state and local communities. That allocation was reduced last year by about 1.8 million. You can see what the current base allocation is. There's a balance there for the end of the fund. We don't, those projects that are currently funded through the evidence-based program fund are sustainable with no changes if there's none added through 2028. And I believe you have the chair of the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee maybe providing testimony, and she may have more in depth for you. At that, Madam Chair, members of the committee, thanks again for the opportunity to appear before you today to present the information. Concludes my presentation, and certainly stand for any questions you may have.
Committee, now is our opportunity to ask questions about anything that hasn't been presented and those things that have been presented. Representative Hyper? No? Didn't see your hand up. Committee members, what questions do you have? Yep, Representative Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I recognize you didn't come here with specific recommendations to deal with this employee crisis, I would certainly like to have any input on your staff's ideas of things that we as a legislature can do to help the State Department of Corrections pull out of this. So any thoughts, any suggestions for our consideration?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative. So when I spent that day at El Dorado and when I'm out talking to staff, or when staff send me messages, the key factors I hear from them that might help us is pay, their salaries. They see that pay rising in other correctional agencies, other agencies, and would like to see more pay. Something to help retain that experience. Years ago, the system had step increases, if you will. Hope I'm saying that right. So if you hit a 2-year mark, or maybe it was a 3-year mark, there was a bump up. You stayed. You had all that experience. Those were eliminated years ago, and so you're really not acknowledging that person with that experience and tenure and what they bring to the table. Not just sticking around on the job, but just they've acquired a certain level of that. So I think step increases, and then benefit program. I think the benefits over time have maybe been eroded a little bit, and maybe restoring those. That's important, particularly for folks that have families. And then internally for us, and while I'm thankful for it, pay increases over time. My time here, just before I came here, in the spring of 19, there was a substantial pay increase for uniformed staff, and it was much needed. And I'm very appreciative of that. It got us out of a bad situation. But when it's just focused on uniformed staff, and you have other people in a like pay grade or higher pay grades that are passed over and don't receive that, or an unintended consequence is of a staff development and succession pipeline might mean they come out of security to go over here, like in our unit team, or maybe parole, but it's not incentivized. There's a de-incentivized. You're going to want to stay in security because that's where the money is. It hurts the system and it hurts our people. And I've heard about it from the day I got here, and I hear about it regularly, and we think about it and try it. So I guess I would say for us, and I'm not going to speak for other agencies, but for us, there's just a number of pay inequities in the system that I hear about from staff on a regular basis, and it's valid.
We have a follow-up, yes.
Yeah, to follow up on that, I remember, was it 2019 or 2020, we did some specific incentives in El Dorado for that unit. We increased pay there to be more competitive. Where does that stand now? I mean, it seemed like, if I remember correctly, we saw some good benefit from that. We saw the trend lines begin to change. is there a specific point at which that stopped working, or is it still, is El Dorado still in a little bit better place because pay is better there versus other areas? Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative. So it was in late spring of 2019, and it was initially targeted for El Dorado. We'd had a series of disturbances at 2 or 3 facilities. The staffing at El Dorado was in very poor shape. I think we were about 75 or 80 positions down back then. Today we're at 110. Yeah, so as a matter of perspective, we're in worse shape at El Dorado today than we were. But coming back to that date, that was originally going to be allocated just for uniformed staff at El Dorado. I think there was some work on that, and as it rolled out and was appropriated, it ended up being uniformed staff system-wide at all of our facilities, and that equated to about an 18% increase. Turnover, people leaving the organization, dropped right off the table. It virtually stopped in those uniform ranks. And then we were able to recruit and fill those, and it got to a low, and I'm not going to have the date right in my mind, but within a few months we were down to 70 positions in uniform vacant system-wide, and we stayed pretty flat at about 70, and 70 is a very manageable number when you have eight adult facilities and 1 juvenile. And then probably right around the time of COVID, maybe a little into COVID, we just started to see it climb, and it's just been on a regular trajectory to our current 400 plus vacancies. So that pay bump was impactful. It was great in helping us with a crisis in our uniform staff. Again, the unintended consequence was we had a number of other hardworking, dedicated public servants working in our agency that were doing their part, whether it be in facilities or out in the community at our central office, that were passed over. And that's kind of traditionally what has happened, and just looking to try to do something about that.
Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Owens, for that. It reminded me, so I don't know if either of you on the committee have received, I've received multiple emails from guards that they talk about that with you trying to hire an incentive to hire new people and even some younger people, that they are coming in with a higher hourly wage. So how are you handling that? What have you done to address that? And have you ever considered, like firemen do, they kind of work, so many days and then they take a couple of days off to, so that they aren't burnt out? Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator. So in our classified positions, which is the bulk of our positions, no one can be hired on or stay employed with us at less than the minimum. And we typically don't bring people on, and I'll use the correctional officer rank, we typically wouldn't hire someone on above that minimum. It would be the rare exception. So we try not to bring people on for more money than our current staff. Now it happens as you move into other positions, maybe promotional opportunities or professional positions. That does happen. There creates some inequities. Coming back to the suggestion about the firemen, I don't know that we've considered that, but I think this is to your point. I think we're going to have to reimagine how we draw and retain a workforce going forward, given that what we see in the current climate. I'm not sure that shift work, I think it's going to become even less appealing to the current workforce, where you have to show up at a very specific time and you have to stay to a very specific time. Some of that's overnight, daycare issues, maybe sleep deprivation, that type of stuff. So I think we're going to have to, we're a paramilitary organization in a lot of ways, and we're pretty, can be a little bit rigid in that, and for good reason in a lot of ways, in maintaining good order and discipline in facilities and whatnot. But I think we're going to have to think differently, and we're already doing a little bit of that. You know, COVID and with the digital, the virtual platforms, we have a lot of people working at least part of their time remotely, and that's been, for the most part, effective, not in all instances. I see more of that, and I just see ways to get creative with scheduling. It's important, the environment we create for our workforce, how we talk to and treat our people is important, and so we're putting a lot of emphasis on that already. I think it's going to be a different day. I just don't see it being the same.
Other questions, committee members? Could you talk to us about suicide watch? You mentioned that, but what is the process to identify that someone that is incarcerated perhaps needs to be on suicide watch? And how is that addressed? And do we have adequate facilities in each of our different locations for someone to be on that watch?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the committee, that's a great question. So someone, just by virtue of their crime or their amount of time or just who they are, wouldn't initially come in and be placed on suicide watch. But as they come in, they're assessed in the reception and diagnostic unit. And of course, a number of folks that come to us maybe have a history of self-injury, have some mental health issues, some of those pretty pronounced. So an assessment will be done. They may be housed in one of our mental health treatment units, depending on their need, how that assessment, what that reveals. But then whether you're in one of our mental health units or whether you're out in general population, you know, much like some of us in the community, you know, people struggle. They have setbacks emotionally, intellectually, and maybe somebody gets to a low point and maybe they start talking about hurting themselves. Or maybe they hurt themselves in a little bit of a superficial way. Those would be triggers to staff to focus in on that person, get them to a safe place, which would be some kind of a crisis level watch. We'd have mental health professionals meet with that person, talk to them, monitor them, determine at some point, everybody typically comes off of that watch at the right time. It's typically easy in on a watch and a little harder to get off of the watch. You want to be cautious about that. If we have somebody on our highest level of a watch, they're at the highest crisis level, we have an offender companion program that we're utilizing. And that's where we train some of our resident population to monitor those folks that are on a watch, and they'll sit on a chair right outside the door of the room that they're held in. There's glass in the door, and they're monitoring how they're doing. They may have conversations with them. They're logging their behavior, how they're doing. They make sure that if that person starts to engage in any kind of self-injurious behavior or they say something, that they're alerting staff that can come and intervene. And that's a very successful program for us. That's kind of how the process works. We still have suicides occur in our system, unfortunately. People get to a bad place. Maybe they don't verbalize it. Maybe they don't act on it until they commit suicide. And then we have staff that do a great job and really care about that population in both our custody staff, our uniform, and the mental health staff. They really go the extra mile for these folks. But the one thing that we really need to figure out in the long term is creating the right space to house those people. And I'll just use my trip to El Dorado the other day. People at El Dorado super committed, and so this is not a reflection on them. But the facilities we have there were not designed for mental health, and we have some mental health folks there. And when you go in, the noise level, it just echoes off that steel and concrete. Well, that's decompensating can be decompensating for someone that has mental health issues or is in a bad spot. And so we're looking for ways to say, can we build the right type of space that's more therapeutic, more of a treatment venue than maybe what we have today?
Mr. Secretary, my next question has to do with all of the funding that's come into our state this last year and a half from the federal government with regard to COVID. Now, we didn't see anything in this packet with regard to funding that corrections and juvenile justice has received. Share with us what kind of funds came in specifically for you to use, how were they used, and also include, did you receive any funds from the counties where our facilities are located for things such as, we know school districts gave, some school districts in my area, superintendent received a $50,000 pay increase for getting through last year. Another superintendent, $75,000 pay increase for getting through last year. We see sign-on bonuses all over the place. Some school districts gave all employees a $50,000 bonus for getting through this last school year. So were funds ever made available to the Department of Corrections for employees that were quite, other than being front of line to get COVID shots, was anything else provided to the Department of Corrections from the standpoint of money to give to employees that have either come on board or stayed on board? Could you address that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the committee, we did receive some COVID-related funds in the last year and a half. We used those for personal protective equipment, other equipment and supplies related to that, and I'm going to miss some stuff, and I may call on Mr. Bradshaw to help me. And we did use some funds to help us with a pandemic incentive for our staff, those that stayed on the front line and were working in facilities where the virus existed, and we awarded that. But I don't believe we used any of that federal money for pay increases, for bonuses for individual staff, that type thing. Of course, he stepped away. Those are the things I can think of off the top of my head. I hope I answered your question. There might have been a couple of other things that we used COVID funds for, but nothing in terms of pay. I think we were just simply with that pandemic pay for folks that were working in facilities, and we may have had a few that were outside facilities, maybe in parole, that we may have paid some of that too.
Okay. Thank you for that information. Let's get back to the question that was asked earlier, and you made reference to the steps, and that's not available anymore. So when would someone that was brought in, hired in as a guard, at what point would they ever receive a pay increase?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, well, today a pay increase for those staff would be as is allocated through the legislative and budgeting process, or should they promote within the organization.
So it would be up to the legislature to do something similar to the $16 million that were added to judiciary. It would require the legislature to determine what that increase would be, or the individual would need to get promoted. Is that correct?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the committee, yeah, I think it would have to be the legislature and perhaps the governor's office determining what would be an appropriate amount of funding to address the issue.
Okay, I appreciate that. Committee, I am not seeing that we have any other questions. So we will, we right now have a 50-minute break. That would be a first. We have a 50-minute break.
Awesome.
So at noon, lunch will be served. We have, lunch is being provided by Stuart Little. We also have, I believe we have secured at 12:30. We will have one of our presentations that was originally scheduled at 3:30 will occur then. So So you're on your honor to get back here at noon. Thank you. We are now at 12:30, which is the time that I told our committee that we would resume again. So committee members, let's get started. I want us to start off by a special thank you to Dr. Little. Thank you for supplying lunch for the committee today so that we could stay here in the Capitol and get some more work done during our actual lunch hour. I do want the committee to know that we have had a couple folks that have submitted some additional written testimony, and so our staff members are working to get that copied for us, so that will be with us. And as we continue to receive more written testimony, we'll just make sure that we have copies and that it gets distributed. Likewise, based on conversation and questions that were asked in the morning session, I did make a request of research that they try and track down when we eliminated the steps payment for corrections employees. And so they are working on that, and they will get that for us. At this time, I am going to ask Heather Morgan to come before us. Heather is the Executive Director of Kansas Association of Community College Trustees. She was scheduled for that 3:30 time slot, but was very gracious to let us make sure that this was a working lunch, and so she is ready to share with us her testimony. Thank you for being with us today, Heather.
Thank you. It's been about 15 years since I've appeared before the Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee, so I am happy to be back. My purpose here today is to talk a little bit about the Governor's Education Council, specifically the Talent Ready Subcommittee and how it impacts the Department of Corrections and the correctional education that's been happening. I know you guys have been meeting for two days, and I was able to listen to the hearing on the way to the Capitol today and heard the Secretary talking about how important education was. That's something that is becoming more and more recognized by this, normal population, the people who have never been involved in the criminal justice system. And as the Governor's Education Council really looks at how do we fix some of the talent issues and the education issues in the state of Kansas, it became clear that ensuring that our incarcerated population has access to appropriate education to be able to meet the needs of Kansas businesses is critical. A little bit about the Governor's Education Council. It is co-chaired by former Kansas City, Kansas Superintendent Cindy Lane and Fred Dirksen, who is the current superintendent of the Dodge City School District. Secretary Zamuda and I co-chair the Talent Pipeline Subcommittee. The Governor's Council is made up of about 50 people from across the state, from PK advocates through higher education, all with the goal of trying to make Kansas world-class in our educational system and meeting the needs of Kansas businesses. Our Talent Pipeline Committee has, over the past year, been really looking at the Department of Corrections and what we could do to increase the educational opportunities that are available to our offenders. As we were doing that, there's been some federal policy changes that have accelerated that work, which I'll share with the committee today. In 1994, the crime bill federally prohibited offenders from receiving the Pell Grant. The Pell Grant is the most fundamental unit of federal financial aid that we have. You fill out the FAFSA, and if you're poor, you will receive a full Pell Grant or a partial Pell Grant. That opportunity was taken away from offenders, and just in December, Congress removed that stipulation, and now offenders will be able to receive the Pell Grant again starting in 2023. However, there had been some pilot projects that have been going on in states across the nation which led to this policy change in December. We've had a number of colleges in Kansas participate in what we call the Second Chance Pell Experiment. I like to call it the pilot sites. In Kansas, Barton Community College, Colby Community College, Donley College, Hutchinson Community College, Kansas City, Kansas Community College, the University of St. Mary's in Washburn have all been participating in the pilot sites. For decades, higher education has been able to be accessed in our prisons. However, now with our Second Chance pilot sites, there are opportunities for those educational programs to be paid for by federal funds. We know that people who participate in educational programming while incarcerated are 48% less likely to recidivate than other inmates, are less likely to cause disciplinary reports, and less likely to be violent with other offenders or their staff. Access to college is important because almost everyone we enter into our correctional facility is at some time coming out and will be members of our community. The easier it is for them to get a job that pays a family-sustaining wage, that will avoid costs in a lot of other areas of our social service system. So currently, the Department of Correction has 44 industry partners and 16 correctional industries employing 1,300 inmates. The industry partners that Corrections currently has are expanding every day. I heard Secretary Zamuda say earlier, the workforce shortages we have in our state have just accelerated the number of people wanting to work with the department, which will lead directly to more offenders becoming employed upon release. So our work group, working with the Kansas Chamber, the Kansas City, Kansas Chamber, various chambers from across the state, business and industry, have all been involved in a discussion about how could we improve correctional education, ensure that more offenders have the opportunity to access college programming while in the facility to wisely use their time so that they can be productive citizens upon release. In order to do that, Corrections obviously has a few issues. You saw the space issues if you went on the tour. It's awfully difficult to teach someone to weld in a very cramped space, not to mention the safety issues that are experienced in a normal classroom. You've got safety and security issues to think about. Those space issues are real, and the Department of Corrections is working on them. However, there's a couple of other technical issues that our subcommittee wanted to bring to this committee's attention. And I'm going to start with saying, going back to appropriations, some of you are on appropriations and Ways and Means and know this better than I. But last year, towards the end of the session, we were all faced with something called maintenance of effort. Maintenance of effort had to do with the federal COVID funds that were provided to higher education in the K-12 system. And at that time, we discovered that the governor recommended trying to do a deal with the federal government to put in $53 million additional into higher education, hoping that they will accept that as meeting maintenance of effort. At the time, we believed about $106 million is being needed, and I know our current waiver for maintenance of effort is under consideration by the Federal Department of Education. The legislature was abundantly clear that the maintenance of effort fund should be for one-time expenses, not things that are going to increase the budget in an ongoing fashion long term. With that spirit in mind, our committee has found two things that the Department of Corrections could use for correctional higher education that meet the spirit of that maintenance of effort and for being one-time investments. They fall into really three categories. One is IT upgrades. If you think about a college student who goes back to their dorm room or back to their apartment, almost all of them have to have Wi-Fi to do their homework. Imagine an offender who's trying to be successful, trying to make sure that they complete their program, but they go back to their cell at night and they can't access the internet. That's a problem. Most of our offenders also don't have a device. Just like our college students, most of our offenders don't have a device. So this request really is, we need to upgrade the Wi-Fi system so that the Wi-Fi will work in the cells. We need the purchase of PC tablets that the inmate will use to complete their education. I'm sure some of you are like, oh my gosh, we're giving the inmates an electronic device. This will be locked down in a way that they can only access their educational programming. There'll be a lot of other safeguards in place. In fact, I think the tablets are specially designed for correctional education so that they only can access what they need to access for educational purposes. And then the third item that would be a one-time expenditure is really equipment purchases. If any of you have been to our community colleges lately, you know that we have to have the equipment that business and industry uses on the job every day to train students. Businesses don't want students who come out and don't know how to use the latest equipment. And so the equipment that the Department of Corrections believes would be most beneficial to the most inmates across our state are welding simulators and CDL simulators. So at Johnson County Community College, for example, I was there last week. They have 18 welding simulators in a room. Will the welding simulator allow someone to be able to weld completely? Absolutely not. But what it does is it allows us to use that small space for a smaller number of students, and the other students can be working on the simulator. So you get your skills almost up to par, and then you go do the real thing. And if you're not so good at the real thing, go back and practice again. That's what the welding simulators will do. It's actually, you can feel, it feels like you're welding, you hold the equipment, you wear the safety stuff, but it'll allow us to train people more efficiently. The CDL simulators is another thing. Obviously, the thought of purchasing semis and finding the instructors, frankly, which we have a hard time finding the instructors for CDL training, is something that is probably a challenge and a bridge too far. These CDL simulators would let offenders be able to take the test, to have a CDL, to become employed immediately upon release. The beauty of these one-time equipment purchases is that the fabric and the safety net support around our offenders as they're releasing is already in place. They have their correctional officer, their parole officer, their community corrections officer back in the community who has relationships with the local workforce system. Ideally, if reentry planning goes well, that offender would be matched with a local company who will hire them, and they would have a job at day one. They would be able to continue to pay, or to begin to pay restitution. They would begin to pay child support, and all of those things that we know are important for people to be successful upon reentry. So, the total request for these one-time expenditures is $6.6 million. There is a very small amount that would be an ongoing DOC budget liability of about $500,000. The Department of Correction believes they could absorb that $500,000 within their existing resources, but this $6.6 million would be one-time expenditure. And just to ensure the committee that the Department of Corrections is turning over every stone, trying to find resources to meet this need, just 2 days ago, the USDA Rural Development announced the Department of Corrections has been awarded an $865,000 grant to improve the Wi-Fi infrastructure. So this number might be a little south of there, probably not the whole amount south of the 6.6, but some amount. And we can certainly get that number finalized as it gets closer to the session. On the back of your testimony,
Can you pause for just a moment? We have a question from Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heather, going back quickly to the Pell Grant opportunity, so how are individuals made aware that they can apply for that? And with the technology piece, I want us to produce well-trained offenders back into the community. The Secretary mentioned this morning that, if they, got a skill or some education, they do better and we prevent the recidivism. But just reiterate, tell me again, at least, how do we protect that to whereas they aren't maybe abusing that internet opportunity?
Okay, great. I'll start with the Pell Grant. So the way that the offenders will become aware of the opportunity for a Pell Grant, so the federal government is currently in the rule and reg making process. It was originally supposed to go into effect in 2022, but because of COVID and everything else that's happened at the federal level, it was delayed 1 year. The Department of Corrections will determine from their population who is appropriate to go into higher education. Obviously, from a college perspective, we're looking at two things. One, making sure the offender is serious about it and is going to be able to be successful. But two, we have to keep in mind, sometimes offenders move from a facility to another facility despite what we would like. It might be a management issue for whatever reason, and so making sure that students can not only start, but can complete their programs is really important because Pell Grant is time limited. and we want students to be successful. So Department of Corrections will promote that opportunity. In my dream world, Heather's dream world, we would move this down into community corrections and court services, and we would have those officers also helping promote the opportunities for Pell Grant and FAFSA. Kansas is one of the lowest third lowest tier of all states in FAFSA completion. Many Kansans could go to college free if they only filled out the FAFSA. They would get full Pell Grants, but they aren't aware of the opportunities. And so the more people who we can have promoting the value of education, the better off all citizens are going to be. Now, the technology issue. Because corrections is an expert in this, that's the way the tablets are conformed, so that it can only do the educational piece. And there will be a lot of technology firewalls, let's say, to make sure that no matter how much amount of hacking or whatever some of these students might think they can do, that there'll be some safeguards in place.
So I have Senator Erickson and then over to Senator Dahl. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Heather, for being here. Quick question. So the Pell Grant, I'm assuming that you have to have a high school diploma to qualify for FAFSA and Pell Grant. So do you have any idea how many inmates would be excluded from being able to do this because they do not have a high school diploma?
I know the Department of Corrections has that data. I don't know it. That when this inmate comes in, the first step would be GED or high school diploma. And then once they have that, of that population, what of that population wants to participate in this program? So the first step is always GED or diploma. The second step would be this. But I think Randy's still here, and he can take that down on his list to get back to you.
Randy, did you want to come up and answer something?
I can, if you like, Madam Chair.
If you'll identify yourself, please.
Randy Bowman, Executive Director of Public Affairs for the Kansas Department of Corrections. So, Madam Chair, thank you, Senator Erickson. Looking back at last year's annual report, which at that point in time we had about 9,100 residents, we had 4,010 who were below a high school or GED. And that's at their point of intake. So.
Okay, thank you. And follow up, if I may, Madam Chair. So I do know that there is funding for adults to complete their high school diploma, and I'm just wondering out loud, this to me would fall under career and tech ed, some of the programs you're advocating for. Is there a way to tap into that as well?
That's a good question, and I'm thinking about it. In terms of the adult basic education, many of our community colleges receive those funds and probably do work some with the Department of Corrections. In terms of the CTE piece, because these would be adults and we only fund CTE for high school students, the funding would come for the CTE programs through Pell. So Pell would pay for the tuition, and community and technical colleges are funded by a formula, unlike the Regents universities. So let's take offender A at Lansing Correctional Facility who's getting a welding certificate. The Pell Grant would pay for the tuition and fees and any supplies. The offender A would be counted in the Kansas City, Kansas student population that is turned into the Board of Regents. And then assuming the community and technical colleges tiered and non-tiered funds were fully funded, which they've never been, the state would pay 2/3 of that cost of the total cost of the course for the offender. Because if Kansas City, Kansas was delivering the course, it would be delivered in Leavenworth County, and the state pays for 2/3 of the cost for students who are not from the taxing district. So it's very complex, and I feel like I'm talking like Dale Dennis up here, but it's a complex formula.
Thank you, and we can visit further offline. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does this also apply to vocational schools?
Tech colleges certainly could participate in this as well. We don't have any technical colleges that I see on this list currently, but there's nothing that would prohibit them from doing so. It's also about where the facilities are located.
Follow up.
We're kind of dealing with Pell Grants again. I'm not sure you have to have a high school diploma to get that, because there was, in my prior life, we were recruiting players and they were getting a GED and a Pell Grant at the same time. So they had not completed their high school diploma. They were working towards it. But I could be off on that. That was a long time ago.
A high school student can't get a Pell Grant today, but there may be an adult exception for a student of a certain age, but high school students can't get it.
Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, it's only the diploma, not a GED? A GED doesn't, does a GED student qualify for Pell?
Yes.
Oh, they do, okay.
Yes.
I wasn't sure if they were both. Okay, thank you.
Other questions, committee?
You can see on the back of the testimony here, by facility, who the current educational provider is and what they're providing. And so you can see that there's a wide range of programs from plumbing, electrical, carpentry.
Can you show them which, it's kind of in the back of your packet, but the back side has the chart on it.
Yeah. But also some more specific programs like Colby offers an energy certificate. Donley College, I believe, they have I'm looking for them, Associates of Arts, Associate of Applied Science and Business. And then I think St. Mary's is offering some things in computer science and also health information management. If you guys toured or heard about the career campus concept at Lansing, and Donley and St. Mary's and KCK all serve the Lansing facility.
So step us through the maze of, because you do have the technology and equipment and the one-time cost and how that comes to the 6.6 million. So what would the process be for those funds, those maintenance of effort funds, to go to Department of Corrections as opposed to a university, technical college, community college?
This is a little outside my pay grade, and I would suggest that the appropriations committees are going to need to consult with Director Profit to make sure that we do this properly, so that if it does come out of the maintenance of effort funds, it can be counted. But the reason the money would go to the Department of Corrections is because this would become their property to be used for higher education by the higher education providers. It's a lot cleaner that way. One person is in charge of it, not two people. The colleges aren't taking the equipment and moving it out of the facility. So our committee thought that it was best to have the money go to ultimately the Department of Corrections. If it has to run through whatever else it has to run through in the budget to meet maintenance of effort, so be it. The other thing is, if for some reason someone says, I don't want to use maintenance of effort funds, great. This would be a perfect one-time investment through the ARPA funds that the Spark Committee is now considering too. But so there's kind of two paths that this could go down, either the Spark Committee or the maintenance of effort, but this is one-time cost for a lot of benefit.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was going to ask that, but so you guys have looked at it and you feel like it is eligible through the Spark money? Or you're just hoping it is?
No, I think I could make an argument, which you don't need to hear, that it's eligible for the Spark money.
Okay, all right, good, thank you.
But you're offering up, you'd be willing to speak to the committee, right?
Oh, yes, I'll go speak to Spark, but yes. You don't need to hear it now.
Other questions? Talk to us briefly about so we've got technology and equipment. Are there changes that need to occur on facilities for this to be utilized?
The answer is yes, but they would be such that the department could handle them within existing resources, we believe. So obviously, if you're pulling cables, there may be boring and all sorts of things like that that would have to happen. But we believe that the department could do that within existing resources.
And again, just I had to step out for a portion of it But one of the reasons you came up with these is because high wage, high demand.
Right. These are jobs when the offender comes out that they're going to make a family sustaining wage. The last thing we want to do is to have an offender spend a lot of time and effort while they're in the facility to come out and be disappointed with a wage that they can't support themselves. That's about frustration. Frustration is not a good thing when we're trying to keep people from recidivating. Senator Falscadeau had some good examples earlier. People do what they have to do to live, and we want to make sure that they can make a wage that they're able to live and not have to make bad decisions. The last thing I'll bring up, just for the committee's knowledge, is last session you all passed the Kansas Promise Act. Huge, groundbreaking, transformational scholarship program for the 2-year sector. Inmates are technically eligible for that program. So as we do a trailer bill, for a variety of reasons, one of the things that this committee might consider is the way the Promise Scholarship works, just as a reminder, is you have to be a Kansas resident. Our offenders are Kansas residents. And you have to be 21 years of older currently, or graduated with high school in the last 12 months. So if any of our juvenile offenders fit into that 12-month category, or if any of our adult offenders, and they were going to study in information technology, healthcare or mental health care, advanced manufacturing and building trades, or education, which would probably be less likely with this population, but that is the other category. They would fill out the FAFSA right now because they would not be Pell eligible because they're incarcerated. Technically, the Kansas Promise Act could pay for the whole program. Our facilities are working with offenders to access the Promise program. The challenge that I want to bring to this committee is really two things. One is I want to assure you that we are trying to be very judicious and wise in having an offender sign a contract that might have to be repaid. So the idea is that the Promise Act scholarship is paying for them to complete their program. So let's just say that somebody's getting the very shortest term certificate in welding. If they get transferred from a facility right now that they can do welding to a facility that they can't do welding, they cannot complete their program. So then if they exited into the community and didn't complete their program within the time frame allotted, which is 30 months, I believe. Isn't that 30 months? We've been talking about some other dates now.
It is 30 months.
Okay. I'm working on the trailer bill, so 30 months currently. If they didn't complete within 30 months, then they would have to repay the scholarship amount, and the Department of Corrections could send them to collections. So they also have to be employed upon completion of their program. So right now, if somebody completed their welding certificate and they did not become employed within 6 months of completion of the program, they would technically be out of compliance with their scholarship agreement. So I think the policy question is, when we do the trailer bill, do you want to put something in place that says an offender is eligible if within their last 2 years prior to release, and that their work requirement would not start until they are released? So we're not really interested in them working in the kitchen while they're still at the facility, but we are interested in them living and working in Kansas post-release and delaying that work requirement until after that. I'm not sure that we talked through all of this real clearly when we passed the bill, and those are some of the policy things that have come up that this committee might want to weigh in on and make some recommendations.
Committee, are there any questions with that? Seeing none, seeing no other additional questions. Any last question of Heather while she's here?
I just say that our committee would love if you would put it in your recommendations for appropriations and Ways and Means and the SPARK committee to consider this one-time investment. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Committee, we are going to move back to our agenda. And we're going to have presentation on adult and juvenile community corrections. And we'll start with Dr. Stuart Little. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member Heiberger, and thoughts out to the Chairman Jennings. I'm here today on behalf of the Kansas Community Corrections Association to talk a little bit about overview, but more importantly, to leave the balance of the time. As you can see on the agenda, and the folks that are speaking are some of the community corrections directors around the state from your communities. I think we have 7 or 8 different agencies around the state appearing today, or present today. And currently, Community Corrections provides adult and juvenile supervision in the community, intensive supervised probation, enhanced services. The court and risk assessment determines where adults go. And so Community Corrections is intensive. Court Services provides probation supervision. Community Corrections provides intensive supervision with additional and enhanced services. And we're going to talk a little bit, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the issues that are out there for us, but the other folks that are going to come up and speak are going to talk about what has been an issue for us for a number of years, and within the last year, and I think some of the Secretary's comments with regard to funding issues kind of lay the groundwork that that we've got some significant issues that are impacting your communities with community corrections agencies. So I included, since we don't hardly ever do this, I included on the front page just some bullet point highlights, kind of the history of community corrections, and in part to make the case that the state local units began to have intensive probation in the 70s, and in 1978, the Community Corrections Act was passed, and then by 1988, the Department of Corrections was required to fund that, and there became standards that were put in place, evolved eventually by 1997 when Juvenile Justice Authority was created. Juvenile services started getting enhanced as well, and that was obviously to reduce juvenile incarceration and provide services. So this was a slow evolution where the state said, you all at the community level, we need this service. We need intensive services in the community. They said, we're going to fund that, and you're going to meet some standards and guidelines for providing those kinds of services. And that's how we've operated. That's how the system is operated. And we have a number of big picture issues that we've been following. Obviously, you're going to hear a little bit in public comment section about changes in the juvenile justice system, Senate Bill 367, and kind of where we are on that. That was an interesting transition, accomplished the goals of reducing out-of-home placements and reducing community corrections population. Those of us that began that process lived through the conversations about transferring all of those resources to enhance community services. And as you all know, after a number of years, the last legislative session, when a half of the fund balance was retained, are resources that are still available that need to be invested in services, as they've sat a sufficient amount of time. And I just wanted to thank you all for preserving at least the $21 million that you did out of that. We also watch things like any changes, in those of you that are on the judiciary committees or House Corrections and Juvenile Justice, changes in the statutes that impact who would be going into the community and what that would mean. We spend a lot of time with folks supervising people in the Senate Bill 123, treatment instead of incarceration program. And then also kind of issues that begin that overlap between child welfare and foster care and kids getting juvenile services. But the reason these directors are here today, I just wanted to give you a sense of what we do, because their conversation is going to describe and talk about the challenges that they face as an entity that provides services and is funded by a grant from the state, but the challenges they face now having flat funding from the state for those services over time and the impact of a variety of factors. So I'm here to just kind of give an overview and kick off the other folks that are going to dig into some detail. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and of course they're going to be able to tackle some of the more specific topics.
Committee, do you have any questions? Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Stuart Little, thank you so much for the sandwiches. They were really good. I was pleasantly surprised. But let me ask, so those community organizations or those entities in the communities that deal with juveniles and their programs in detention departments, would you say that they, the Senate Bill 367 coming into the communities to help keep youth in the communities as opposed to in our prisons, would you say that they think it's been good or kind of good or not?
Well, there are plenty of them that can answer that question when they come up here, but overall, as an association, there are almost no youth in out-of-home placements, which there were 500 plus in 2016. And that is that is not where a lot of kids probably needed to be. And that's the useful transition. We have reduced and consolidated within the correctional system. We have an enhanced, but probably not perfect and optimal range of community services available. And that's where those kids should be treated. So I think overall, obviously, it was the right move to make, and it had the accomplished goal. I think some of the frustration we have is that there are lots of things that people want to do to provide enhanced services and those kinds of things, and those resources were kind of sitting in a bank for 5 years, and there's half of it left now at this point.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that brings up the question, have the communities got into that money? I mean, have they been able to get to that money this year? Or are we going to see it increase and not be spent?
As I understand, those and somebody from DOC can answer this, and we'll have to see what's in the budget, and there's a role for the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, which was created in the statute that oversees that bit of that process. And I think there are probably several people in this room who are on that. And then where that's going to be utilized, if it is, will be seen in whatever the DOC budget is. So that's not a question that I can answer. I don't know if it's still just sitting there, 21 million in the bank, or whether it's being invested. I don't know.
Well, okay, yeah, I hope it's being invested. I mean, 'cause I hated for us to see us take half of it, but we came down to, in negotiations, that's what it looked like was the best to do. But if we don't start spending it, it's just going to get harder and harder for us to keep it. And there's no reason for us to keep it if it's not going to be spent. So, and I don't know where that breakdown is. Are the community, I mean, you're saying that, and I know they're going to talk to us later, but you're saying that they're frustrated because they don't have the money to do what they want to do, but it's sitting there, so why aren't they able to get to it? And that's, I guess, the question that I'm asking.
Well, and some of it is the structure, and some of it has been process-driven in terms of what the bill, and probably some of your revisors, and Jason can correct me vastly on some of this, but part of what was done when the Oversight Committee was created and this was managed through Senate Bill 367 was that there was an establishment of a process and that we would be using evidence-based practices. I mean, you put the kind of parameters around how you want it to go, but part of the process as well was then required implementation and evaluation and all of those processes that slow it down a great deal, and some of it rightfully so, but also some of it in terms of there are probably places that those resources could be used. And there's also that whole overlap between kids in the child welfare system that are in that touch the juvenile justice side and those kinds of issues, and that's also could be used. But again, some of those dollars are, I don't know if this is the right term, but this is the way it seems to me, is that they're kind of constrained within the structure that we have in handling those dollars right now.
If I may, just one, I'm on the budget side, so I'm not as familiar with the constraints that you're talking about.
I could speak to that. I know
Okay.
that 2 years ago in a hearing, part of the concern was that it was going out as far as grants. And there was a window for grant applications, and it was, once that window closed, you couldn't apply or have access until the following year. And so one of the recommendations of the committee was to treat it as other grant funders and make it rolling, have rolling deadlines. Because part of what was presented to us is that we had jurisdictions in our state that had never even applied. And so what we found is areas of the state that were well-staffed, that had folks that knew how to go through that grant application process, they were getting the money. And those that didn't have that staff or didn't even know what type of programs they might even think of applying for, they didn't have the support to be able to do that. So rather than being reactive, we asked that it be a proactive process and that some assistance be given to those areas of the state that hadn't even applied, but also to have that rolling. But I don't think we've ever had an update to find out if it really did then transition to a rolling or if there was any of that assistance.
Well, hopefully we'll have that update. Thank you.
Other questions? Whoop, Representative Owens.
Thank you. Just a comment along that line. You know, sometimes we obviously want accountability within government, but sometimes we put so many restrictions on the use of that money that it's simply not feasible for them to access it. And I believe that's what happened with Johnson County wanting to create the facility, which is one of the uses of that, a large chunk of that money. They were the only ones that applied and got down towards the end and said, it is just too burdensome and onerous to deal with the state that it's just not worth it anymore. So there's some balance where we can over-regulate the use of that money, which is then a hindrance to it actually getting to where it needs to be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next up, I have Randy. Randy, can you pronounce your name, your last name for us? Is it Rager?
Regier.
Regier, thank you. Randy is the director of our Reno County Community Corrections. Thank you for being with us today, Randy.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing us this time. Again, my name is Randy Regier. I'm the director of Reno County Community Corrections and the president of the Kansas Community Corrections Association. Community corrections agencies are county departments funded by the state through grants from the Department of Corrections. We are county employees working under the direction of our local boards of county commissioners. While some counties help financially support their agency, this isn't the case for most agencies. Community corrections supervises high-risk adults and youth who have been assigned by the court for intensive supervision probation. Our focus is on public safety, helping people make changes to reduce criminal behavior, and reduce admissions to prison facilities to save the state tax dollars. In this diagram, you can see how court services is separate and under the judicial branch. They do similar work, but supervise a larger population of low-risk people. State parole is under the Department of Corrections, and their staff are state employees. While the Department of Corrections provides funding and oversight for community corrections, the agencies are operated by the counties. Court services, state parole, and community corrections officers do similar work, but with slightly different populations. There are a few things which make community corrections unique and different. Because we're embedded in the local county governments, we're focused on the issues in our individual counties. We focus on the crime-causing risks and needs of the population in our communities. Each community corrections agency has an advisory board of local experts to help guide the agency to better address the needs of those on supervision. Working with our boards of county commissioners also keeps us focused on local issues rather than problems in other parts of the state. Community corrections officers are working with justice-involved people in their own community and neighborhoods. These officers are invested in helping people make the changes in their lives to prevent further criminal activity and to become contributing members of their community. We work with our advisory boards and county commissioners to find unique solutions for our communities to prevent future crime and meet the needs of justice-involved people. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the national turnover rate is 4%. The rate for state and local governments is lower at only 2%. However, for community corrections here in Kansas, the turnover rate is 12%. Agencies are losing well-trained, talented staff because the agencies can't pay a competitive salary. This turnover is very expensive. Finding, hiring, and training officers is reducing the efficiency of agencies. The agencies who try to keep up with the current market pay rates are forced to reduce the number of supervision staff. Flat and reduced funding for community corrections is causing agencies to be stretched so thin that they're forced to reduce supervision, reduce drug testing, and reduce the number of contacts they're making with high-risk individuals. This is reducing the overall effectiveness of intensive supervision. The people we supervise suffer from drug addiction, mental illness, trauma, and have a history of committing felony crimes. They need the assistance of talented, well-trained supervision staff to help them make the changes needed to be successful in your communities. Truly intensive supervision is at risk, and so is the safety of your communities. Earlier this year, the legislature approved $16 million to support field supervision by approving new positions and a wage increase based on a wage study. Some legislators believe this was intended to help all levels of field supervision, but this wasn't the case. This increased funding paid for wage increases in new positions, specifically with court services. While both court services and state parole have received salary increases in recent years, community corrections did not receive additional funding. The raises for court services actually hurt community corrections by creating a larger salary gap. We're here today to ask for your assistance and support in providing competitive pay for community corrections staff. Supervision officers with these three agencies do similar work and deserve comparable pay. Through an in-depth analysis, we've determined $14.3 million is needed to move all community corrections staff to the current Office of Judicial Administration pay scale based on the pay study OJA completed. This analysis looked at every individual community corrections position across the state, taking into account their current salaries and benefits and their years of service. We then moved all positions to the OJA pay scale to determine the amount needed. The additional funding will also add 50 new positions to reduce caseload sizes to a recommended level. The Department of Corrections will be conducting a wage study, but agencies can't continue to wait for increased funding. Another year of flat or reduced funding will result in more qualified staff leaving, decreases in supervision and services for the people we supervise, and ultimately a decrease in public safety. Between 2014 and 2022, court services officers have received a 28% salary increase, while funding for community corrections programs has remained relatively flat. Staff salaries are our primary expense, so when funding remains flat, there isn't room within our budgets to raise salaries. Additionally, the cost of benefits, specifically health insurance, continues to rise. The current job market is competitive, and agencies are already stretched too thin to keep up with similar agencies or other employers. Community corrections officers have been tasked with the difficult job of changing behavior of the highest risk individuals while keeping your community safe and reducing crime. Yet for many of them, they could receive similar wages by working at Hobby Lobby or Walmart. The flat funding of community corrections does not achieve our goal of increased successes, reduced prison populations, and improved public safety. Rather, flat funding will result in the continued decrease in supervision, drug testing, and programs needed to efficiently and effectively meet the outcomes our communities desire. The contact information for your local adult and community corrections agencies can be found on the Department of Corrections website. The community corrections directors in each of your individual counties will be happy to talk to you about how flat funding has impacted their agency in your community. You can also follow up with Stuart Little if you'd like more information. Thank you for your time.
Committee questions. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Randy, thank you for being here. Okay, so let's go back to this. You said $16 million for the court services, and then you said something about 28% increase. And when did you say that was? I mean, what years?
Madam Chair, Representative, that was between 2014 and 2022.
Oh, okay, all right. So, Nick, can you give me again what that was, the increase that we gave last year? Because it wasn't 16 million.
It was when you added up.
But that was between judges and everybody, right?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I can clarify that. It went something like this. Judicial branch received 10.8 million for pay increases for non-judge employees, 1.9 million pay increases for judges and justices, and 4.3 million and an increase of 70 FTE for additional court services officer positions. So that was 4.3 million for the court services officers.
Okay, all right. So, maybe I'll further go. I think in our legislative budget committee, we need to delve into that a little bit more about exactly what they did, because that was not the intent. The intent was to try to bring up our clerks and those type of people up to a better wage. It was not to increase some of these others way past what we're seeing with other agencies. So I think that's something that I may need to talk to the chairman about, that we look into. So thank you.
And make sure that you're jotting this down as we make recommendations, not only for corrections, but what perhaps other committees are going to need to address. Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How short-staffed are you, and what's the hours, what's the rotation?
So our officers typically work normal office hours, what you'd expect for a parole officer or probation officer. As far as how far we are short across the state, for many of our agencies, we've been dealing with a flat funding for so long, we don't really have open positions. We've just decreased positions to meet our budgets.
Do you have a follow-up, Senator? Okay. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Keith Clark, Director of Field Services, Johnson County Department of Corrections. Thank you for being with us today, Keith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Yes.
This will help some of that popping that's going on.
We like those plosives.
So I'm going to be presenting just this one slide today and talking about it. And the discussion is really about our capacity to deliver intensive supervision. And this is a focus on our adult caseload. And I apologize, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Keith Clark. I am the Director of Field Services for the Johnson County Department of Corrections. So just like any job, we start the year with 2,080 hours for all of our staff. And like in many other positions, as soon as we hit the door, we have lost those hours to case conferences and staff meetings and leave time and training and all the things that we are required to do as employees. So once all that is said and done, we're at about 1,380 hours left to do our job. So as we looked at a few districts in the state, and what we did was we looked at their caseloads, then we compared those caseloads to the amount of time necessary to meet minimum standards. And when I talk about minimum standards, I'm talking about face-to-face contacts with clients we see. I'm talking about employment interventions or employment verifications, residence verifications, and collateral contacts with the individuals that they are seeing in the community, maybe for mental health treatment or for substance abuse treatment. So as we compare those caseloads to the amount of time it takes to fulfill those duties, while also considering doing those contacts and having those contacts that are in alignment with evidence-based practices, it kind of gives us an idea of how much time we need each week to do our job. And so what we're looking at is 30-minute appointments with clients. And when you think about the complexity of the clients that are coming into our office, and our desire to meet with them and promote and encourage behavior change, that takes time. We are out the gate, we're trying to do quality assessments, risk needs assessments that identify an individual's area of risk and need. Then we are developing individualized case plans that target those most significant areas of risk and need. And then as those clients are coming in and seeing us weekly, bi-weekly, we want to make sure those interactions are of quality. Not quantity, but quality. We want to make sure that we're talking about the right things and spending enough time with them to get to the root causes of behavior, things that are going on with them, their lives, their family, the services that they are involved in. So looking at our average caseloads in these 3 districts and the amount of time necessary to deliver just those minimum standards, one of the districts has about an hour left each week. The other 2 districts are in the negative. And this scenario that I've presented isn't a scenario, there's no non-compliance. Everyone is reporting as directed. This is kind of like the utopia of community-based supervision. But once you get into addressing violations, staff turnover, extended leave, participation in work groups, emails, all the other things that come with daily business, many of our districts are already operating at a deficit, and that's in a perfect situation. When you add in the complexity of community-based management or community-based supervision, there's even less time to address those root causes and to promote behavior change with the clients we serve. And this is we're required to meet standards, and it's an expectation on the part of KDOC that we're also delivering those in accordance with the evidence-based practices and principles. So that's my presentation. I certainly can stand for any questions that you might have.
Senator Fascadell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Keith Clark, you kind of sound like and remind me of that movie, Mr. Joe Clark, who was the coach on that basketball team, and he made sure that everybody's academic level was up to par as opposed to their athletic game, and they ended up winning in both areas because of the straightforwardness that you've brought here today. So with everything that you just said, your major ask is what? And I mean, do you want us to keep moving forward with the community-based service programs as long as they're showing the evidence that they are performing? Do you want us to scale back on that? Or what do you need? Because just listening to everything that you said, I'm exhausted.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. My presentation supplements Randy in the sense that with those additional monies, with those additional staff, it now changes the landscape in these judicial districts where increased staffing patterns allow for more time with clients to meet their needs and to promote behavior change.
Committee, any other questions? Not saying any. Thank you so much for your presentation. At this time, I'd like to call up Glenda Martins, Director of Sedgwick County Department of Corrections. Thank you for being with us today, Glenda.
I have some Kansas Crime Index.
Glenda's presentation says Sedgwick County along the left border. Looks like this.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here today to give a little testimony. I want to talk today a little bit about Sedgwick County. And as stated, I am the director for Sedgwick County Department of Corrections, and that's Adult and Juvenile Services. But I want to start out by talking to you a little bit about Sedgwick County and what's going on in Sedgwick County. Because what's going on in Sedgwick County is going on in all other parts of Kansas right now. Let me see. Oh, you don't have it. No. Okay, I'll just keep going. Sedgwick County's population right now is at 508,000+ people. That's a lot. Our violent crime numbers for 2020, we had 61 murders, we had 374 rapes, we had robberies at 492, and we had ag assaults at 4,609. In Kansas, violent crimes were up 24.4% above the 10-year average. The violent crime index for Kansas was 4.7 offenses per 1,000 people. Murder, rape, robbery, 2,695, equates to 19% of the violent crime that occurs. I bring this up because that's what we're talking about. Community corrections supervises those serious, violent, felony offenders, adults and juveniles. And what that means is more felony cases equals increased supervision in community corrections. Just this last year with COVID, we have our district attorney, Mark Bennett, has over 450+ cases that he has not yet filed on. When he does file those cases, where do you think those cases are going to go? They're going to go to community corrections. A lot of those cases are going to come to us. Our average population just in adult ISP, intensive supervision, is 1,541. That's average daily. That is a lot of people we supervise. Hiring additional intensive supervision officers, we've had to use ARPA request funds in order to manage the backlog cases that are going to come into community corrections. So we had to hire an extra officer through ARPA funds. Increase clients in Sedgwick County equals higher caseloads. We are having right now, and I think it's happening all across Kansas, and you've heard this, we're having an employment crisis. It is difficult to find qualified applicants to fill these jobs. We lost 8 officers, 8 of our intensive supervision officers to court services. That was 11% of our staff. We are losing a lot of institutional knowledge that's needed to supervise these criminals that we're supervising. It takes a lot of work and effort to supervise them and get them to change their behavior. It is not just about checking the box. It's about supervising people, giving them the right programs, doing case management, and getting them to change. I guess I need to catch up with that. We have increased caseloads, but yes, our money has not increased. KDOC has funded flat funding for 8 years and 14 years of flat funding for Sedgwick County. So how are we doing it? Our county helps support us. That is not the case for a lot of other districts. When there are fewer programs, that means that offenders' risk and needs are not being addressed. If we don't solve the problem with the funding, the results are going to be increased use of prison beds and increase in recidivism rates. I'm going to show you a slide so you can see on the left, it says a hire date. That number, $16.98, is what I'm paying my officers right now. The blue number beside it is court services at $23.13. In January, Sedgwick County is going to give my officers a raise, and that's going to raise their hourly salary to $18.72. Court services is going to have $23.70. In 1 year, my officers are still going to be at $18.72, and court services is going to be at $25.48 because of the $16 million that they received. That's a $6.76 difference. What that means is I'm losing officers because the state is paying more money.
So could we stop there for just a second?
Mm-hmm.
Because there was the question earlier that we had with Keith's presentation. Then the 16 million, or maybe it was Randy's, I'm sorry, but of the 16 million, you know, we're looking at that, and what we heard is like 2 million is going to judges and justices.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to have, for the most part, a terminal degree. The other was for the judicial branch, the 10.8 million, and then the 4.3 million was to add those 70 jobs, those 70 job positions. So could you share with us, with this bar chart that you've provided, the 1698 versus the 2313, what job are you talking about? Is it an entry job, not a judgeship?
Correct. This is court services, probation, lower level supervision.
Okay.
Versus
I'm sorry.
Community corrections, supervision, moderate, high, very high adult felony offenders.
Okay, and is the education requirement for those two positions identical?
Yes.
Bachelor's or master's?
Bachelor's.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Sure. I think I spoke to this. We lost 8 intensive supervision officers. When you think about our average caseload size, which is about 40, and I'll tell you, we lost them recently within the last couple months. You take 40 times 8, and you come up with 320 clients that had to be pushed out to my other officers to be supervised. We have to turn around and hire people to replace those. Just meeting the requirements of getting them the required training they're going to need is 162 hours, just basic. It's going to take a year, if not 2 years, to get them to that skill level of supervision that's needed for this higher offender population. Some of the challenges that we face are hiring and retention, flat funding. Sedgwick County is having to consistently assist with the funding. We have good collaboration with our county, and they assist us. But I can tell you, I have a lot of directors behind me who get no assistance from their counties. Public safety is the #1 priority. That's what we do. We supervise clients to make sure they're not out committing offenses. And we have to deal with mental health issues, substance abuse issues. We do programming. We give them the tools it's going to take to be successful. But if we don't receive increased funding, it's going to be the only thing we're going to be able to do is intensive supervision, not providing all the evidence-based programming. That takes people. We have required expectations placed on us by KDOC to support all the services that we provide. And right now, we are in the middle of a crisis with all the directors. We have talked about this over and over again, and we've brought this forward more than 2 years. We need assistance. And our ask is that you fund us based upon the statute 75-5291. And we're asking for at least $14.3 million to assist us with those salary discrepancies with our partners, and to also include programming, because programming is a part of what we do to get those clients to be successful in our communities, and that is a public safety issue.
Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you. I'm
Thank you,
open for
Madam Chair.
questions.
Glenda, just if you would clarify of that 14 mil that you just spoke of, how much of that would go to Sedgwick County?
Typically, it's a ballpark of about 19%. I believe the number would be about 2.6 million or 2.7 million. But KDOC determines, based on a funding formula, what we would get out of that.
So my follow-up, could you give us those numbers that you gave at the end, because those weren't on the PowerPoint. So give us that total ask again.
14.3.
But you also, you said to that amount to increase, to go towards salaries.
Salaries and programming.
And programming. So that would be both?
Personnel. It's personnel.
Okay.
It's our personnel that deliver those programs.
Okay. Committee, other questions? Representative Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Glenda. I have the chance to visit with Glenda with the Sedgwick County Criminal Justice Coordinating Council on a regular basis. So thanks for bringing this to light for us. I was curious, from this perspective, is this a line item within KDOC's budget? So has KDOC requested these increases year over year, and we're simply not funding them as a percentage of their entire budget? Or is this more of a specific portion within their budget that might get overlooked? I guess what I'm getting at, is this a legislative decision or is this a KDOC decision? So if we increase KDOC, is it then their decision whether to increase community corrections or not?
Madam Chair, I can address that if you like. So the field services or community corrections is a program within KDOC's budget. I can tell you over the years I have seen the agency has made a variety of enhancement requests, sometimes relating to field services or at times parole officers. Sometimes those are approved by the governor. Ultimately, that is a decision through the appropriations process whether to provide those resources. So it is varied from year to year. They have requested funds. And I hope that addresses your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Other questions? I just want to say your presentation was wonderful. I really do appreciate the bar chart because that visually makes it very clear for people to understand what's going to happen from the hire date to 12 months out. And these are the kinds of things I think we've already uncovered earlier today, that there's been this domino effect that I think was an unintended consequence. But it's one that, we need to be eyes wide open going into this legislative process. The thing that I think is quite unfortunate is waiting for that next fiscal year. So I think that it needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Last up in this segment, I have Aaron Geist, Director of, I'm thinking, Northwest Kansas Community Corrections and Parole Services. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Geist. I am the Director of Northwest Kansas Community Corrections. I'm here today in support of the Kansas Community Corrections Association's efforts to secure additional funding. Our Northwest Kansas Community Corrections Office is unique for a couple different reasons. First of all, we cover 17 counties in Northwest Kansas, which make up 3 judicial districts, the 15th, the 17th, and the 23rd. We cover a total of 16,194 square miles. These 17 counties are rural communities that have little to no treatment options or other valuable resources. In addition to our large geographical area, we're the only community corrections office in the state of Kansas that contracts with the Department of Corrections to provide parole and post-release services. Our parole and post-release clients make up approximately 1/3 of our client population. As you can imagine, there are several challenges that come with covering 17 counties. Travel time and expense is one of those challenges. We do our best to meet our clients where they're at, as many of them do not have reliable transportation or the funds to drive 1 to 2 hours to make it to one of our office locations. This requires a significant amount of travel time for our intensive supervision officers, especially those that cover the 15th and 17th judicial districts. For example, our ISO that covers the 17th judicial district, which is made up of 6 different counties, is based out of Norton. He has a dual supervision caseload of community corrections and parole offenders. Oftentimes, between community corrections contact standards and parole contact standards, he's required to make at least 150 contacts per month. This wouldn't be a problem if those clients were all coming to him, to his office, to make the contacts. But in order to meet our clients where they're at and help them, 85% of his contacts are done in the field. This means employment visits, home visits, treatment visits, visits at local courthouses. In FY21, our 3 intensive supervision officers that cover the 15th and 17th judicial districts accounted for 69% of our total agency mileage. And for FY22, our office budgeted $24,000 in fuel and vehicle maintenance alone. This takes up a pretty significant amount of our budget. Limited budget also presents a challenge for us. Our parole contract and our community corrections budget, which is funded by the Kansas Department of Corrections, is barely enough to cover our salary and benefits for our 11 staff members, as well as our basic agency operations. Limiting funding in rural communities present numerous employment difficulties, not just for our clients, but for us as an agency. It's really difficult for us to bring in qualified applicants when we're hiring for jobs. In fact, when we advertise for positions in the 15th and 17th judicial districts, we're lucky if we get 1 to 2 qualified applicants, if any at all. We must be able to compete and compensate our employees appropriately. At this time, we just do not have the funds to do so. For example, with the new starting wage of $23 an hour for court services, they're starting people off making more than I have an ISO making after he's been there for 12 years. I fear that without the additional funding, we'll continue to lose valuable community corrections employees and will struggle to fill vacant positions. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Committee, any questions? I have one quick question. In that last paragraph, you said that the funds you received through your parole contract and the community corrections budget funded by the Department of Corrections is barely enough to cover salary and benefits. So we understand the salary component. With the benefits, share with us what that means, what that entails.
Benefits meaning our insurance coverage.
Okay, so does the individual employee not make their monthly payment? Is that something that you provide the employee, is that monthly payment?
Yes, so part of our package is we pay 100% of insurance.
Okay. Would included in this be capers as well, when you refer to benefits? Covering that portion of capers that needs to get paid in?
Correct.
Okay, wonderful. I think that's important to know because you're trying to augment that. So thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Committee, I can't imagine it. We are actually running ahead of schedule. It says at 2 o'clock we will have a break and that we'll resume at 2:15. Do you guys think we could take a 10-minute break and resume at 2? Let's try for that, okay?
3 hours
There's no one from court.
Committee. Committee. I gave you 10 minutes and you took 25. Actually, you took about 27. So much for afternoon recess. We are back in session. And at this time, we are going to have some presentations on the Judicial Council report on offender registration. And first up, I believe we have Jason Covington, Advisory Committee member. Jason, thank you for being here today. If you would start by showing us your presentation so that they can find it in their packet. Could you show us your presentation? Okay, there we go. It's the nice thick one, isn't it? Okay. Make sure your mic is on.
Thank you.
Great.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to come speak with you today. A little bit about myself. I'm an attorney in Overland Park, up in Johnson County, Kansas. I'm a lifelong Kansan. I'm from Wichita, and then went to law school here in Topeka. Got out in 2006 and started at the Johnson County District Attorney's Office. And while there, I was a prosecutor for over 15 years and prosecuted sex crimes and crimes involving children, as well as violent crimes, including homicides. And so during my time, and I also ran the unit that housed the attorneys who did that type of work. And during that time period, I sent many people to the Department of Corrections and put many, many more on the Kansas Offender Registry as part of that work. And I left the DA's office this summer to go into private practice, but I wanted to make sure everyone knew that although I have great respect for the folks who do criminal defense work, I'm not one of them. And so I'm coming here today doing civil work, but with the background in prosecution and law enforcement. One of the things that brought us here today is Representative Jennings and Finch asked the Kansas Judicial Council to put together a comprehensive look at the sex offender registry and its components. And that formed the subcommittee of the Kansas Judicial Council that I was a part of. That group started meeting in the fall of 2018, and there were a large number of varied individuals on it. There were 2 prosecutors, there were members of law enforcement, there were members of the legislature. It was chaired by a judge. We got to speak with and hear from people from KDOC, and there were also members who were clinical psychologists. And so you had a group of people who met and reviewed every part of the offender registry and what worked and what did not work for almost 2 years. And we often, as you might imagine, did not agree. However, we did come together and put together what is part of the written testimony here, and there's some suggestions in there about how the registry should change for the better. And again, I come here as an advocate for the registry. I'm not wanting to dismantle it or change it. I think it serves a very important purpose for Kansans and particularly victims in Kansas. However, whenever I talk to people who are not in the business of legal work and trying cases, you hear, well, I went onto the map and I saw a bunch of dots and I freaked out and just got off. And that there's so many people on this registry, I didn't know what to make of it. And so that was one of the overriding factors for us, was has this program over time, because it's been expanded over the years, become diluted and therefore not effective? Are we not truly identifying the individuals who are the dangerous people, who are not incarcerated, who are in the community, and therefore need to be made known to everyone there? And as you'll see in the written testimony, the original impetus for the registration, I think it was 1993, was pretty narrowly tailored. But over time, it's grown and expanded to include not just violent sex offenders, but now drug offenders and violent offenders. And therefore, there are a lot of people who end up on that registry who may or may not need to be there. And one of the things that we put together as far as a set of solutions and requests for the legislature to consider is an exit mechanism. And currently we don't have that. So if you get put on the registry, you are on the registry until the registry says you're off. And for some people that can be 25 years or life. And as some of you are acutely aware, in 2011, during my time in the DA's office, you had a whole batch of people who had cut plea deals, who thought that they were getting off after 25 years, and then suddenly got a letter and said, oh, by the way, no, you're not. You're going to be on here for life. And most people, prosecutors included, recognize that that does not seem to be fundamentally fair. To have someone cut a deal, think that they're going to be on the registry for a set period of time, only to find out later that that had been extended and the rug had been pulled. And again, this is not out of sympathy for sex offenders or people who are on the registry. It's just what is fundamentally fair. The exit mechanism puts in place an opportunity for offenders who are on the registry to petition the court and say, I've satisfied my registry requirements. I've done what I should be doing. I've never violated the registry requirements. I've paid my fines. I've been rehabilitated. And oh, by the way, I went and met and got evaluated by a psychologist, and I've been found not to be a risk anymore. Would you please consider removing me from the registry? And at that point, the state, the district attorney's office or the county attorney's office has the ability to counter that and has the ability to argue against that removal. And so would the victim and law enforcement and any other party that's interested. And one thing to keep in mind when people hear exit mechanism, and we were talking about it in the hall, one thing that kind of rang through to me was, well, no one's going to know about these people. And that's not actually the case. It's an exit mechanism from the registry, but it's not an expungement. And so the conviction that they would have would still be on their record. It would just merely remove them from that registry. And I'm not going to stand here and say that every single offender on that registry should get that. In fact, quite the opposite. I think it's probably a small, narrow percentage of people should have the opportunity to be removed from the registry. But our proposal allows them the mechanism that just doesn't exist at this time. The other thing that we asked the legislature to consider is modifying registration as it is to juvenile offenders. So currently, juvenile offenders, at the discretion of the court, have the task of being placed on the registry. And this committee looked at many, many different areas of research and looked at whether that made sense for all juveniles. And the recommendation ultimately was that not all juveniles are the same as adults, and that if a juvenile was charged with something that was so serious that they ended up being waived to the adult court, then they should be on the registry. But for the children who are, in fact, children, and who are on the registry as a child, the group is asking the legislature to reconsider whether that is appropriate. And Mr. Westcott, who's behind me and will testify later today, can give a better overview of why that's not necessarily appropriate. The other thing that we're asking consideration be given is modification of the penalties. So currently, violations of this act are punished very, very severely. And it changed over time. It was initially a misdemeanor when it was first put into effect. And then when I left the DA's office, they were currently level 6 felonies. And so you had a situation or higher. They could be higher than that. You had a situation where someone failed to put their address down or failed to report once a year when they're supposed to do 4 times, so they did 3. And every 30 days, they could be subject to a very high-level felony. And a lot of people on the committee took the position that, well, that's not useful because it fills beds in the Department of Corrections, or it's too draconian. I took the position that it's not useful because it just doesn't give the sentencing court the ability to do what we want them to do. We want these people to comply when we have these type of technical violations. We want them to register. And as a prosecutor, I found that people who were convicted of misdemeanors, the courts had much more freedom to essentially say, into jail you go for the next weekend or 2, and then back out and see if they got the message. And so moving or modifying these crimes, our proposal has many of these penalties modified down to a misdemeanor rather than a felony. Another thing that we looked at was whether the fees should be waived for people who are indigent. And so every time you have to register and every place that you register, there's a fee associated. And it's not large, it's $20, but it may be large for some people. And so this essentially is asking the individuals involved to go to the court and have a determination of whether they're physically able to make that payment. And this is different than someone who's indigent and can't afford counsel. This is someone being evaluated for the circumstances of whether they can actually make that payment, or their family member who may be making that payment for them make that payment. One of the other areas that we looked at was a single point of registration. And this just really makes sense. So currently, if you are required to register, you have to register 4 times a year, and it's governed by your birth date. And so I think at least one of those, and honestly I'm not sure how they're handling it with COVID, but at least one of those can be virtual or mail-in, and then the rest they have to go in person. But what people may not recognize is that if you live in Douglas County and you go to school in Shawnee County and maybe work in Johnson County, you actually right now have to register in 3 different areas. And so not only are you, as an offender, having to go to 3 different places or 2 different places, whatever the circumstances may be, 4 times a year, but you're also tying up law enforcement having to enforce that as well. The registry needs to know where you live, where you work, and where you're going to school. But does that need to be done physically in each of those locations? And so from our perspective, it was a common sense change that would help registrants comply. The other thing that we looked at was we looked at each and every crime that's currently on the registry or circumstances that could place you on the registry, and basically, had a dialogue or an argument about should it be more, should it be less, should it be changed. And one of the things that was kind of universally discussed was there is a provision right now in the law that permits a court sua sponte, just on its own, to make someone register even though the state's not asking for it or the defense attorney's not asking for it, for really any purpose. And so it was uniformly agreed that that provision should be removed, that there should be noticed that these are the crimes that are subjecting you to the potential of registry, and or the state would file notice in a pleading letting them know. So as I'll talk about here in a second, breach of privacy, filming people in a state of undress was a really growing problem in Johnson
Mr.
County.
Covington?
Yes.
They are unable to hear you. Can you either move closer to your mic?
Sure.
There we go. Thank you.
I was echoing, so
Okay.
I'll try and echo.
Okay.
Okay. I will try not to move. Prosecutors are allowed to walk around the room, so this is very difficult for me, so I just want to let you know. But I'm in private practice, so I will learn. So where we were going with that was breach of privacy was a huge issue that I dealt with, where folks were filming people in bathrooms or setting up hidden cameras in the workplace, things like that. That's not on the registry. And so if I wanted someone to register for that, which I often did because it's a crime of great recidivism and you're actually very predatory behavior, et cetera, I filed notice. And everyone knew what I was trying to do as a prosecutor. And so what we're trying to say is that, you know, if this is going to be a crime that you have to register for, you have notice. So that's the removal of that. The other part is clarifying that municipal convictions will not result in registry. And so there's some confusion there, whether someone who receives a conviction on the municipal level, whether that should be a registration crime. That just causes problems. And so you need to make it black and white. No, if you're wanting this person to register, you need to refer that to the district court for prosecution so that all that person's rights are upheld and managed in an appropriate way. The other thing involved removal of some crimes such as adultery and buying sexual relations if the person who is providing them is an adult. So some kind of tweaking. Additionally, we looked at the drug registry, and Kansas has one of the more robust drug registries. And the question is that useful? And what purpose does it serve? And we heard a lot of testimony from law enforcement employees and police officers that it does serve a purpose. It helps them investigate, and it helps them solve crimes, knowing who's in their area and who is involved in the drug trade. But we also heard from folks that talked about or stated that they had been contacted by drug users wanting drugs because they were on the registry and subjecting them to that exposure. And so the proposal was to have the drug registry exist, but have it be private and for law enforcement only. The other things that we looked at were violent offenses and whether that should be modified, looking at criminal restraint, whether that should still be on the list, and increasing the penalty for capital murder and first-degree murder. Currently, it's only 15 years, and it seemed appropriate to us that if you killed somebody in a premeditated way, you should be on the registry for life. So there's a lot in this packet here for you to consider, and maybe you only heard about 30% of what I said because I was moving, so I will stay for questions. But before I leave you, I will state this. The easy thing to do on this is to do nothing, right? Nobody wants to be tagged as the person who is giving leniency to offenders or changing things to make things easier. But I would submit to you that you can be an advocate of the registry and of Kansas and victims in doing the difficult things, which is fixing this so that it does its original purpose. So I'd be happy to sit and wait for questions.
We'll address those questions now. Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note that I attended a lot of these committee meetings because I was following a different bill the committee was working on. I was very impressed with the thoroughness and thoughtfulness of their discussions. And I would also note that Chairman Jennings is a member of that committee. I have a couple of questions, though. Do you have any opinion on the assertion that making these changes will put Kansas in violation of the Adam Walsh Child Protection Act?
Some of these changes are research developed at the time that it could put us in partial violation and could subject to some reduction in fees. But as I stand here now, I couldn't tell you the exact amounts.
Okay.
It was also considered, and maybe not the purview of the group that we were with, that the savings in bed space at the DOC may counter those losses.
And is it accurate that I believe I heard the number that only 4 other states have a drug registry? Does that sound accurate or not?
It's close, yes.
Okay, okay.
That may be accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you're giving some leeway or leniency to those who have somewhat rehabilitated themselves. Are you talking about our young people with that Romeo and Juliet concept? Are you talking about what age range, what category?
As written, and there was much debate about this, but as written, it contemplates all people on the registry, but has different timelines based upon the nature of the crime. So the more serious the crime, the longer before they can petition to be off the registry. So if it's a very serious crime, it won't involve young people because they'll be old. And additionally, if it's very, very serious, you have to recognize as well that your registry time, while you do register while you're in prison, doesn't count towards that time, so it is even longer for those individuals.
Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize if you said this at the outset, but are these recommendations, were these unanimously supported by all the members?
Not all of them, no.
Okay. So on the top left, those are the members of the Judicial Council. I guess I'm just trying to understand kind of which recommendations were supported kind of more broadly, which recommendations, if there was a split among members, or if these were all consensus recommendations. I guess, can you kind of, do you understand what I'm kind of asking?
I do.
Thank you.
So the recommendations that I was a party to were the individuals on page 4. And so those were the subcommittee members. And so there were votes, and depending upon the issue, I voted against some things because of my background with prosecution, what I thought was important. And I voted for some things because I thought it made sense for the people that I represented. Some of them were unanimous, some of them weren't, but overall the entire package was put together as a bill or as a set of recommendations and voted on and agreed upon by all members.
That's helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Finney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question for you is actually twofold. First, for someone, I've heard of the registry, but I have no idea if I want to search and find out who's on the registry. Could you tell me how I would do that?
Yes, so there's different mechanisms. There's an official website by the Kansas, and I think it's the KBI, but someone will correct me if I'm wrong, which you can go in and search your area and then be able to find individuals who are on it. There's also numerous third-party websites that kind of grab that data and maybe put it in a little more national way so that it's not just Kansas. And so you can grab the data from one of those websites as well. And so what a lot of people do is they'll put in their address, it'll pull up a map, it'll pull up a large number of dots usually, and you can click on each individual and see all the various offenses. And so, as I stated earlier, that kind of overwhelms people at times.
And then my last question is, what do you say to you opposes the opposition that says that you could take them off the registry and then they commit another crime and we just basically have lightened any type of criminal activity?
Sure. There's data out there that talks about rates of recidivism, and that was a much argued topic in this group is, does the registry in and of itself lower recidivism? I came from the position that I believe it does, because ultimately it informs some people who are able to look and parse through the data that there may be someone in their neighborhood that they don't want their children around. But at some point, does it become dated data in the sense that this person has, for years and years, done what we want of them, walked an appropriate life, went through counseling, rehabilitated, and had no reoffending whatsoever? And so does that person need to be on that registry? And that's a question that we think should be debated in a courtroom with them bearing the burden and with a very high level of legal proof to show that they should be allowed off. But the recommendations show that it would be quite some time before they're eligible. And so just because you're eligible doesn't even mean you get it. And if I were still a prosecutor, there may be people, if this were put into place, that in my mind are never eligible. And we would always take the position they should never come off the registry. And the idea being that, again, the registry becomes less diluted, and you can then parse out who are the really dangerous people who are out there and make sure that everyone knows that they are there.
Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice job, Jason. On page 5 in your testimony, and you may have said this when you talked about when in 2011 when it was enhanced, it looks like we stepped up as a state to be in compliance with the Adam Walsh Act for federal. So sitting on this side of the table, we often hear mandates that are coming our way that federal funds are attached to it. If we modify our list, which I'm open to, by the way, do we violate federal obligations that we've made, or is there consequences of doing this? And I understand why, where we said, why those would have been, they would have been offered, this is what you need to do, like transportation and such as that we've been through. Just curious, what ramifications do we have if we do modify?
And unfortunately, again, I'm not up on the exact dollar figure, but our understanding or my recollection was that it wasn't a yes or no answer for violations. You can have degrees of violation, and then that would result in stripping of some amounts of the funding. However, I'm sure they'll correct me behind me if I'm wrong. But to what degree, I can't tell you today. I apologize.
Yes. Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had an opportunity to work with a young woman over several years that had been arrested and not convicted of a crime. And just about that was a long time ago. And about a year later, or about a year ago, I found out that she was having trouble getting a job because there were background checks being done by companies like Walmart, who are international or national big companies that running through, and I don't know if it was Walmart, but a company of that size had done a background check on her, and it came up that she'd been arrested in like 2017, and it didn't follow through that there was a conviction or anything, but these little agencies that they use for background checks before they hire would have access to the information that you're talking about, as well as, I guess anybody who's arrested, there's out there. Is there anything that needs to be done or could be done to keep those agencies from using old information like that? I mean, is that something we can fix?
I don't think so. To be perfectly frank.
It's kind of like the robocalls, you can't fix it?
Well, that, and like I tell young people, once it's on the internet, it's on the internet. So maybe don't take pictures of yourself, because it's not going to go away. And so I think trying to put the genie back in the bottle, as far as whether erasing someone's registry on some of these third-party sites would probably be very difficult. There may be legal mechanisms that you could put into place where someone could try and petition them and say, look, it's been officially removed, my registry is extinguished, and you need to remove it. So perhaps there's some sort of mechanism you could do that for. I think it would be exceedingly difficult because of what jurisdiction they have. Are they in Kansas? Are they?
Well, I asked her to get a letter from her court about that, so that she would have that in her possession to present in the event that it looked like a background check problem. But that was one person, and all these people that get on these registries.
Yeah, and I mean, her circumstances, and if she hasn't, she should seek legal advice, which I'm not giving, but there are mechanisms to extinguish your arrest and expunge the arrest.
That's been done, and we took care of that. So that's why I'm saying, she got a letter from the court saying what had happened in her case. To Carrie, because it had been following her and she didn't know what it was, and she figured it out. So that was the first time I'd heard of anything like that. And so I guess that's what we would recommend to people that are removed from the registry as well.
Yeah, and for her, if it was expunged, then she's legally entitled, with the exception of some certain circumstances like the Kansas Gaming Commission or whatever, to say, I was never arrested, and that's legal truth. And so then she could appeal, that finding, et cetera. But you're right, I mean, it's an uphill battle for one individual.
Well, I just don't want to complicate things for people's lives when we don't have to, and that's why I asked the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jason. Did you cue up the sirens as just, apropos to the topic here today? I guess my question is, and I understand the topic is the registry and who that pertains to, and we've talked about the effect of this on the offender, but I'm sitting here wondering about the effect on the victim and how long they are dealing with the crime that was perpetrated upon them, and finding a balance. I'm not against, some of this common sense, but I don't want the victim to be lost in this conversation. So I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
They're the last person that I would want to have lost in this conversation, because I spent the vast majority of my career representing victims' interests. And the answer to the question, how long do they have to live with that? The rest of their life. And many people will say, well, if they're having to live with it for the rest of their life, so too should the offender. But where the agreement, and there was disagreement initially, where the agreement came out was that this was very cookie cutter, and all circumstances applied to all individuals regardless of circumstances, regardless of what the victim wanted to have happen. And so this allows this person who has shown what needs to happen, happened, and allows the victim to have input either directly or via the district attorney's office, fighting for or against an removal from the registry.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you guys' work on this. I think that there is definitely a place for the registry, and I think it probably does, for some instances, it probably does help reoffending. But I also think that we've probably just gone a little too far in that. I hear the same thing from people, they look it up and there's just like all of these dots, and they think that, for most people that look at that, they think all of those people are sex offenders and violent sex offenders. And so I do think that we do need to look at this, come up with some good, I think I heard yesterday, I'm not sure who I was talking to on the tour, and we want to be, we've heard tough on crime, and I think the smart on crime was the term that someone used. I think it might be a good. Just also, Madam Chairman, on page 7, it does talk about it. It says in 2019, if 10% of the funds were, the brine funds were removed, it'd be roughly $240,000. So I assume we could kind of interpolate that, and definitely, I don't know what it is, $24,000 or more per bed now per year. I mean, that wouldn't take very many beds to save for $240,000. So,
and
thank you.
Thank you for that. And that figure, and one other figure that jumps to mind is, at least when we were looking at this 2 years ago, there were approximately 442 beds just for violations of this act.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason, how many people that are convicted do you think, because they're not going to free them all because they're going to go through all these tests and
Can you
such.
lean into your mic so they can hear you, please?
They're going to Can you give any kind of percentage when you've done this? I mean, I was looking at your background of people who you believe have been rehabilitated versus, can you give some kind of percentage on that of people who would probably being taken off this registry, or is it 90% or is it 40%?
I think that it would be difficult to give an exact percentage. I would say that initially there would probably be a big percentage granted simply trying to redress what happened in 2011. After that, I suspect it would taper off in the sense that the people who weren't, in essence, put on a 25-year registry and then suddenly on a lifetime registry, once that group or bucket of people has been dealt with, I think you're going to have a situation, I would hope, from the prosecution standpoint, that it's a very small but deserving population who have exceptional circumstances.
Would it be like a parole? There'd be a board of 3 that would talk to this sex offender before he'd be taken off the registry? How would they be questioned?
Yeah. So as written right now, the process would be the burden's bared by the defendant. So they're the ones that have to bring the issue, and then depending upon the severity level of the crime, they would have to be evaluated by a psychologist. And the other thing that's in there that's pretty important is by engaging in this process, they would waive the right to hide any of their medical records. And so the court would be able to have access to everything. So, as a prosecutor, trying to hold someone accountable for a crime, I didn't necessarily have access to everything. But this would, if you're engaging in this process, the court would have purview over anything and everything, their past therapy records, their current ones, and their current evaluation. But as set up, it's a clear and convincing standard, and it's the court that makes the final decision after weighing both the evidence presented by the defendant, but also the comments of the district attorney's office or the county attorney, and then the victim or law enforcement.
So it's the psychologist, the prosecuting attorney, and then court. Those 3 people would all have to sign off on this person getting
I believe it's set up in a similar way of expungement. So I managed early in my career expungements, and many of those we did not oppose, and they were just granted as a matter of course. Many I opposed, and law enforcement stood beside me and opposed them, and the court did not grant them. But on occasion, the court had the ability to say, I appreciate what you're saying to state, but I think the merit's there, and I'm going to go ahead and grant it.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jennifer Roth, Advisory Committee member. It's good to see you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Roth. I was a member of the subcommittee that Jason talked about. In addition to that, a lot of you might recognize me. I've been coming to the State House to testify about criminal-related bills since 2005. And I basically testified about every core-related bill since 2006. So I have a lot of institutional memory for what it's worth, and I would offer that up if you have any questions today or later on. But I did want to hit a few points from my testimony, and then I did jot down some answers to the questions that some folks asked to Jason that I wanted to elaborate on. First of all, my testimony, I should have told you this other thing. I've been a state public defender for 23 years, so a lot of my background, I've represented people who are charged with core violations. I've represented people who have been ordered to register. So that is where my experience mainly comes from. So my testimony, you're right, you got a big packet. I don't know if you need to see what mine looks like, but I can assure you it is shorter, yes. So what I tried to do with my testimony is focus on 3 areas because I knew Jason and Seth were going to cover the rest. And so the 3 things I touched on in mine that I want to mention briefly today are first, the current penalties for noncompliance with the offender registry. Second, who is on the drug registry and for how long. And third, I want to touch on the biggest growing category of registrants in the violent category, which is people who are ordered to register for any person felony with any deadly weapon. So those are going to be my focuses. Focus, whatever plural focus is. At this point in time, there's over 20,000 people on our registry that has, as Jason told you, existed since 1993. If we were at my office or I had a giant screen, I would show you chart after chart that I have made that show the difference in what our law looked like in 1993 and what it looks like today. It would show you all of the changes that the legislature has made over time to get us to the point where we are now. So there's been a lot changed since 1993. So in 2020, so as to my first point about the penalty for noncompliance, in 2020, the Kansas Criminal Justice Reform Commission Proportionality Subcommittee put out a survey where they asked people to answer a number of questions. And one of those questions was whether you'd be willing to revisit the penalties for the top, this is the question, should the top 5 non-drug felonies in the state, as set forth below, have the incarceration ranges we reworked for proportionality? And those top 5 non-drug felonies in our state are DUI, criminal threat, eluding, theft, and failure to register. And over 70% of respondents said, yes, we would like to revisit the penalties for failing to register. And those respondents included 66 judges, 66 prosecutors, 54 defense attorneys, actually closer to 70 defense attorneys, 89 law enforcement officers. And even with that broad range of folks and the people that they serve, 70% said now's the time to revisit what the penalty is for failing to register. There were also people who mentioned it in their written comments too. Now, I have a sentencing grid, but you wouldn't be able to see it. So the current penalty, as I explained in my testimony, the current penalties for failing to register are a level 6, a level 5, or a level 3. Just to give you a brief idea of what we're talking about, a level 3 is aggravated robbery. That's another example of a level 3 is aggravated robbery. Another example of a level 5 would be reckless aggravated battery, involuntary manslaughter. Another example of a severity level 6 would be an attempted aggravated battery, an arson, things like that. So it is, in my opinion, and obviously in the opinion of some of these respondents and the committee we're talking about, that these penalties are too harsh for the conduct that is covered. The second thing I want to talk about is the second section of my testimony. Believe me, I'm not actually done talking about the penalties, but I'm going to move on for a minute. But the second thing I wanted to talk about is the who we cover under the drug registry. So in 2007, we established this drug registry. I think I talked about this in my testimony. And then back in 2012, we established a 5-level drug grid. And it used to be that all possession and distribution offenses were the same severity level, but then we changed our grid and we divided those up. And it doesn't take a large quantity to get to certain levels. Some of them are. But my point here is that we treat every single person who is convicted of possession with intent to distribute, we treat them the same and make them register. So that's why you end up having over 5,000 people on the registry who are drug offenders, because we treat people the same. It's by the crime of conviction, and regardless of how much you have, regardless of why you were trying to do this, even if you're a user, if you get convicted of a distribution or possession with intent to distribute conviction, you have to register, and now it's for 15 years. The funny thing is, I don't know if it's funny, I guess it's ironic. Let's pretend that you had a huge amount of drugs, so much so that your case went federal. You wouldn't even have to register because there's no federal drug registry requirement. You'd have to register, I guess, if you wanted to stick around in Kansas after you got out of prison, but you'd have 49 other states that you could move to where you wouldn't have to register, and you wouldn't have a federal obligation either. Another thing I guess I would say about the drug registry is this. Back, I mentioned that that the legislature established it in 2007. So they didn't meet, I don't know if they meant to make it retroactive, but there was no language not making it retroactive. So for 6 years until 2013, that drug registry was applied to people retroactively, meaning that people who got convicted of drug offenses who had no idea that a drug registry would come to be were suddenly on it. But in 2013, the legislature changed it to only cover people that had been convicted after the creation of the registry, meaning that they were on notice, that they knew that there was this thing that existed. And I can't tell you how many hundreds of people, or possibly thousands, were removed from the drug registry after that passed, but they were, and the sky didn't fall. So we do have some, I guess, empirical evidence. We have this of happening before where people are removed, a large number of people are removed because of a change in the law, and the sky didn't fall. The third thing I wanted to touch on in my actual testimony is this category of violent offenders. So back in 2006, in this very room, there was a federal and state committee hearing. And I came to it, I was like 6 months pregnant or something. And I was here as an opponent to a bill that would create this category of violent offender called any person, felony with any deadly weapon. So I was here, and then there were these proponents. And the proponents testified, and they said that they wanted to have this certain notice provision on TV and radio. And then I get up and I say my part about, hey, why do you want to add this new category of registrants? And after the hearing, the proponents came up to me and said, what are you talking about? We didn't ask them to add people to the registry. And so I showed them in the bill, this is what it would do. And they're just like, we didn't want that. So we talked to the committee chair, and of course, I had a full-time job, I was pregnant, and the next thing I knew a couple months later, it was the law. So as I stand here today, I still cannot tell you in 2021 how we came to have a category called any person, felony with any deadly weapon that now is the largest growing category on the violent offender registry that covers thousands of people. I have no idea, but you don't have to keep it. But that's not what I'm here to say. Because what we have recommended in this report is that, that if nothing else, you give the court the obligation to tell a person on the record that they have to register. I guess I got ahead of myself. I should tell you this. There's not a list of crimes of conviction that are covered by that. So what happens is if you get convicted of a person felony and the court makes a finding that you used a deadly weapon, and I'm not just talking about knives and guns. I'm talking about a bowling ball. I just had a case, bowling ball. I'm talking about yard art, a dull knife from your table. If the court makes a finding that you had a deadly weapon and you used it in the commission of any person felony, you're ordered to register. The court may order you to register for 15 years. But despite the legislature wording the statute the way you all did, what happens is these findings are not made in open court. They are not made with specificity. And so in our report, we're asking actually very little, which is to make that process more transparent when it takes place in district courts. Sorry, I get pretty worked up about that one. But I did want to talk just briefly, Madam Chair, if I could just address a couple things that people asked Jason. One of those is a question that Senator Bowers and Representative Heiberger had asked Jason about, and that is the loss of the burn grant money. It's true. If you pass the recommendations that that the Judicial Council has made, it is true that we will be out of substantial implementation, I think is the current phrase, as far as SORNA is concerned. And just as a reminder, SORNA is an unfunded federal mandate. And it does not cover drug offenders. It does not cover most violent offenders. After 15 years of its existence, still only 18 out of 50 states have even become compliant with SORNA. The rest of them have decided that it's worth a 10% loss of their burn grant money to make their own policy decisions. And so there are states who have decided it's untenable to register juveniles, or it's untenable to punish people a certain amount or make them register for life. They've made their own policy decisions. In fact, 32 states have done that. And so I just got a notice. I had asked about the burn grant awards from this year, and the governor's office gave out almost $2.4 million. So this year, our loss, if you take a 10% loss of that funding, that's $240,000. As you can see in my testimony, and I'm going to give you another example here, you can cover that cost by keeping about 5 people out of prison. Wait, 30 times, well, a little bit more than that, I guess. It costs over $30,000 a year to keep somebody in prison, and people go to prison for literally a decade for failing to register. In fact, I've got a client in my office right now. He's serving a 161-month sentence for failing to register, even though everybody knew where his campsite was. And that is almost $400,000 that taxpayers will spend for him to be locked up for failing to register his address. And so by changing the penalties as the committee's recommending, you will save money and you will make back that 10% in no time. And in the meantime, you get to make your own policy decisions about what our registry should look like. Senator Falscadeau asked a question about who is covered by the exit mechanism. And I can tell that people are probably concerned that there are no exclusions. And here's why I think, it's my personal opinion, why there should not be exclusions. And that is because this exit mechanism is serving as a safety net. And back in 2006, when the legislature passed what we call Jessica's Law, I argued for safety nets then in a different context, but my point is this. There are people that get caught up in laws that you do not mean, I honestly believe, you do not mean for these folks to register for life. That is not what you meant. But because sometimes our law's nets can be cast wide, it sweeps in people that we don't intend it to. And so when you have something like this exit mechanism, which does have victim notice, by the way, Senator Erickson. There is in our proposal, the victim would receive notification of a hearing on an exit mechanism, that this exit mechanism is serving a very important function of being a safety net. Senator Corson, you had asked about who agreed and who didn't agree with certain parts, and I just wanted to let you know that the full report, which I'll warn you is about 150 pages, it does, Christy from Judicial Council did a great job of noting, you know, when there were times when we would not agree on something and how we sort of came to a decision or who voted against it or whatever. But the full report does give more details about that. But in the end, the entire Judicial Council did approve the proposal that we submitted to it. And Senator Carlin, is it Senator Carlin? No. Represent, okay. I couldn't see that far with your name tag, but you mentioned the story about the young woman that you worked with and the expunging her arrest. And I couldn't help but think about something that I felt like you should know, which is that as long as a person's on the registry, they are by law precluded from asking for an expungement for any case they have. So for example, right, it's not the same thing, but it triggered in my head a story that I heard just in the last couple months about a man who pled to a distribution offense in a smaller county in this state. He did every single thing expected of him. His probation officer said he was the ideal probationer, and he filed a motion to get removed from the registry. Well, you can't do that, but he tried anyway, and the judge said, even the state said, if it wasn't in this law, we would let you off the registry. But there is no early release from the registry. Regardless of how much you've reformed or how much you've changed your life, there is none right now. And the second thing is that you can't expunge any part of your record. even things that are different from the registrable offense, as long as you have to register. So this exit mechanism would somewhat go to addressing that. And I promise I'm almost done. I was thinking about Senator Hoffman, it's Senator Hoffman, Representative. I'm promoting. I don't know if it's a promotion. I was just going to say.
Well, he does have a question for you, so.
Okay, I'm sure he does. No. So I was thinking about what you said about the Smart on Crime. And here's the thing that I don't know if people realize, and that is this thing that we're talking about today, that I've talked about so many times before, is supposedly not criminal at all. It is supposedly a civil regulatory scheme that is not punishment. Now, I would ask you, don't answer out loud, but I'd ask you to think about when you look at the testimony, when you look at the impact this has on people, when you look at the impact that it has on communities, does it seem very civil to you? It doesn't seem very civil to me. But that's what the Kansas Supreme Court has told us over and over again, that KORA is a civil regulatory scheme and not punishment. And there was recently a case that even though the legislature did not include municipal convictions in the statute, the Kansas Supreme Court said, well, this language is broad enough, we'll make this guy register, even though he didn't have a right to a jury trial or anything else. And they've had a case that came out about the thing I was talking about making the finding for any person, felony, any deadly weapon. And they basically said, that's fine, they can make it. It doesn't have to be on the record. And other things too. And I tell you all of this because what I have realized is I've came here for years saying, hey, please do this thing. Please do this thing so that the court won't find it unconstitutional. And then I realized you all are the ones that can fix it. You are the hope that we have, that you can see that changes need to be made, that there are smart things to do to this registry. You are the only ones that can address that. And so that's why I'm so glad that you all have dedicated this time to this proposal that directly affects over 20,000 people in this state and indirectly affects most everyone else. So with that, I will finally stop talking and be happy to answer any questions, and I thank you very much for this time and for hearing me out.
Representative Hoffman and then Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you being here. I just have a question about on page 4. You have real life examples, and someone buys a jet ski and forgets to list it on their registration form, and that put them back into jail. I just, where does that come in as far as buying? Is that a lethal weapon? Is that what they're?
Oh, he was a drug offender. He was a registered drug offender. All of a sudden, I can't seem to.
And he bought a jet ski, and that put him back in jail?
No, I don't believe he actually had to go to prison.
Oh, okay.
But he did get convicted of a severity level 6 person felony, which no. Well, I don't know, but at any rate.
But explain to me why.
So the KORA, the Offender Registry Act, it demands that people report all kinds of information. Not only your name, your weight, your tattoos, your hair color, all that kind of stuff. If you have a plane, whatever cars you drive, even if they're not your own, your jet ski, your plane, your boat, you have to report all of that information to the sheriff within 3 days of it changing. So if you get a new boat and you don't report the change, but you post pictures on Instagram, I guess, or whatever, your social media, you're showing off your new boat or your jet ski, and somebody figures it out and figures out you haven't reported that, that's a severity level 6 felony.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for those listening in, clarify, are you talking about drug, sex, registry, one or the other or both?
I'm glad you asked me that because what I'm saying, what I just said to Representative Hoffman is true for any kind. So regardless of the reason for a person to register, so whether they're categorized as a sex, violent, or drug offender, regardless, all of the requirements are the same. They all report 4 times a year. Well, that's oversimplification, but let's just call it that. Drug offenders, there's an option to report 3 times, but I've never seen that. So everybody's treated the same. Everybody reports 4 times a year at a minimum. You register all that information. You register for whatever amount of time you're given. And yeah, it's all the same.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Representative Susan Humphreys, also an advisory committee member.
Thank you. It's good to be here. So Seth is after me, is that right? Just want to make sure.
I jumped, Seth. Well, yes, Seth will be after you. It's okay.
Okay. Because I really am going to
Seth says it's
kind of wrap things up, but I think it'll work fine if Seth goes after me. He'll say some very interesting things, and y'all will want to hear what Seth has to say. So thank you for letting me come here. I was honored to be on the Joint Committee several years ago. It's a great committee. I appreciate what you all are doing and giving your time. I'm here as a member of that Judicial Council that met for over 2 years, the first Friday of every month, to talk about the registry. And I want to give you 3 reasons why I really want to encourage you to take a look at it. You don't have a bill in front of you right now like we did last session that's very specific, but you do have the report from the Judicial Council. And so the first thing I want to say is that the first thing I want to mention is data. There's so much evidence. The previous speakers have said it, and Seth will say it even more, that the evidence and data convinced us that we needed to make a change. The recidivism rate, I think Seth will be talking about. Yeah, okay, so listen to what he has to say about that. Just the number of people that are on the registry, the number of people that are in violation of the registry and what happens to them, all that data adds up to tell me that we need to dig in and think about how to make this law better in Kansas, our registration. The second thing, and to me this is, well, the other one's compelling too, but the second thing is common sense. Kansas is really an outlier in this area. Very few states have drug registries, and certainly not for lower level offenses like we do. And they're not public like ours is. A minority of states have violent offender registrations, and there's maybe 2 states that have all 3, violent, drug, and sex offenders. The penalties for failing to register, you heard a little bit about that, but someone could have a misdemeanor. They're on the registry. They, for some reason, don't register. Maybe, if you live in one county and you work in another county, and maybe you go to the community college in another adjoining county, you have to register in all 3 of those counties. So maybe they don't register in all 3, or they don't register that they got a new boat or whatever it is. Sometimes the offense is a felony of not registering. Their underlying offense was a misdemeanor, but they're going to prison because they failed to register. That doesn't make any sense to me. I think we need to make some changes about that. And then something we haven't talked about, in some counties there are officers whose whole duty is to chase after offenders who haven't registered, who are in violation. I just think we could use our resources better than that. And then the thing that really hooked me, that we need to make some changes, is about the people. I would like to call your attention to a written-only testimony. Andrew Paris, he called me. I've had several people call me, the wives of people, different things, but I call your attention to his, because he was in that situation where I think he was a minor. He had to register, and he saw the end of his registry coming. It was going to be finished. And then retroactively, we changed it. And all of a sudden, now he has a lifetime registry. So he was going to be able to get off the registry, but when we changed it retroactively, now he's a lifetime on the registry. And the reason we can do that is because, again, this isn't punishment, it's a civil offense. y'all probably know criminal laws we can't retroactively enforce, but if it's a civil, we can. So that doesn't make sense to me either, but it's about the people. There are model citizens who have had no offense whatsoever for 20 years, and the evidence shows that he won't reoffend. So my question is, do we believe in redemption? Do we believe in a fresh start? What's our goal in this? I think it's safety for our communities. It's God-fearing, productive citizens. We want those who should register to register. And I'm not saying we let everybody off. I'm saying that we give people an opportunity to make an appeal to get off the registry, give them an opportunity to exit, to show why they should be able to exit. And then the last thing I would say is that some of the opposition to this bill, to HB 2349, when we heard it last session, was that, oh, we've swung too far. I just want to say, I don't think that's true. I mean, I don't know any other way to say it. So we have the registry. It may feel like we're swinging way over here, we're making all these changes, but if you will just take a look at it and look at the common sense changes that we asked for, they may not all work, but please take a look at it. But I feel like we were more like here. You know, we didn't swing way to the other side. We were in careful consideration. What might pass? What do the legislators want to see? You know, what is really evidence-based? What are those things that make common sense for us to change? So when they say we swung too far, I would just like I'd like to see how, because we could have gone further, and we've stopped at what seemed like common sense. So I'd love to stand for questions. That was kind of a big overview, but my main encouragement is just that you take a careful consideration of how we might make our offender registration laws more fair.
Senator
Thank
Dahl.
you.
Thank you. Senator Dahl, followed by Representative Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Help me understand, you know, they said if they work in a county, you know, live in another county or whatever, you know, you might have 3 or 4 counties you have to register.
Mm-hmm.
Is it one and done? I mean, if you haven't registered and you might have spaced one of them off, you registered in 2, would they call you and say, hey, you need to register, or they just come and bust you?
It's my understanding that different counties handle it differently, and I do think there's some grace given, but I honestly don't know how each one handles it differently. So I do know that, I mean, maybe one of my colleagues could answer that more clearly. I don't think they come and bust you after once. I do think that there's a little bit of a grace period, and then.
Representative Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Representative.
Yeah.
And you can feel free to defer this to Seth if he's coming up next if you don't know the answer, but I'm trying to understand how, with a misdemeanor conviction, you end up on a registry. What misdemeanor charge leads you to be on the registry to then potentially end up with a felony for violating it?
Sexual battery is one.
Okay.
There might be others. That's the main one.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
I'm not seeing any other questions, so thank you. And
Yeah, thank you for letting me come. Thank
Yep.
you, committee.
Seth, come on up. We have Seth Westcott, Advisory Committee member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you today. And I know that there are other things on your agenda this afternoon, so in the interest of time, I will try to be as brief as possible. My testimony will be narrowed to 2 specific components of the Judicial Council's report. The first is the need for an exit mechanism for adults who have been convicted of sexual crimes. The second is the need to end juvenile registration. I've been working in the field of sexual abuse prevention for the past 19 years. Virtually my entire career has been devoted to the evaluation and treatment of sexual abusers. and our field has changed a lot during that time. We used to believe that individuals who offended sexually reoffended at alarmingly high rates. When I do a training or presentation for the public, I always ask what people think recidivism rates are for this population, and I'll get answers from 55% to 70% to 92%. So people are always very surprised to learn that the recidivism rates are actually much lower than that. Research tells us that the 5-year recidivism estimates for the average risk offender is between 3 and 7%. Likewise, we used to believe that people who acted out sexually did so against people that they didn't know. We now know through research that individuals who commit sexual crimes primarily offend against people they do know. Only about 10% offend against a stranger. Over 90% offend against someone that they know. Those two advances in research have shaped and changed the way we evaluate and treat this population. Perhaps the most significant development in the research over the last 5 years has been the work that says risk actually decreases with time in the community. A person's risk for recidivism is cut in half after 5 years, reoffense-free in the community, and it is halved every 5 years after that until that person reaches a point called desistance. Desistance refers to that point in time in which an individual who has been convicted of a sexual offense is no more a higher risk to commit a sexual offense than someone who has not committed a sexual offense. To put it another way, they are no more likely to commit a sexual offense than you or I. Virtually all people who have been convicted of sexual offenses reach a point of desistance. The research tells us that the average risk individual reaches that point after about 10 years reoffense-free in the community. Even the highest risk offenders reach that point after about 20 years. The exit mechanism proposed by the Judicial Council was based on the notion of desistance. Given what we now know, it is counterproductive to continue to mandate registration for individuals who have reached that point of desistance. Some will argue that the registry serves a purpose, that it is intended to protect the public. And while that may be a popular notion, the public cannot be expected to know who is truly high risk and who has reached a point of desistance. The fact is, our registry has become so overloaded with individuals that no longer need to register that the public cannot determine who they should and should not be afraid of. It's also important to note that Patty Wetterling, Jacob Wetterling's mother, who used to be a staunch advocate for registration, has now become one of its most strongest and vocal critics. She reminds us that registration was never meant to be public-facing. It was originally intended as a law enforcement tool. Our registry is a one-size-fits-all that captures everyone and keeps everyone longer than absolutely necessary. Providing an exit mechanism would provide some relief for an overburdened system and a remedy for those who no longer pose a danger to our citizens. Just as we've learned a great deal about adults who have committed sexual offenses, we've learned even more about juveniles who have committed offenses. We know that the recidivism rates for juveniles are even lower than adults. My colleague Michael Caldwell recently published a meta-analysis that included 106 studies with over 33,000 youth who had committed sexual offenses and found the recidivism rate across all studies was 4.92%. And if you look at studies just over the last 20 years, that recidivism rate is actually 2.75%, even lower than adults. We also know that, like adults, juveniles who commit sexual crimes do so against people they know. Only 2.5% of sexual offenses that involve a juvenile offender are done against a stranger victim. 97.5% involve someone known to the offender. So when we talk about the registration for juveniles as a way to protect the public, who exactly are we protecting? We do know that juveniles on the registry face insurmountable challenges. We know that they are 4 times as likely to attempt suicide. They are 5 times as likely to be propositioned for sex, and they are twice as likely to be the victim of a sexual assault in the past year. The notion that a public registry is different than a private registry is also not supported through research. My colleague Sharon Denniston in Michigan recently published data that suggests that the harmful unintended consequences posed to youth for private registration is the same as public registry. So there is no discernible difference between the two. We know that juveniles who are required to register have difficulty reintegrating into schools, obtaining employment, playing sports, or other leisure and recreation activities, which we know are protective factors that keep the youth pointed in the right direction. Their status on the registry can lead to profound detrimental mental health effects. It stigmatizes and increases the shame. It is time for us to then end some of these harmful practices in order to actually protect our youth. Over the summer, I did a psychosexual evaluation on a youth who had been adjudicated of the sexual offense, and the prosecutor was recommending probation. And the defense attorney wanted me to come and testify at the sentencing hearing. The only open question for sentencing was on registration. The prosecutor was pushing for a public registry, and the defense attorney wasn't happy with that. She was also a member of our advisory committee, and she knew the research about juveniles who commit sexual offenses. So she asked me to come and testify. She sent the prosecutor our work from the advisory committee, some of my work with ATSA, and when I got to the courthouse, the prosecutor had agreed to recommend private registration. The defense attorney still wasn't happy with that, and so I was able to get up and testify about some of the same research that I've outlined for you here today. I asked the court to consider that research, and the court did. In the end, the judge ordered that registration would serve no purpose and ordered that the youth should not have to register. That decision had multiple consequences. It was validation for our work. It was significant for the youth and his family. And it was a small step toward our goal of evidence-informed decision-making. Clearly, more work needs to be done. I appreciate the committee taking the time to look at this report, to look at our evidence, and I ask you to please let that research be your guide. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I stand for your questions.
Senator Vasquito.
Thank you. What a wonderful, great presentation. So in that decision, was it considered the severity of that youth's crime? How?
That's an excellent question, thank you. It was actually considered. The court ruled that essentially, because there was no identifiable victim in Kansas, the public interest would not be served. This was a child pornography case, and the images were of someone who was not a Kansas resident.
Committee, other questions? Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Seth, for your presentation. Again, I just feel it necessary to reiterate, I do think there's room for some common sense solution. The examples that I've heard come before this committee, I guess I would ask you this. Are you saying that the youth did not do what they were accused of?
No, ma'am. The youth pled guilty to the behaviors for which he was charged.
I just feel it necessary, Madam Chair, as a former teacher and principal. You know, you talked about the effect of the offender not being able to participate in extracurricular and the offender having their lives uprooted. I have seen more harmful effects than anyone should to the victims. I've seen students assaulted with a stick of deodorant in a locker room. Those victims, you want to talk about not participate. I've seen them just withdraw. into a shell of themselves. I've seen it way more than I should ever have had to deal with. And I just want to reiterate, yes, I think there could be some room for common sense on this, but I do not want the effect on the victims to go unnoticed or unvalued before this committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, committee? I'm not seeing any. Seth, thank you so much for your
Thank you,
presentation
Madam Chair.
today. Committee, we are going to transition to what is referred to as that public comment period. It is an open forum. We have 6 individuals that are before us that are scheduled. We had Heather Morgan, who presented earlier during that time period. We also have 2 written testimony at the end. So first up, I have Gail Kozad, Executive Director for Kansas Children's Service League. Thank you so much for being with us today, Gail.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for having me here today. I am Gail Kozad, CEO for Kansas Children's Service League. We are a statewide nonprofit organization serving children and families. Our mission is to protect and promote the well-being of children. There's over 30 years of research now about the impact of childhood adversity. Childhood adversity includes abuse and neglect, as well as other household dysfunctions or circumstances which affect children adversely, including substance use, mental illness of a parent, domestic violence, and criminal behavior, all of which place a child or youth at higher risk of entering the foster care system or juvenile justice system. The childhood trauma stemming from adversity can have a profound impact on social connections, school readiness, and an increased likelihood of developing negative coping mechanisms, which have an impact on our larger society in terms of health-related costs, worker productivity costs, and criminal justice costs as these children become adults. But we also know from more recent research, children and adults who have experienced adversity have great capacity to build resiliency, which is why I wanted to talk to you all today. So we know that providing children, youth, and their parents stable, responsive, nurturing relationships can prevent or even reverse the damaging effects of early life stress with lifelong benefits for learning, behavior, and health. KCSL often becomes that support system for children, youth, and parents when they have nowhere else to turn. KCSL has long supported the juvenile justice reform in Kansas, and like many other community-based organizations, provides programs which are nationally recognized, as well as local programs which have been researched and evaluated and proven to be effective. The Center for Restorative Education is an innovative, student-focused alternative school in Topeka, Kansas, which provides educational and case management services for students which have been long-term suspended or expelled. The program is based on restorative justice principles and includes structured credit recovery and intensive case management, which emphasizes personal responsibility. The program's goal is to restore each student's ability to function at school in order to progress their education and earn their diploma. Referrals are made directly by 3 participating school districts in Shawnee County, and the program receives funding from the school districts to support the credit recovery portion of the program. Students are most often referred for possession of drugs, possession of weapons, fighting, and substance use. Youth who are long-term suspended or expelled are struggling with anger and impulse control, mental illness, substance use, and behaviors that can be violent and disruptive to their home and school environments. In fact, youth in the program are at higher risk due to their family support, which includes parental attitudes which support antisocial behavior, and they support drug use and they also experience higher rates of family conflict. The Center for Restorative Education is a fairly unique program in Kansas, and many school districts do provide credit recovery for suspended students, but they don't always have the ability to provide the additional guidance and support these youth need. From 2011 to 2015, KCSL asked the University of Kansas Center for Public Partnerships and Research to conduct an independent evaluation of the program. Through that research, there were 4 key findings. 1, the students increased their daily attendance rate. 2, they were able to complete at least or recover at least a semester, ensuring that they did not fall further behind in school. 3, with a pre and post self-assessment, youth improved their scores in social emotional areas. In particular, interpersonal strength, which is about respecting the rights of others and their ability to say they're sorry when they have hurt or upset others. B, school functioning, which students indicated they identified they paid better attention in school and completing tasks when asked. And finally, affective strength, which means youth stated when they have a problem, they're more likely to speak to someone about that problem. And then 4, students who attended the program had a 79% graduation rate. And just to be clear, I haven't looked recently, but the state rate for graduation for students who have been long-term expelled or suspended was 32% in 2015. And we achieved 79% and have continued to see higher rates of graduation. Many of the youth served with a change in the juvenile justice system would no longer be an adjudicated juvenile offender. Why does that matter to you guys? Why am I here today? Is because it matters because programs like the Center for Restorative Education are not able to access juvenile justice funds, despite the fact that these are youth who clearly need guidance and support. And without a program like the Center for Restorative Education, are very likely to end up incarcerated or detained or on the adult side as they turn 18. Youth served in programs like the Center for Restorative Education are at risk for all of those things. However, we do know how to teach youth new coping skills, and as a result, they have a higher chance of graduating from high school and community-based programs. These are critical for our future workforce and decreasing future adult incarceration. I do want to recognize the Kansas Department of Corrections for their continued efforts to listen to the community. Recently, they released an RFP which focused on serving youth who are at risk of entering the juvenile justice system, including crossover youth, homeless youth, and runaway youth. Additionally, in the RFP, jobs and workforce development programming was identified as a priority area. Thank you for inviting me to provide you with information about KCSL, and I, of course, will stand for any questions.
Committee, do you have questions? Could you just briefly address it's item number 2 at the bottom portion of your last page, that definition for youth that are eligible?
Yes, so my understanding currently of the evidence-based program funding is that it is for youth who have been adjudicated and is not eligible for youth who are on a level 1 diversion. Currently, level 1 diversion indicates that there's no required services. They just have to not commit any future crimes. And while I agree with a lot of testimony that you will hear that says youth have very low recidivism rates, that does not mean that those youth do not need supports or that their parents don't know where to go when their child has committed a crime and landed on a diversion.
Thank you. I am not seeing any questions, any further questions. Oh, Representative Harburger.
Thank you. This sort of goes back to our previous discussion, and maybe Representative Erickson's concerns. Do you ever work with youthful offenders who've been charged with sex offenses?
We have not. Our program is not designed for that necessarily.
But could restorative justice programs in general be a possible way to work with youth?
Absolutely. Yes, restorative justice principles are founded in juvenile justice, so absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much for being here today. Next up, we have Mike Fonkert with Kansas Appleseed. Mike, thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, for this opportunity to speak with you today. As you just heard, I am Mike Fonkert. I'm the campaign director with Kansas Appleseed Center for Law and Justice, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization dedicated to the belief that Kansans working together can build a state full of thriving, inclusive, and just communities. Today, I want to talk to you about our youth justice system. We've seen quite a bit of improvement over the past several years, particularly in the area of reducing incarceration, reducing out-of-home placement, and increasing access to various programs that are located in communities across the state that benefit our young people. But we still have much work to do to continue to push this reform effort down the road and truly realize a system that can actually benefit all of the young people that it comes into contact with. Today, I would like to turn your attention to several issues that we are currently working on and urge this committee to support, take action on in various ways. Starting, I'd like to begin with the evidence-based programs account, what we know as the reinvestment money associated with Senate Bill 367. Last year, we saw $21 million taken from that account, and that move was not only contrary to the intent of the law, but was largely rationalized by budget figures. Supposedly, it was necessary to take that money in order to balance our budget, but once all the numbers came in, that proved not to be the case. That logic, in and of itself, I think, was flawed because taking money dedicated to improving our youth justice system really undercuts improvements that would reap substantial benefits for the state over time. But alas, that's what we saw happen. Even though we know that there are so many worthwhile goals yet to achieve. I want to touch on a few of those unmet needs, we'll call them today. Many of you are probably aware, but in 2020, the National Juvenile Defenders Center released its 2020 assessment of Kansas juvenile defense. And that painted a very clear picture of the failings of Kansas's juvenile defense system. All of the recommendations in that report fit very squarely into actions that could be taken and funded with those reinvestment funds from our evidence-based programs account. More so, we've seen over the past 5 years, the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, stakeholders, lawmakers, agency officials continue to have conversations about unmet needs in communities. We continue to lack adequate mental health supports for young people, particularly young people experiencing mental health crisis. We've seen no juvenile crisis intervention centers established, even though money was dedicated for that. We continue to lack in PRTF beds, our psychiatric residential treatment beds. And we also continue to need more access for young people to different programs like substance abuse counseling, mentoring, and other positive behavior supports in their local communities. The youth-led group Progeny, which you will hear from here a little bit later, released recently 2 different reports covering topics that I would urge you to review that are also worthwhile endeavors that could be pursued with this reinvestment funding. Overall, I think, the message from us is clear. That money should have never been taken out of that account. It is not a lack of need that has prevented the spending of what was that $42 million, excess, we'll call it, but lack of will by this state to make it happen, and a lot of bureaucratic red tape. Like I said, I think I've attended every Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee meeting in the last 4 years, every meeting of the Reinvestment Subcommittee within that group, and there are a lot of needs that we can address. So I would urge this committee to support restoring that $21 million to dedicated improvements for our youth and our youth justice system. Next, I'd like to address the elimination of fines and fees for justice-involved youth. Financial barriers continue to exist for many young people in the system, and the unfortunate reality is that so many of our young people that are deeply involved in the system come from families that lack the resources to cover costs associated with justice involvement. This reality means that the playing field is still uneven for Kansas kids, and that kids from families with means are more successful than kids from families that lack those financial resources. Financial penalties against children can also, they can negatively impact them long into their adult lives, but can also exacerbate tensions within their families, as most kids lack financial resources to cover those fines and fees, and so a fine on a child is almost always a fine on that family. We are continuing to work to fully understand the scope of the fine and fee situation for our justice-involved youth, but my preliminary findings I can summarize pretty quickly, with my first point being everything that we're seeing so far indicates that removing this financial barrier is something that could be done without much budget impact. We're not talking tens of millions. We're talking of tens of thousands in different districts, maybe hundreds of thousands across the entire state. But compared to our multi-billion-dollar budget, I think we can find a way. Secondly, this change will absolutely help more children successfully complete the terms of their condition and, start the process into becoming successful, happy, healthy, and productive adults. Kansas will reap the benefit of that change. I would also like to cover an issue that was really highlighted in that National Juvenile Defenders Center report that we are elevating on our priority list this year, and that is the issue of shackling children in Kansas courtrooms. Currently, Kansas has no laws governing that practice, so its use becomes a matter of local rules, if any rules at all. The NJDC assessment revealed that this practice is far too common, is almost always unnecessary, and actively causes trauma for the children that it impacts. 33 states and the District of Columbia have updated their laws, mostly in the last 10 years, to seriously limit that practice, and I would encourage this group to support that as well. So those are our big issues. We would really like to see that money rededicated to spending on young people. There's so much left to do. If anybody wants to have a deeper conversation about our unmet needs, red tape that has prevented us from spending that money, I'm happy to do that along with all of our other legislative priorities. But touching finally on this reinvestment money, the notion that the money isn't being spent is also flawed. Tens of millions flow out. I think last year the budget was, over 13 million that was coming out of that account. Money comes in every year as well, but that money is being spent. We just have a reserve balance that has built up over time, and I think that reserve balance first is incredibly unique. You do not see that in other states that have pursued justice reform. And it's incredibly important to this state to allow us to be bold in our actions to support our young people. And it provides a significant financial cushion for us to absorb the costs of that bold action. So thank you all so much for your time. And as always, Kansas Appleseed is here to be a resource. We have lots of research. We are nonpartisan, and we are here to help you all explore policies and figure out what's best for Kansas. So thank you all for your time, and I'll happily stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Mike. Do we have questions? We'll start with Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you. So you mentioned the 21 million that was taken away. I know we also talked about a lot of organizations didn't even know that the fund existed to even apply for the fund. So how do we get that message out there? And do you have programs in mind to whereas that funding might go to help those youth?
Yeah, so I think the list of potential homes, potential programs is long. But to your point, I think there is still a lack of understanding of who can access that money, how to access it. And there are strict rules with that account, right? Like it's specifically designed to benefit justice-involved youth and their families, young people in crisis. And so I think really you all have a great opportunity here. One, to elevate this issue, elevate the public awareness of this, but also to talk about, as you discuss rededicating that money to spending on young people, how do you do it? I think we're open to ideas. I would love to see a lot of that money placed back in the evidence-based programs account, but maybe we have an opportunity here to find a home for some money that can allow more money to flow to communities, because I know the evidence-based criteria is burdensome, is too much for a lot of community groups, and I know we were at the same event, talking to the same people about good programs that exist in communities that could use infusions of $10,000, $25,000, $50,000 and make huge impacts, but they're left out right now. And so I think that's something for this group to work on. But there are lots of good needs that we can meet. And I think this is a great opportunity, as good as any, for us to amp up the knowledge about this and make sure that if we're moving money around, we're doing it so that it can actually flow out into our communities.
Representative Resman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned juvenile crisis intervention centers.
Yes.
Do they exist?
Not to my knowledge,
And-
no. And I would love to talk more about that. What I can tell you briefly here is that there was a process, there was a RFP put out, and to my knowledge, I think Johnson County got deepest into that process, but there were some strict rules about how you could set that up, and it related to that money being tied to the evidence-based programs account. And so at the end of the day, Johnson County eventually backed out of that and figured they couldn't make the numbers work. But we know there's interest, around the state, there's need. And so how can we come together to fix that process so that people can complete it?
Okay, and I already know the answer to this question, but is it funded?
Is what funded?
Is there money in the budget for these centers?
Well, so there was, I think, $2 million dedicated within that evidence-based programs account somehow. So there's that $2 million that still hasn't been taken. If you could call that funded, I think that's maybe somewhere in the middle of funded and not
Yeah,
funded.
you're correct. It's $2 million. So we're kind of funding a program that really doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, the money hasn't been spent. It's just been line itemed for that.
It's going somewhere.
Yeah, so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know that Representative Owens spoke about that previously as well. The bureaucracy did get in the way. And I think we need to be really clear when we're talking about that 21 million here in the legislature, it was swept. That's what happened, is it was swept. And it's time for us to get the broom back out. And so I appreciate those words. Yesterday in our hearing, we heard from Mr. Schultz, and he was talking about the adult population, and he shared with us that 80 to 85% of the felony convictions, those individuals had appointed counsel. So I was a little curious about when you made the point about the fines and the fees for justice-involved youth. Are we looking at roughly the same scale where those that are involved directly with the corrections system are the youth that have appointed counsel because the family just doesn't have the funds?
So I can't say for certain, but from my experience and my understanding, we have a lot of kids that are getting appointed counsel. Just based on the number of kids with appointed counsel, I would think that those numbers probably end up looking very similar.
Okay. My next question has to do with our previous presentation from the Kansas Children's Service League. I'm curious what your position would be, or at least what Kansas Appleseed's position would be on expanding that definition of youth that would be eligible for services with the funding to include youth that have been put on diversion. So actually weren't adjudicated. So what's your feeling on that?
Well, I think I have mixed feelings. I think we need to be very careful when we talk about expanding, the proverbial net. The best practices that I understand, the best research that I understand, really does emphasize that the lightest touch possible is the best. And I think for a lot of kids, that does amount to getting in trouble, getting diverted, and wiping your brow and saying, thank goodness that I didn't get any more trouble. Let's not do that again. But on the other hand, I think as we're exploring spending that money, making sure that it's going to good uses, I think it's a worthwhile discussion to talk about, what that would look like, how many kids would that involve, how much budget would that take? And obviously, there's a lot of people in this state that have a lot of expertise, and so I know the folks at DOC and others around the state would certainly have opinions about that as well. We are in support of making sure kids that need services get them, but we're not really looking to deliver services to kids that don't. So it's a difficult nut to crack when you start to look at that.
Well, it is, yet if a youth is put on diversion, they've already kissed up to, they've had a little kiss there with the justice system.
Right.
Whereas when we talk about the Mental Health Crisis Center for Youth, those kids haven't necessarily had any touch with the justice system. So talk to me about how we could say yes for that, but not yes for kids. I guess I'm not convinced that just because a child's been put in diversion, that as much background check as to what are some of those root causes and what are the supports that we need so that there isn't a violation of diversion and they aren't really going to end up with some type of a felony or potentially being ratcheted up to an adult rather than a youth crime.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think my first response would be, if I'm not mistaken, that spending on the mental health crisis, that was actually a carve-out down
yes,
the road.
It was. It was a different sweep.
Original. Yeah, which I don't want to get too deep into that. But, you know, I think if there were mechanisms that we could all kind of agree on that would, you know, allow for communities to assess children on diversion, to figure out if they did need more services or not, I think we'd be certainly interested in learning more and working together to try and figure that out. You know, to your point, those, while they may not be technically, I guess, but those are justice-involved youth, and so making sure that kids that are in that population that do need additional services are able to get them, I think is an important goal.
Okay. Yes, Senator Faustido.
Madam Chair, and so to the point that you're discussing now, can staff tell me if that funding was only to be used for programs dealing with youth getting in trouble, or could it be used for being proactive in prevention?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is Merle. I can address this unless the reviser has anything to add. But as I read the statute, it really primarily relates to children that are in the juvenile justice system. So it is meant to be, it's not a prevention funding, not a prevention source, but for those in the system.
Yes.
And so just to respond to that, like I said, if we're talking about moving that $21 million around, perhaps this is an opportunity where we can be creative and can find a way to spend a little bit more on prevention.
Yes, Jason. And then we'll go to Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason Thompson with the reviser. I just wanted to clarify, I mean, the statute says for juvenile offenders, but the immediate intervention program is part of the juvenile offender system. That's diversion. So we're a little bit confused as to where this sort of definitive statement is coming from. We don't see it in the statute, but obviously if that's how it's being implemented, that's a different story. So I'm looking into it further.
I appreciate that. Representative Carlin.
Not sure if I've formulated my question yet, but the crisis intervention centers that Representative Desmond spoke of, Desmond. I don't know, did we just say we don't have the evidence? And I'm wondering if we can gather the evidence. I don't know what evidence-based actually means, but can we gather the evidence from our adult crisis intervention centers? The effects that we get, the good reports or the reports we get back of the effectiveness, because we're just getting like 5 of them around the state, 1 of them in Manhattan, and it has been deemed extremely successful. I don't know what kind of evidence we want to gather, but I think that the results that we get from the adult crisis intervention centers would be appropriate to at least look at, because we have found it just to be extremely helpful. And it would be preventive, although an act of crime could be committed when this person is encountered at the same time. So I don't know if it would include both.
Representative Resman, do you want to comment? And then we'll go to Mr. Funkert.
I believe you're a little more familiar with it than I am. I just know that the center should be up and running by now. Johnson County did come close, and then they kind of backed out because the RFP was just too difficult. And as a result, we don't have them right now, and I think they're severely needed.
I don't think there's a question about the need. I think there is tremendous frustration. That money was budgeted. It was earmarked for youth. Intervention centers hasn't been utilized in that manner because no one made it through the RFP process. It was so convoluted and complex. And did you want to add to that, Mr. Funkert?
Just, yeah, briefly, I would say I don't think the issue with the crisis intervention centers is the evidence. I think the need is agreed upon, and there is a pretty substantial body of work about crisis intervention that I think could definitely satisfies that already. The only reason that they didn't, that we don't have any crisis intervention centers is the process that, you know, rules, regulations, stipulations. I think it's pretty clear to folks that there is certainly an evidence-based need.
Well, and to follow up, then we, at this time, have no PRTFs, is that correct?
I
think you
no.
say it's too limited.
There just continues to be a need for more of them.
And were they serving that purpose of the crisis intervention centers?
Well, I'm no mental health expert, but from what I understand, I don't know if they necessarily serve the same exact need, but having available PRTF beds is important for both adults and children that need psychiatric treatment. I mean,
I guess I don't know what PRTF was supposed to receive, but I do know some kids that were sent there because of a mental health crisis. So I don't know what other use they may have served, but thank you. I think we need to look at that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation today. And I think just to kind of wrap it up, I do believe that that RFP process was in either KDADS or DCF. It wasn't with the Department of Corrections. So thank you very much.
Excuse me, I have
Yes,
just a
Representative
statement.
Finley.
I recall we used to have like 13 or 20 PRTFs, and we cut it down to like 1 or 2. And that's where we were sending our children when they were in crisis, but the cost apparently was overwhelming. And so that was one of the reasons that we started working on SB 367, because they were saying that the cost was just too astronomical. But we really, now we're just looking for places. And I know the PTFs that we have, they have at least a 6 months waiting list.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Mike, is it Crewell? Mike is with TeamWorks, and thank you so much for being here today.
Yeah, well, thank you. Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. I'd like to introduce 2 colleagues and friends that are helping craft this vision, Joanna Duran and Adon Grimaldo. And I am Mike Crewell. I'm co-founder and owner of Pyxis Incorporated and Behavior Link in Wichita, Kansas. Pyxis is currently providing services for ComCare, the Community Mental Health Center in Wichita, Sedgwick County, and St. Francis Ministries. We're also contracting with DCF, working with TANF clients and vocational rehab, as well as Workforce Alliance in South Central Kansas. Primarily, we work with ComCare and foster kids with St. Francis Ministries. We started in 1994 in El Dorado and have served more than 20,000 children in Kansas, Missouri, North Carolina, Virginia, and Texas. We're all parents, as probably most of you. In fact, I was introduced to Joanna's 4-week-old Benjamin a few days ago, and we just see children as beautiful creatures. When a new baby comes into the world, we celebrate, and we marvel at the newness of life and the connection we feel as parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins. It causes us to reflect on the beauty of humanity. We as a family celebrate and welcome a new child into our home. Then we bring the child home, and as expected, it needs everything. It's hungry and dirty, and the baby lets us know the only way it knows how: it cries. And sometimes it cries just because it wants to be held, it wants to be nurtured. To be nurtured is such a critical element in human development. And as the baby grows, one of their first stages of independence is to hold a bottle. Once they take a hold of that bottle of their own, they begin to realize, this is mine. I can drink it, I can play with it, or maybe even save it for later. Then they begin to take their first steps and form words and sounds, and we celebrate. We continue to celebrate each milestone: potty training, riding a bike, first day of school, and on and on. And as each new skill is learned, the child gains more freedom and independence until one day we recognize they're taking on more and more responsibility to the point they don't need us anymore. We soon realize, as parents, one of our primary jobs is to know when and how to give them complete independence from our control. We recognize autonomy, independence, and freedom increases proportionate to their ability to handle responsibility. As new responsibilities are achieved, self-confidence grows, and a sense of positive identity begins to take shape. Yet taking on new responsibilities is not easy. Each new level of maturity comes with growing pains. The kids feel it, parents feel it. In fact, it's almost a given that the greater the responsibility, the greater the pain. We see achievement through pain all around us. Our cultures celebrate excellence. We pay good money to go watch a concert or see an athletic event. Excellence demands that we go beyond our pain and achieve something we didn't even know we could. Look at us. Here we are, here you are. Did we ever think we'd be in the state capitol trying to solve these difficult issues for these kids? We are all born with a capacity to achieve great things through our hard work, perseverance, and struggle. Some of our children here in Kansas are born into environments where there is pain, but it's a different kind of pain. It's a pain not reached through struggles of achievement, but pain resulting from family crisis, family dysfunction, or other circumstances causing anxiety and stress that our children are simply not capable of handling. For some children, insults and shame are more common in their lives rather than celebrating achievements. As these children begin to enter school, our wonderful and talented teachers and counselors and administrators begin to pour into their lives. And for many kids, their lives begin to turn, and they begin to believe that they are what they're hearing. I do have value, I can make it, and lives are changed. Yet for some children, they just can't find their way. The reasons are complex and difficult to identify. We have many kids that become oppositional to the current system, and they're failing. I don't believe it's because they want to fail. Some simply don't believe they can achieve, and they haven't developed the social, emotional skills to achieve. The demands on schools to accomplish academic success doesn't always allow them the time and attention these kids need to find success. In the 60s and 70s, we began to realize kids learn differently. We began to understand many had identifiable learning disabilities. These kids were behind in school and were typically labeled as dumb and lazy. Once we learned how to teach them differently, they began to learn and achieve great things, and we realized they weren't dumb and lazy. Odds are there's some of us in this room that have benefited from a modified teaching style. Many kids that have these challenging behaviors have been labeled by some as bad kids. In fact, many kids we work with will call themselves bad kids. We all know these aren't bad kids. They are kids living with pain, to be sure, but this pain is transmitted to negative behaviors that result in bad things, so they get labeled as bad kids. These kids need a new environment where they can learn how to transform that pain rather than transmitting it, where they can learn how to build self-regulation skills, a place where they can build strength and emotional control, a place where kids are practicing these skills with planned positive activities. We might call this place a community practice instead of a medical practice. Dr. Stuart Ablon is an award-winning psychologist and associate professor at Harvard Medical School. He says over 40 years of research is showing us that kids are failing because they don't have the skill to succeed. He says it's not a matter of will, it's a matter of skill. Kids want to do better, they just don't know how. Dr. Ablon and his team created a model called collaborative problem solving, CPS. In this CPS model, the solutions to change to these challenging behaviors is collaborated with the child. Together, the adult and the child find solutions to their behavior challenges. Some kids need more intensive help in building their skills in flexibility, frustration tolerance, and problem solving. That's good news, because skills can be practiced and learned. Larry Thompson has a master's in education and is an author and highly sought after, nationally known speaker in the education world. And he is from right here in Newton, Kansas. He has developed a program called Responsibility Centered Discipline, RCD. The RCD model is currently being implemented in 100 schools across our nation. Schools that are using the RCD model have given the teachers the tools to help manage these challenging behaviors, resulting in increased teacher satisfaction and a significant reduction in office visits. Larry states, we must put systems in place that build the right things back into kids. He says the current reward and punishment model doesn't always work for these kids. What can consequences do when these kids have been removed from their home? They just laugh at consequences. They know they'll always have food, shelter, and clothing. And then you try to give them a reward. They might take it for a while, but at the end of the day, it's not going to mean much. They're basically saying, we aren't going to do anything you want us to do. That's a tough place for a practitioner to be in. Our only option, I believe, is to collaborate with them. We must build relationships with them. We trust that kids want to do the right thing. Okay, kind of nervous here. We trust that kids want to do the right thing. They want to have more self-control. We need to look at discipline differently. The reason I'm excited to share with you this new model is when we bring these kids together, we see many of them want to do better, they just don't know how. The need to develop the ability to regulate themselves, the ability to motivate themselves, to get themselves to try to do better, try to be more than they ever thought they could be. These are internal components that go beyond rewards and punishments. We need to develop a different part of the brain that they don't even know they have. We need to build the strengths and skills in these youth that so many of us believed, so many people believed before us that were non-existent. These kids are assets, not liabilities. We applaud Senate Bill 367 when you said, let's reduce incarcerating kids. You were right. Many of these kids don't need to be incarcerated, but what is it that they need? We believe they need a place to practice a new way to interact with communities, with one another, with bosses, customers, mentors. It's a skill that needs to be practiced for some of our kids as they have lacked safe and structured community to do so. Every great athlete and entertainer has learned how to perform with practice. They would practice, and practice until they developed a muscle memory that allowed them to get into the flow. It became a natural outflowing of who they are at their core. We're developing a space where kids can practice walking and discovering talents and gifts, a place where they are challenged, where they gain an understanding of the value in transforming their pain rather than transmitting it. They need a safe place to discover their deepest and truest natural gifts. These gifts are totally free and unearned, and yet they will not grow unless they want to develop them and choose them and say yes to them. When they learn to flow in their gifts, dignity and purpose will emerge, and life will begin to unfold in a much healthier and productive way. We are calling this place Teamworks. Together we are working out how to care for each other through the challenges of learning something new. Teamworks is a new community-based alternative to detention. The essence of Teamworks incorporates 3 building blocks: employment skills, mentoring, and emotional training. Social and emotional training. These kids need an environment where they can learn how to transform their pain rather than transmit it, where they can build self-regulation skills, and where building emotional control is a focus, in a place where they can practice new skills through positive activities. Teamworks is a community integration program which provides a community practice setting where pro-social behaviors are modeled and encouraged. We will be providing skill-building employment opportunities in a safe, non-judgmental environment where youth are paid for their work as an intern, then as an apprentice to eventually securing non-subsidized employment. A mentor will come alongside each participant and form a connection of teacher, role model, and advocate. We'll be providing weekly classes in life skills, money management, independent living, and personal development. We believe Teamworks is a comprehensive program that provides hope, stability, and a vision for the future. And I want to thank the Joint Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee for giving me this opportunity to speak. I believe that at the very core of the Senate Bill 367 is the belief that there's a better option for kids than incarceration. And we believe Teamworks could be one of those viable options you were seeking. We thank you for your time, and I'll answer any questions you might have.
Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So did you apply for the funding?
I saw the RFP and looked at it, and it's a little bit not written quite for us, so I tried to find a partner, talk to Community Corrections and St. Francis, and it's just, it just wasn't, we weren't ready for that at that time. But it spoke to everything we were trying to do. It was just, it was not something we could do.
Representative Owens.
Thank you, and thank you for making the drive up here, Mike, and sharing this with everybody in the committee. I had the opportunity to visit with Mike previously about this program, and this program kind of goes back to something that we mentioned a little bit earlier, and that's the idea that we have resources available, but we've boxed them in to such stringent requirements in some ways that programs, such as these, don't fit within that pretty little box. Yet, I think any of us who've listened to this presentation can see the value of mentoring and teaching employment and things like that. So I think as a committee, it behooves us to think outside that box a little bit, and as it relates to programs that don't fit inside the box. Thank you.
May I make a statement in response to that?
You may, Representative Finley.
One of the suggestions that some organizations have suggested that we should include or exclude is that one of the objections for some of the people, I shouldn't say objections, but one of the barriers is being able to provide evidence-based activities and information. Has that been one of your hurdles in applying for the grant?
We would say that this is not an evidence-based model. It's evidence-based practices, but it's not adhering to an evidence-based model.
Yeah. They were saying that was one of the most difficulties for some of those organizations, that they don't have that evidence-based, and it made it difficult. And they were wondering if maybe if we could even adjust that in the bill. you know, to include
I spoke
organizations.
with Larry Thompson, the RCD author, and talked about why has he not taken this to an evidence-based model. He said it takes too much time, and I've got too many people, and I don't need it. He can't keep up with the demand for this going into schools. And his model we are going to use. We are going to implement it. We'll be training folks on. And the responsibility-centered discipline model is around giving responsibility, and that responsibility, when you take responsibility for your actions, you begin to build self-confidence and dignity and purpose. So it's a good model, and I think it would be. You know, I don't know the whole evidence-based criteria, but certainly Dr. Ablon's model is evidence-based, and it's similar. And it's interesting. I don't know if I can take any more time. I will, but just Larry, who started this, worked in Prairie View and was taking some of the most difficult kids, and they really didn't know what to do with these kids, and so they put them in the basement and said, "You've got them." So he was the principal of this school, and that was about 15 years ago, and that's what came from that. Was birthed from the bottom up. Dr. Ablon's model, as opposed, is coming from Harvard, and psychologists coming from the top down, and does meet the evidence-based models. And they're talking the same, in our opinion. You know, I'm not a scholar, so I'm sure there's differences, but they're similar in build relationship with kids, and then you can have some impact on these kids.
Representative Heiberger.
Madam Chair, do you work with justice-involved youth?
Yes.
Okay, and is this a residential program?
No, we don't do overnight. We do
Okay.
day services and community-based services.
Great.
Am I seeing any other questions? I'm not. I would, you know, mentoring is a key part of this,
yes,
as I understand. And I think that there's stacks of evidence, just specifically with regard to mentoring. So I think that we are going to need to kind of continue to collect some information about what is it about our box. And I say our box, we didn't build the box. But what is it in that application process that's not getting us the applicants? Because you indicated you didn't even apply.
That's correct.
Okay. So we're not getting the applicants, which means the funds aren't going out.
We will be starting the program with St. Francis foster kids, and many of those kids are in the correctional system as well. So we'll be working with your kids, but some that aren't in the foster care system, we'd love to work with as well.
Okay. Thank you so much for being with us today. Next up, I have Greg Peters, private citizen. Is Greg here? Thank you for being here today.
Honorable Chairwoman, committee members, my name is Greg Peters. I'm a retired corrections officer. I worked at Lansing Correctional Facility for over 20 years. I'd first like to let you know that I have a letter here I'd like to hand out because I didn't have it with my brief. I just got it, but it is pertinent to what I'm talking about with the shortages.
Okay. All you need to do is make sure that you get it to Legislative Research, Meredith, and she will make sure that all of us get a copy of it.
Thank you. Well, the first thing I would like to say is that the committee members who toured LCF yesterday disappointed staff and inmates alike. They had some items of importance that they wanted to discuss with you. So maybe you'll get around to it again sometime. I'm not going to sugarcoat the egregious facts that concerning safety and security at LCF. Staff shortage is creating problems running the facility. You only have one officer in each pod, which is dangerous, and it's on both shifts since we've gone to 12-hour shifts. So they have to abandon their post in order to go do counts, because you have to have 2 people to count. And they include the segregation units, which is against policy because you have to have 2 people to escort the inmates at all times in there. So they don't get their showers and yards that they would normally get if we had all our staff. So it's also dangerous just in the regular units, because if you have just one officer and they're going around and talking to the inmates, or, just walking around the pod, the inmates have figured out how to prop the doors open so that they look secured, but they're not, and they'll push them open. And if you only have one person in there, they could drag the person in, and they could rape them, kill them, beat them down, and nobody would notice it until it's too late. So, since both shifts have double-digit on numbers for the short-staffedness, it goes anywhere from 10 short to 29 short every day. I've gotten this information because I still have friends that work there at the prison. So they tell me all these things, and they're pretty worried about all this. So, sorry, I'm nervous.
It's okay.
There's been a lot of contraband coming into the prisons. So there's more drugs, more cell phones, tobacco than there's ever been. It's always been a problem in the facility that we get those kind of things. But it's even more so now because they don't have the staff to strip search and do other things, to check the inmates when they're coming back in from work details and things like that. So there's a lot of gang activity now. It's pretty prevalent. There are more fights, strong-arming, more battery on staff than ever. Medical is also affected. They can't get inmates escorted to see the doctor because we're just too short-staffed. So staff sends emails and questions and to the administration, and they don't get any answers. But the administration will send all this information out to the inmates because they can just get on their computers. So the inmates know things faster than what the staff knows because they're not informed on different things that is going on. And it's not a good thing. There is strength in numbers. Right now, the inmates have the numbers. They've told staff that there will be a riot and there will be people getting hurt. I don't want to see that. That's why I'm here today. So I'm telling you all these things because the officers that are on the line can't do this. They'd be getting retaliated. So I'm speaking for the lower people, that are in there on the line every day having to deal with these people. So I'm concerned about it. I think all you should be concerned about it too, because if we lose the prison, it's going to be a mess. If nothing changes or gets accomplished with me bringing the voice of the brave people to this committee, then the DOC, the governor's office, it's just a farce. Because I brought this up to the governor, I brought this up to many people. I've been working on this since February, and this is my chance to actually be before you and let you people know what's really going on in there. So I just feel that it's an injustice for the people who keep the public safe, that they're not getting any kind of recognition and getting the help that they need. They're not on lockdown. They should be on lockdown because they can't control all that stuff. As I've said, the inmates know that they're in charge, more or less. And I have found over the years that the DLC has always been reactive to issues, never proactive. I've seen them have escapes after we've told them that the escape was going to happen. I've seen them have mass disturbances, and we told them that was going to happen, and they didn't do anything about that. Then after the fact, then they put up a gate, or they'll break down the yard so that you don't have all the inmates out on the yard at the same time. So these are just some of the things that I'm just really upset about, and I just don't want to see the DOC mislead any of you, you know, because I don't feel like they come forward with a lot of stuff. I don't think they come forward with the numbers that were missing from that prison. But I stand before you if you want to ask me questions.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. You had just said something about they haven't come forward with the numbers of missing. Are we talking about inmates that are missing?
No, staff.
Staff that are missing.
That's my biggest issue is the staff shortage.
I would say that they were pretty candid this morning about how short-staffed they are, and they're getting us additional information. I believe that they were very candid this morning about particularly drugs that have come in, contraband that's coming into the different correctional facilities, and the way in which they're going about addressing that. It isn't so much, I mean, it's more things that are coming through the mail. People are becoming a whole lot more savvy about how to get drugs to people through the mail, and they did address that this morning specifically, and they gave us very specific numbers about how it had increased over just the last 2 years. They're very specific about that. With regard to the safety and security issues, I think I am not making a stretch here when I say that everyone on this committee is concerned about that. In fact, we spoke specifically this morning about working overtime, having limited staff, and having a lot of new staff is what in the past, historically, in correctional facilities has caused riots, has caused severe problems in correctional facilities. And so there was some very candid conversation about that this morning. So I want you to know, at least from my standpoint, we're not here to sugarcoat things. You can't solve problems if you don't know what the actual problems are and if they're not out on the table. And so a part of our visit yesterday was to walk the walk to see for ourselves what some of those problems are. And so the things that we want to make sure happen, we're grappling with what's the best avenue to make that happen. And so we will be working to address that. I can tell you, at least from the House and Senate members that are here today, including the 3 that had to leave. But please don't think that it's just been a glossed over facade of things are wonderful and pretty. We know they're not. We know that there is work that needs to be done. We also know the limitations. So giving pay increases, giving hiring incentives, doing those kinds of things, there is no one in the Department of Corrections that has the authority to do that, including the secretary. And I appreciate in the letter that you wrote to us, you shared with us that you've served for more than 20 years in corrections. So you've seen a lot of different things. And I'm thinking you've probably served under a lot of different secretaries. I've only been at this for 7 years, and this is the 3rd secretary that's come and testified. So I'm sure you've seen a lot of different secretaries. So please know, at least from my standpoint, and I do believe the others that were on the tour with us, we have very strong concerns as well. safety and security would be number one. Safety and security would be number one. Because those that are working in our corrections facilities are actually agents of the state. And it's our responsibility to make sure that they're not in harm's way. So please don't think that we haven't had very serious conversations. I know that no one from the Department of Corrections wants to come in and say, okay, these are the bad things that are happening, and yet they have. Because they understand they've got to put it out there for us to be able to address those issues. So are there other members of the committee? Yes, Representative Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And real quick, Mr. Peters, thank you for being here. I don't know if there was still a copy of this out there on the front table with all the other paperwork, but this was the presentation. You might take a look at that because I'll echo the sentiments of our chairwoman. The KDOC did a great job in their presentation of really putting focus on the staffing issues, the safety concerns. Many of the same things that you put in your words were very similar things that came out of Secretary Zamuta's. So take a look at this presentation if you can get a copy, and if not, be happy to give you mine because I can get an electronic version. Thank you.
I'm sorry, committee. Yes, Senator Corson.
I just so it's in the record, I just want to make it bipartisan that I really agree with what our chair has said. I would echo those statements. I think there is agreement among members in both chambers, in both parties. We take this very, very seriously, and I do think that to their great credit, I think Corrections has been very open and transparent with us about what those challenges are. So I just wanted to make the chair's comments bipartisan by noting my complete agreement and support of those. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I will tell you that one of the things that was most disconcerting, I would say, yesterday in the tour of the facility is to have seen the health facility that was dedicated just 11 years ago, and that it's not safe for anyone to be working there. It's not being used at all. But it was dedicated by the governor at the time, Governor Parkinson. So that was a brand new facility that hasn't even withstood 11 years. It was built, it was a very poor construction design. And then it was built above a coal shaft, which is never going to be a safe facility for anyone. So we recognize there are some very significant issues. It's not safe for that facility to still be standing. And it is tragic that taxpayers built a new building 11 years ago, and that is absolutely worthless, and it will cost money to tear it down. But we will have to tear it down because it's not safe for it to be there. So thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And hopefully we get things done.
Absolutely. And you are always welcome to come. Our session starts, I believe it's January 10th this year. And so you're always welcome to come and testify.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your time.
You bet. Next up, we have Jasmine Rogers with Progeny Youth Leadership. Jasmine, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of you may know me. I've presented to JJOC meetings in the past year, but for those of you who I haven't had the opportunity to meet yet, I'm Jasmine. I'm a youth advocate with Progeny Kansas. We're a youth-adult partnership focused on reimagining the juvenile justice system and reinvesting in community-based alternatives. We are a team of young people with lived experience in the system who work within our community to capture resources that are needed. We then bring that feedback we hear to community policymakers like yourselves to see how we can bring our young people's visions for the future to life. I am passionate about this work because I have seen firsthand how detrimental our current system is. My father and uncle were incarcerated from a very young age. What I know and what research has proven is that if they had access to the needed resources that we advocate for at Progeny, their incarceration could have been prevented. I've listened to my close friend vent her frustration about the trauma she experienced as a child in our foster care system, and the mistreatment she still experiences and the difficulty she sees accessing services that the state tells her she's entitled to as a former foster youth. I've watched as my peers were pushed out of school and into detention facilities without being given the proper help they need. I know that Kansas can become a place where our youth population feels safe and is able to thrive in. I would like to start by taking a moment to thank Governor Laura Kelly and all of you for seeing the need and the value in passing of SB 367 back in 2016. Governor Laura Kelly was a senator at the time, along with lawmakers, some of you who are in this room today, who back in 2016 saw the need within the juvenile system for something to change, and you dedicated your time and effort to making the needed changes that we saw passed in 2016. Those efforts then changed the system to some of the improvements that we've seen today. A decrease in the population at KJCC and a decrease in the incarceration of young people across the state. We've highlighted the needed alternatives and prevention measures, and most importantly, we have included young people and their families more so in this process. One comment from Governor Kelly that resonates with me is that I would like Kansas to be a place that future generations feel comfortable staying here, end quote. I believe that we all can help achieve this by uplifting and listening to the voices of young people, creating policies that are fair and do not unjustly target Black and brown youth. We can make sure that SB 367 funds remain protected and are funneled back to impacted communities to proactively restore work and prevent the incarceration of young people. Kansas can actually be a place where future generations feel comfortable staying and raising their families in. This is our chance to restore hope and be the catalyst and leader in juvenile justice reform. At our SB 367 5-year anniversary event back in August, we developed a list of areas where more work could be done. These ideas came directly from impacted youth voices and community members who were there. We highlighted the need for more work to be done in the areas that I listed above and some more to fulfill the full promise made through passing SB 367. SB 367 that was passed in 2016 was not intended to be the end, but it was intended to be the beginning of all of our reform efforts. Now, 5 years later, we are urging lawmakers and people like yourselves to dig further in this work by revisiting the reallocation of $21 million for this upcoming budgetary session. That money was supposed to be saved for evidence-based practices that are intended to serve youth in Kansas, as you all know. We ask that you consider investing that money back into Kansas youth by setting that money aside for prevention efforts only and community-based services that currently work to keep youth out of the system and in their communities. We ask that you make the considerations that I've given you and the considerations that we presented in our report, From Harm to Healing, the Blueprint to Healthier Outcomes for Kansas Youth. These recommendations are coming straight from the needs and mouths of young people who are directly impacted. Fines and fees are one of the top reasons young people end up back in jail after being released. We are incarcerating the future of our community because they cannot afford the extensive receipt the state gives them after they have served their time. We are handing 13-year-olds $8,000 bills and expecting them to produce the funds to face jail again. And I'm not making up stories, it's an example of a real young person who works with us. I had to pay almost $1,000 for a level 1 diversion when I was younger. I was very fortunate to even be granted this diversion because it's something that I can say is not always offered to my peers who are considered first-time offenders. If I was unable to come up with that money for my diversion, I would have been kicked off of financial aid and I would have been unable to continue earning my degree. Experiencing this made me wonder, how is this a process supposed to be rehabilitating for others? How is this process preventing future young people from ending up in the same situation? These past 2 years have shown us the gaps in our current system, from schooling to healthcare to incarceration and everything in between. Young people across Kansas are currently in a crisis and we need your help. How will you respond to us in our time of need? On behalf of young people across Kansas, we need you to add 2 recommendations to your list that you will present to the Kansas Legislature for 2022. We ask that you set $21 million aside solely for prevention and keep it protected from being swept in the future. We secondly ask that you eliminate fines and fees for youth. I just want to thank the committee for affording me the opportunity to provide testimony for you all today, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you so much. Committee, what questions? Senator Falscadeau, and then Representative Heiberger. And then
Thank you.
Representative Finney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much. And I was at that meeting there in Wichita. So the $21 million coming back in there for prevention, can you just elaborate maybe on two things that in that prevention effort, how monies could be used? Would it be just for that individual, for the family? Give me a couple of examples.
So if we bring the money back for prevention, I feel like it would be for you all, it would be room to create something new. As we heard before, the money that we have is supposed to be reinvested for youth who are already adjudicated. So if we get the money set aside for prevention, we could get services that reach young people before they even enter the system or before they have court involvement. So it could be a wide variety of things that you can fall under that umbrella.
Representative Heiberger.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Jasmine, are you a member of the Kansas Advisory Group on Juvenile Justice?
No, actually, I am not.
I
I have been asked to join, but we haven't really gone through that formal process
Is there a
yet.
progeny member on the board? I believe?
Yes, we do have 2 youth leaders who are currently on the board.
Okay, well, I was going to say it's nice to meet you in person, but never mind.
Representative Finney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Jasmine, I thought you did an excellent job with your presentation today. I mean, they should be celebrating your presentation. It was so good. But my question to you is the 5-year annual plan that you guys, the report with your recommendations, I would like to suggest that you should have a copy emailed to all of the members of this committee.
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't able to bring a physical copy with me today, but I will be sure I forward those along to all of you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Any other questions or comments? It was a wonderful presentation, and we really do appreciate that you were here today with us. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Committee, last up, we have Chuck Knapp. He is with Jobs of America, Graduates, Kansas. Chuck, thank you so much for being here as President and CEO.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Chuck Knapp, and President of Jobs for America's Graduates, Kansas, or JAG-K. I know it's been a long day for you, so I will depart a little bit from my testimony and
We had breaks.
Okay.
We had breaks.
JAG-K is a nonprofit organization. We are in our 9th year, but we're part of a larger national organization, Jobs for America's Graduates, which has had an evidence-based model for more than 40 years. And when we talk about looking for new solutions or creating new programs, I'm here to tell you, you have one that you can plug in to more school districts in this state, and we can prevent students from entering the juvenile justice system because we address most of the risk factors that put them there in the first place. And so I know most of you are familiar with JAG-K, and I'd be glad to give you a brief overview for those of you who aren't aware of us. But as I mentioned, we're an evidence-based program. We're an in-school elective class. Students must qualify to be a part of the JAG-K program. They must meet certain criteria, including at least 6 barriers, and those barriers range from economic to academic to environmental challenges. And our students face a lot of different barriers. But what we teach them is that you can overcome those barriers. We are a resilience-based organization. We teach them career readiness and leadership skills. We talk about the importance of community service, civic awareness, social awareness. And we have a 97% graduation rate working with these students in 79 programs in 43 school districts and 63 schools. However, we could do so much more if given the opportunity to expand, because not only can we prevent students from entering the juvenile justice system, we can help with community-based services and intervention services for those students who are in their communities and need that extra support. You don't need to come up with a new solution. You have one. We're going to come to the legislature this year, and we're going to ask you for about $3.5 million to expand by 45 programs across the state. And that includes a program at the Lawrence Gardner High School, which is the high school in the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex. And I'm joined here today by Mike Monahan, who is the principal of Lawrence Gardner High School. He was the former principal of Seaman High School and had a JAG-K program. He reached out to us and asked if we could put a JAG-K program at Lawrence Gardner High School. And Madam Chair, I think it would benefit the committee if Mr. Monahan could tell you why he thinks it would be beneficial to have a program at Lawrence Gardner High School, if you would allow that.
I will allow that.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Please share for those that are listening, and so that we have it recorded, your name and your position.
Mike Monahan is my name, and I'm principal at Lawrence Gardner High School. And as Mr. Knapp just said, that I am former principal at Seaman High School, where I first became acquainted with the value of the JAG program. What I really like about the JAG program is that it really supports the vision of the Kansas Department of Education, graduation rates, social emotional lessons, individual plans of study, and post-secondary preparedness and concurrent dual enrollment programs. It supports that, and it supports our at-risk students. And so what I began to see, as Chuck mentioned, there are a number of different barriers that the students must have before they are asked to be a part of the program. And it's treated more like a club. The sponsor, the JAG-K coordinator, is more like a coach. They're scheduled into a class and they learn about all these life skills and have many discussions. They follow the curriculum, which goes into great depth to improve interpersonal skills, job readiness types of skills, and support. But they learn how to communicate, and they have competitions around debate and forensics types of conversations. And I would see in those students the growth, the pride that they would have in themselves and in their school. They became ambassadors for the school. They felt connected to the school. They felt connected to the community, learned about civic engagement. And I would like to take just a minute to share a brief story with you about one young man who really stands out. Again, multiple barriers to include a speech impediment, uninvolved in school, and became engaged in school through JAG and started to participate in theater and dance and other clubs. His academics improved. He won some competitions, and he's the only student that I've ever had in my entire career that was invited to New York to speak on the early morning news program about the success in his high school career, which I attribute largely to involvement with JAG. I'd be happy to stand for any questions you might have.
Could you share with us the students that started, participated with JAG when you were at Seaman High School? Did you expect that they would be graduating?
Well, they were very much at risk, but I held out great hope that the things that the JAG program were doing, and we were doing as a result of Randy Watson's vision, were making a difference in all kids. But I know JAG had a huge difference with our most at-risk students. There's no question about it. In fact, here's the evidence. Here's the biggest part. 98% of the students enrolled at JAG during that 4-year period graduated from high school. 92% completed the 1-year follow-up portion of the JAG program, which is extremely important.
So talk to us a little bit about the kids that you have where you are right now at the Lawrence Gardner High School.
Well, our students qualify for all those barriers, the at-risk barriers, and I just know that that type of connectedness and involvement and follow-up by the JAG coordinator is going to make a huge difference in their lives, in addition to the other things that we're doing to ensure that they graduate.
So committee, do you have any questions for either Mr. Knapp or it's Monahan, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. We'll start with Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, just wanted to know with the question that the chairwoman asked. So the individuals in the program that you've spoke highly of, and Chuck, hi Chuck. So are those children just out in the community, or are they children who are in the state with DCF foster care?
So, are you referring to Seaman High School? Yes, many of the students were at risk and had 6 or more barriers, of which many met the criteria as well. And then we would reach out to them and invite them into the program and tell them the benefits. They began to develop great friendships and connectedness into the school, to one another, to the larger community as well.
Did you have a follow-up?
Madam Chair, would you say that that's kind of prevention? So you're kind of meeting them where they are right then, and
Clearly, it's prevention, and it's evidence-based. And I know that it will make a difference with the young men that I'm currently working with, which, by the way, I worked there 20 years previously, and I'm happy to be back serving the youth at KJCC.
Very good. Any other questions? Senator Corson.
So I think this question is probably for Mr. Knapp. So we talked about that this money would allow us to expand to, I think it was 40 or 45 additional schools. Does that demand exist right now? I mean, do you have schools who've said, we want to have this program, we want you in our school, and you're saying that we can't meet that demand right now, and this would allow you to do that?
We don't have a list of 45 schools, but we have a waiting list for the program. Part of this is Education Commissioner Randy Watson has come to us and designated 8 school districts within the state that need JAG-K. And we are trying to get into those 8 school districts to help with graduation rate, but it goes beyond graduation rate because 89% of our graduates are full-time post-secondary education or training, military service, or in full-time employment with marketable skills. And that's important because it's not just about high school graduation. Drexel University did a study and it indicated that students who are in a JAG program nationally are 230% more likely to be employed than their peers who weren't in a JAG program, and they're making more money and getting better benefits.
Did you have a follow-up? Okay. Representative Owens.
Thank you, and thank you for the good work that you guys do. I've read a lot and learned a lot about this program. But I'm curious, though, if Randy Watson and the State Board of Ed came to you wanting you in their schools, they're not offering any funding to help you with that?
We are eligible for state at-risk funding and have been. We're actually in statute as an example of an evidence-based program that can receive at-risk funding. What we have been talking to the school districts about, at least over the next 2 years, is using the federal ESSER money. We have one school district out west that wants JAG-K, and they have $10 to $15 million in federal money they can't spend. What they would like to do is enter into a multi-year long-term agreement with us for 10 to 20 years to bring JAG-K to that district. But the Department of Education says the federal law doesn't allow that. So we have contacted the U.S. Department of Education to see if there's any other interpretation, because we know that learning loss is not a 2-year issue, that disengagement is not a 2-year issue. This is going to last far beyond that. But to your point, they could use state dollars. That has not been offered to us.
All right. Thank you. I know just last year they received somewhere around $300 million extra, so your request is just one small percent of that. So thank you.
I am not seeing any other questions. Gentlemen, thank you both for presenting today with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, I want to draw your attention. There is a letter from Andrew Parrish, a private citizen. We also have that Executive Committee of Kansas Advisory Group Group on Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, written testimony only. I'm sorry. Yes, you were also provided testimony from Ed Klump that he had sent in, and so that is there, and that is really specifically directed to that testimony that we had at the 2 o'clock time period with regard to offender registration. So that's available to you as well. Yes, so we'll go to Representative Heiberger and then to Senator Falscadeau.
Quick request, I know it's late, but may we ask Legislative Research to get back to us to clarify a question about the $4.3 million allocated to community corrections. We discussed it earlier during the break and couldn't get a firm answer on whether the $4.3 million was just for salary increases, just for the new 70 positions, or for both. And
That's with regard to the judicial money.
yeah,
Is that correct?
the community corrections.
Yes, Legislative Research.
Madam Chair, if I may, the representative spoke to me earlier, and I have tried to get some clarification since that time period. So I just want to state the judicial branch, it did receive that $4.3 million, which we have talked about, all from the state general fund for the creation of those 70 FTE positions. So that was for the creation and funding of those additional 70 FTE positions. And additionally, as we mentioned, they did receive 10.8 million SGF salary increases for non-judge employees for FY22. And the agency has indicated that part of that non-judge employees would be those court services, existing court service officer positions. So the question was, there was additional money for existing, let me clarify, there is money for existing positions, and they received funding for the creation of those 70 new positions.
Did you have any follow-up question on that? Okay. Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one thing for staff or whomever, who could, I'm bothered at this point, Madam Chair. So just like our Child Welfare Committee and all the agencies that were here today, I'm a legislator, constituent services. So families of inmates contact me, and I need a good contact person, a backup because I'll call the number that I have for the Secretary of Corrections, and I usually get a staff person who says they'll take a message, and I just need, Madam Chair, if you could ask for just good contact numbers to respond to constituent services who have family members who are incarcerated in our Kansas prisons. Okay. Thank you.
And Randy, is that something that it would be possible for you to get for us? Okay, and I think we want that for adult as well as the juvenile.
It'd be for the whole department.
Okay,
Yeah.
wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
That would be very helpful.
You bet.
Other questions or comments? Committee, I want to remind you that tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. at the facility. So the tour starts at the facility. That is the Juvenile Correctional Complex. Here was something that you should have something like this. You might want to take that home with you to look at and then bring with you for the tour. Yes, Representative Carlin.
Thank you. I'm just looking at my phone, and I didn't have that at all in my phone. So 9 o'clock at the facility, and could you give me an address now, or?
Yes, Legislative Research will get you that address. And when we are done with the tour, then lunch is on your own, and we will start promptly at 1:30. So more promptly than we did after our afternoon break. But we'll start at 1:30. There is a presentation, and then starting at 2, we will begin our discussion and recommendation for the report. So if you are wanting to look at, again, the document that you were provided yesterday, that is that the joint committee report. If you want to look at that for some of those of you that are new to the committee, to get an idea of how we go about that process of recommendations. So you might be thinking through tonight, tomorrow morning, what things that we want to make sure that we can, try and really get accomplished this next legislative session. Be very intentional as far as what those short-term recommendations are, and perhaps those things that we feel might be long-term. I'm not seeing any hands right. Oh. Okay, is there anyone that's here today that will physically not be here tomorrow? I'm not seeing anyone, so I think, and that's just for those vouchers. So, all right, yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was just going to say it can be very helpful for staff if those recommendations are written out. I understand that those can evolve and change during discussion, but if you want to write those and email those to us, we can print those out and have those available for other members. So I just throw that out there as an option.
I appreciate that. I'm not thinking that I've been in a committee where that's been accomplished ahead of time, but boy, if we could do that, that would be awesome. Yeah, so if you have that list of things, then absolutely do send that, and I agree. Trying to wordsmith it on the fly is difficult, but we will spend the time to wordsmith it, whatever it takes. Any other comments? Before you guys leave, I know that we've heard a lot about problems and concern within corrections. And yet we also know that just within this committee, there have been issues of personal concern. I know we certainly miss that Representative Jennings is not here with us. And so I know that, we have a baby that's from a committee member that's due any day, and we have twin grandchildren that are on their way. And just let's do what we can to take care of each other. And I know I certainly will be praying for our committee members and for those that serve us through corrections. And I think that your prayers would be appreciated also. I just felt that we needed to, we don't know when we come here what everyone's dealing with, but we have lots of folks that we work with on a regular basis that are dealing with lots of different issues. And so, like I said, you'll be in my prayers, and let's do what we can to look out for each other. Thank you so much.